Might as well start with the best damn intro in the business.
Quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs at steadfast pace, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser. A master archer with bow in hand. His aim is true across the land, not just in science, but in every heart. He hits his mark with a steady heart. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser. It's all too easy for him when he takes the stage. With every word he states, they feel the rage. His presence alone rattles that cage. The crayon eating nupties are running out of time. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser. With every swing of the cowbell, the illusion fades. And with each strike, the glow burst, illusion degrades. Huey's treatments, they cure them of their plight. Guide them toward truth with all his might. They call him Huey, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a glober is tell your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need Huey's treatments. They call him Huey, quantum eraser. They call him Huey, the quantum eraser.
That's some mighty fine picking and a granting. As usual, if you'd like to support this channel, there are PayPal and Patreon links in the info box below. Let's start on over to Discord VC and see if there's any VCs in the VC.
VC check in 1, 2, 3.
Dan, that mic is rocking, man. Rocking.
God,
Thank the Lord.
I didn't have a chance to check it before show, so I was a little nervous there.
I need to turn you down a little bit. Go ahead. Give me a radio check. Radio check 1 2 1 2. Radio check.
Radio check 1 2 1 2.
That is
level okay.
It's so fine. All right, stop streaming. We got
Is that admission time then? So after shouting at me, to get a new mic, I have to admit I have.
Yeah, you got a new
Hopefully
mic. So you can mumble a little bit, but you have to still belly up.
I'm always going to mumble. That's yeah. It's nothing to do with the mic. I just sometimes mumble.
It has nothing to do with the mic, right?
I was going to say, if you can just fix the mumbling, your mic would be great.
Yeah. Cool. I think it sounds great, Adam. Way to go.
Good job.
All right. So what are we gonna do?
Oh, we've got to be on point.
Okay.
See, you went early, but for the coaching, Nathan wants succinctness, and I don't necessarily disagree. Because we're way behind the pack with this one, aren't we? So it's
There is
we
no
catch
pack.
up.
There ain't no pack with this one, is there?
Well, I'm watching a video of Mark Sargent and Patty Steer talking about things I've not seen yet. So I do try to keep my viewing when we're doing a critique of not having watched it before. So I'm a bit behind the pace.
Yeah, we're going to get through this one today. We have to get through this one because there's going to be a review on Nathan Oakley 1980, Nathan's Ace, on Monday, evaluating a review of the video we're reviewing. So it must be completed before he does his review of the review.
Reviewception, holy.
Oh, the pressure.
It is. It's not a lot of pressure. Let's see where we're at. We're at 56 minutes, and it's 2 hours and 3 minutes. We probably don't need to go to 2 hours and 3. You know, there's some things at the end most likely that we can get out of. So basically, we have an hour to get through.
On best behavior.
The hell does that mean? You could stop it. You know what to do.
It means I'll try and restrain myself with some of the dumb shittery that I would normally engage with.
Well, we don't know what's going to happen here. So it might not. It's been really stupid up to this point. The chances are it's going to be pretty damn stupid the rest of the way, but you can't. That's induction, right? We can't do that. It's a pretty safe bet, but we still can't do that. We're going to have to still review it. But we'll stop when it's appropriate. And it's hard because every few seconds there's something stupid that happens. So it's kind of hard not to stop it. I mean, I can't do that. It's not in my nature. All right, let's get ready. Yeah, that's got to be it right there. All right, people in Discord, go ahead. You can hook up. Oh, by the way, the distinguished Nathan Oakley is not going to make it today. He had a prior conflict, prior commitment that's conflicting with this because this is an unscheduled Ballbusters. So I had to give him that. Go ahead, Adam.
I'm no Flatsy.
Yeah, Flatsy, sorry. Yep. Flatsy will not make it. She has Friendsgiving today.
Have a good evening, Flatsy.
We tried to convince her to let Booger come, but that didn't fly.
Like you've got a super chat.
What's that?
Because he's not here. Yeah, there you go. Super chat.
It's super
chat.
Super Friendsgiving. It's Theo Megawarty, logical fallacy of the month, Bulverism. What the hell is Bulverism? I never even heard of it. We're going to have to look Bulverism up. It appears. You force my hand. Bulver. Do you know what it is, Adam? You ever heard of it?
I've asked my mistress. This is lengthy. Is a logical fallacy coined by C.S. Lewis. Well, that's
really
topical. It involves assuming that an opponent's argument is wrong and then explaining why they are wrong, often by attacking their motives or character rather than addressing the actual argument.
Oh, that's just the offshoot of ad hom.
In essence, a bulverist doesn't engage with the substance of an argument. They instead focus on the supposed motivations or biases of the person making the argument.
Sure.
This is a form of ad hominem attack.
Exactly.
Where the attack is on the person rather than the argument itself.
Yep.
By understanding Bulverism, we can recognize and avoid that this logical fallacy in our own thinking and discussions. Well, thank you, Gemini.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, did you thank her? Is that her name, Gemini?
That's her name.
Is it Gemini for everyone? Let's
It's
check.
for me. I don't know.
It is
that's
for
what-
you. Let's just type something random in there. The valency of helium. That's pretty random, isn't it? It just says AI overview. It doesn't give me a name. So, nope, it's not Gemini for me. Or you call her Gemini. Yeah, it just has a little star. Here, I'll show everyone. This has a little star right here. It says AI overview. The valency of helium is 0. Like the Baltard's IQ. Yeah, this is a generative AI. And it's experimental. They don't know what experiment is. But... All right, fair enough. All right, let's get our act together. Where'd you go?
That's the Google search.
Second.
Yeah, she's got her own place of being, although they might cite her on Google. It's at gemini.google.com.
Gemini.google. Yeah, whatever.
How do you find her?
You sound a little muffled there. Uh-oh, what's going on?
I'm not muffled, am I?
Did you belly up too far?
I lean forward past and get my wine. I see I shouldn't do two things at once. I fail miserably each time, look.
Me too. All right, let's get this over. We gotta get going. Does anyone else
We're on it.
Does anyone else have anything to say before we get started? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, Brian, we have another VC. What's up, man?
How are things?
I was rocking out all
Brian.
morning, man. Just rocking out. It was, I'll tell you what, I was this close to playing this. You have to look at YouTube to playing this at the beginning. I mean, I was so close, but Nathan talked me down. I was rocking on this all morning, man. I looked over in my recommendeds this morning, and they had somebody said something about Boston, and I said, Boston? Man, I haven't heard those guys at the Coons age. I used to have a CD in my car, but I think I took it out and replaced it with somebody else. That's going to change, by the way. So I was going to play this. I was just gone with it. One of my favorite all-time songs, Feeling Satisfied. It's so friggin', you just crank it, right? And just let her budge. Okay, she budges, brother. See, you got me on a tangent. You got me on a tangent already. That's how my morning went. But like I said, Nathan talked me down. What?
Sorry, I coughed. I'm Divergent Droids kindly linked it in the chat because I don't know music, so I'm just gonna.
Oh, you got to crank that one, Adam. Just take my word for it. You'll thank me later. It's Boston. It's Feeling Satisfied. I put it in Skype, put it in Master B, put it in Ballbusters. Just pull it up. Make sure you crank your volume before you do, and just let her budge, man. You'll thank me later. I'm telling you. Just trust me. Trust me on this one.
They're in my history now. We're divergent. We're supposed to be being focused tonight.
We could get focused again. Shut up, Brian.
Don't let that Nathan put you under pressure.
I had to get some advice on copyright. So who else am I going to call other than Nathan? Now, I was thinking about Adam, but I knew he might be busy. So I thought I'd try to catch Nathan. And he did answer finally. And he said probably wasn't a good idea. Now, he wasn't, he was specific, but there was some vagueness in there that led me to not doing it. So we'll see coming up in the near future. I'm going to do a little bit more research and see if I can't roll with that. Since my last two ballbusters and my last two QEs were copyright striked, I figured what the hell, I might as well do it voluntarily. Follow?
Well, exactly. It may as well happen for a reason you want it to happen.
Exactly. That was
Not
mine. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. We're 5 by 5.
But before you do,
What?
Superchat.
Super Boston. Do I got to go back and read that?
I don't know.
Let me see.
Brian, you should read them.
No,
I can't see them.
I'll be Bogger, you be Flatsy.
No, I don't understand it. Hold on. So Pablo, no Nathan or Flatsy. Let's make it a good one for them. That's a great idea. Way to go, Pablo. Yeah. It's gonna be great just by default anyway. Right? Which Ballbusters isn't great? Somebody go find me a Ballbusters that isn't great. Or a QE Live that isn't great. Go ahead. I dare you. I triple dog dare you to find one. If you find one and it's not great, I'll delete it. How about that?
The QE guarantee.
That's
I like
a QE guarantee. You find one, and if it is not great, now, that's a subjective standard, but if it's not, I know if it's not great. I'll delete that monkey. All right, let's get back on track. Thanks for the super chat, Pablo. All right, let me throw this back over here. Ah! All right. So let's get some background. This is part 3. Is this part 3? I think this is the third one.
Yeah.
Yeah, on this
It is.
video. Yes. Yeah. So this is by Tim Pool. It's the Flat Earth Conspiracy Debate, the Culture War podcast, and it has the Flat Earth champion. He's our I learned over the weekend that Witzett's the Flat Earth champion. Those words you'll hear on Monday. And we're in a it says debate. We haven't heard too much of a debate. I don't even know how you can debate an objective topic, but there you go. That's one thing. Flat Earth conspiracy. There is no flat Earth conspiracy. The conspiracy is the heliocentric spinning ball space monkey religion. That's the actual conspiracy. And we've only heard, somebody's trying to get in here bad. We've only heard one, if I'm not mistaken, one appeal to flat Earth. I could be mistaken. It's not more than 2. I know that. But go ahead. Somebody want to jump in?
Before
Yeah.
you do.
Go on.
Before you do. Sorry, Brian. Superchat.
You guys, it's super flat Earth non-conspiracy. Am I going to go back and have to read this?
No, Brian should. You
He
should stop
can't-
being
he
prejudiced.
can't
No, I'm
see
on
them.
Discord. Yeah,
All
I
right,
can't
I'll
see them.
do it. They are all great. You know what I mean. They will be missed. Thanks, Pablo.
Thanks, Pablo. Appreciate it.
On Brian.
It don't matter now. I was just going to say, what is the conspiracy? Is there a conspiracy that there's a debate?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Listen, people just throw that term around, and they use it out of context, even though most people know what a conspiracy is, right? You'd have to at least give them. Maybe they don't. I bet you there's some people that don't know what a conspiracy is. Let me take that back. It's 2 or more people that get together for a nefarious plan. That's it. That's what it is. Yeah, that's never happened. That's never happened before. Just about 5 billion times a day throughout human history. But go on.
Well, these lads seem to be conspiring to have that debate. You know.
They're conspiring. These lads.
Yeah, the lads on this show.
All right.
Tim Pool show.
Okay, where did we stop? I'm not rewinding. Does anyone remember
just-
where exactly we stopped? What subject?
About 58 minutes.
No, I'm not talking about the time. It's 56 minutes and 8 seconds. I should have been more specific. What topic was it? Anyone know? I can't remember.
Probably some kind of nonsense that has nothing to do with flat Earth.
With flat Earth? Yeah, you're probably right. All right, we're just going to roll from here. Any more objections so we could get right on this? We're only 21 minutes into the show. That's kind of quick for us. Didn't that 21 minutes go by fast, man?
When you're among friends.
Yeah.
Get on with it.
All right, here we go.
Right. So the issue then would be, I'm trying to understand, and maybe I'm getting it wrong. The Earth is massive, and with Planck particles occupying.
No, he just made that shit up. Babylon Bob Planck particles. He just made that up. You don't now subsume that into your worldview, for God's sake.
Occupying 99% of space, there is a massive vacuum that is the Earth pulling.
There's a massive vacuum in between their ears, him and Witsit. You can't have particles and say massive vacuum at the same time. That's contradictory, Tim.
Everything towards it.
Well,
to balance.
the Earth also has Planck particles in it.
That's
Oh
what I
God,
mean.
the
Oh,
Earth
okay.
is
So
full.
the Earth is effectively.
The Earth is full of Planck particles, and it's creating a vacuum, pulling everything to the Earth. What? Huh? That's just stupid.
This gigantic structure with massive vacuum force pulling everything around it.
Vacuum force. What the hell is that?
I remember this. This is where we stopped.
Oh, right, yeah.
Vacuum force. It's ridiculous. It's like paint force. It's big spare no as much sense as that.
It doesn't make any sense. This is just stupid. He just suggested this to you. You don't take the power of suggestion. The power of suggestion just rules this guy. He just adopted it into his whole entire worldview. It changed everything. What about invisible unicorns? What if I postulate them to Tim Full? Will he just incorporate them into his everyday activities of daily living? Is that what's happening here?
To it.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
And you
What's the conventional?
You mean that's not the conventional explanation?
Gravity theory. The theory of gravity.
Whoa. Gravity theory? There is no conventional gravity theory.
So, and to be clear, I'm not a physicist. I'm just an amateur astronomer who enjoys looking at the stars.
Are you a doctor?
I'm a doctor of neuroscience.
Then we'll say doctor, but keep that part quiet.
You're a doctor.
Yeah, no,
Well, that's a textbook appeal to authority fallacy. If you go to him as he's already told you he's not a physicist, that's not what his degree is in. So that's a textbook appeal to authority fallacy. Appealing to someone that has no expertise on the subject matter. You didn't even know it's a fallacy. You just go ahead and ask him. It's okay. Clowns.
I don't know much about theoretical physics, and
Well, he didn't ask you about theoretical physics. He asked you about gravity. Gravity's not theoretical physics in your paradigm. It's a fairy tale in ours, but in yours, that's not theoretical physics, you clown. Astronomy dead. Everything that comes out of that blowhole of yours is moronic, contradictory. You're just making stuff up. What are you from? Did you get your degree, your neuroscience degree from MSU? Making shit up university?
and about what causes mass to have gravity.
What causes mass to have gravity? What? What the hell is he
Wow.
on?
Talk about being out of date.
Yeah, exactly. Number one, mass has no definition. I challenge you to define mass with citation, nothing that you make up. Number two, just like Brian said, it'll be 110 years once we hit 2025. You're 110 years out of date with your continuing education credits. So what in the world is going on here? Who knows? Just parroting headlines from Wiki or from other ignorant baltards you heard along the way. I'll just bagak what I heard, right? And just train wreck yourself. Can't wait for your autobiography. Title, I'm a moron.
That's outside of my wheelhouse, to be honest.
Tying your shoes is outside of your wheelhouse. You've already demonstrated that.
But
Well, it's the theory of relativity. It says that
Is the theory of relativity? Well, Austin just took over. Okay, Mr. Helper. It's the theory of relativity. Is that a scientific theory, by the way? Yeah, we're not going to get an answer. Number one, because he can't hear me. Number two, he wouldn't be able to answer it anyway. It's not a scientific theory. It never was. So, again, still, no scientific theory for gravity, like I said.
gravity is the bending and warping of space. It's the effect of the bending and warping of space-time.
Okay, everyone remember that. He's just told them now what their paradigm is. In the Ballers paradigm, gravity is the general theory of relativity. Everyone make a mark that down, all right? Because you know what always happens. They'll always go back to Newtonian. They'll just skip right back there and talk about forces, right? It's happened every time I hear something about gravity for the last nearly 9 years for me. They always spin back to the old business, the old broken dusted. So, Mark, I'm not saying they'll do it this time. I'll be shocked if it doesn't come back to that. Somebody doesn't.
Not.
Yeah, they can't not do it. Go ahead.
Go on, Adam.
Credit to Wits, as always. The flat earther, whether he is that or not, always has to explain to the room their position.
Yes.
Even here, look, you got PhD, Dr. Fingers over there, but none of them will be committal. Well,
Yes.
it requires the flat earther to explain their supposed position.
Yes. Yep. Go ahead, Brian. Quick.
In fairness, if out of all the people there, if I wanted to know about the current position concerning gravity in the heliocentric paradigm, it would definitely be Wits that I would be going to.
Yes. But just mark my words. Let's see if the other morons in here circle back at some point. Like I said, I don't know. I just know that every single time that I've listened to something like this, they'll always go back and talk about forces and stuff. They don't even realize it. Let's see what happens.
I mean, that it displaces the space-time, causes a gravity well, and basically objects fall inside this well. Back in the day, it was Newtonian, which is that matter inherently has some property that pulls things to it. And actually, Newton said that he couldn't understand it. It must be God doing it.
No. He renounced and denounced gravity. He said, "Don't ascribe that to me." What you just said, that's what I just said, is the same citation you just got. You just paraphrased the ending citation or the end of that citation. Now, he said, "Don't ascribe that to me." In a letter to Dr. Robert Bentley, I'm going to take a guess at the date, 1687. Does that sound about right, Adam? I can't remember.
What was it, Richard Bentley or Robert Bentley?
Dr. Richard Bentley. I think you're correct. Did I say Robert?
Don't worry about it. I couldn't remember his name ever.
Yeah.
Until recently.
His last name was Bentley, and I think it was 1687. It was after the Principia. Shout out to Adam. Yep. So, okay.
Principia, and it's 1693.
Was it 16? Boy, I screwed that up. I couldn't remember.
What it matters.
I do have a photographic memory, and I tried to look back in my mind on his name and date, and I just mucked it up. So he did it himself. He has already told them. How did he characterize it back before Einstein? No, you should have just killed it. But that's okay. Let's see what happens.
You know, and most people won't talk about that. He just said God must be doing it. He threw his hands up. He said there had to be an ether if it existed because.
What? Did Newton mention ether in the Principia?
Not that I'm aware of.
In his, I've read through that. Now, it was a long time ago. Now, he's referring to it in this section, this gravity section. Whitsit is referring to Isaac Newton in the Principia, shout out to Adam, that ether is spoken of. I don't know there, brother.
The only time I would know of Newton mentioning ether would be for the propagation of light as a wave. So it would be a luminiferous ether.
No, he would never do that.
But
He,
No, he
hold
wouldn't
up,
do that.
hold up, Brian.
Huh?
Hold up. No, he would never do that. You know why? Yes or
I
no?
wasn't aware of it being a wave at that point.
He was the first to say that light was corpuscular. And it was Christopher Huygens, after Newton, that stated that there must be an ether. Why? Because Christopher Huygens said it was a wave. He needed the ether. He needed a medium for his wave to propagate. Yep.
Well, it's possible that Whitsit is just not filled in everything, and he's talking about general relativity. Or I don't know where he's going to go with that, because if Huygens came after Newton, then how would Newton be referencing the thing that Huygens had yet to invent?
Yeah, let's go back.
I'm pretty sure Newton postulates on a luminiferous ether.
Okay.
Not that it's relevant, but I wouldn't. No, I'm pretty sure about
You're
that.
going to have to stop mumbling, number one. And number two.
Well, I'm thinking. I can go and find it, but like I said, it's kind of not relevant.
Yeah, it's not. I don't want
we
you
are.
to. We'll do it.
Nice.
Remind me, and then we'll do it after the show. I want to pull a couple fives. Sorry about this, folks. I want to get the context here. I think we're missing the context, even though many people, when they appeal to context, are pretender clowns. I want to hear this again.
It says that gravity is the bending and warping of space. It's the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, and that it displaces the space-time, causes a gravity well, and basically objects fall inside this well. Back in the day, it was Newtonian, which is that matter inherently has some property that pulls things to it. And actually, Newton said that he couldn't understand it. It must be God doing it. You know, and most people won't talk about that. He just straight up said God must be doing it. He threw his hands up. He said there had to be an ether if it existed, because there had to be mutual contact between the bodies and stuff like that.
No, not in that. No, that's bullshit. All right, you're gonna force my hand. So it's in context of that letter. That's where he's getting this from. All right. Sorry, folks. We're not prepared because we haven't. You won't. Hold on, Adam. Stop mumbling.
Right, so that's not where I'd say Newton is supporting an ether in terms of physical interaction between objects. I said, as far as I know, its purpose is it's luminiferous. It's a propagation medium for the purpose of light, not the transmission of gravitational forces between matter.
I'm not finding it. And you did say luminiferous, correct? Shockingly.
I'm on it like a cob on it.
Oh, yeah, you are. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's go. Look at Dr. Richard Bentley on February 5th, 1962. This is what Whitsit is referencing. So in a letter to Dr. Richard Bentley, Isaac Newton says, I like that "tis," by the way. And this is from Stanford.edu. It's not Joe Snuffy from typewriter maintenance course, all right? So this is a documented letter. "'Tis inconceivable that inanimate brute matter should, without mediation of something else which is not material, operate upon and affect other matter without mutual contact, as it must be if gravitation, in the sense of Epicurus, be essential and inherent in it. And this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me." Yeah. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another. That's what he's talking about, Witsit. I don't see any ether in here. Is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who is in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it, right? And Witsit's appeal to God was the second paragraph. Gravity must be caused by an agent acting constantly according to certain laws. But whether this agent be material or immaterial, I have left to the consideration of my readers. So Witsit is appealing to this citation and this citation alone. This is nonsense, Witsit. You're misparaphrasing to shoe in your ether horse shit.
Yeah. It would
I think,
allude that agent is ether, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and through a
That's not
vacuum.
what he
That part.
claimed.
Something, guys.
Yep.
Hey, chocolate.
Yep. So he's getting it from here. He just sort of, how would you want to say?
Infer.
By mere innuendo, put that ether horse shit in here with Newton.
I would say falsely misrepresent.
Yep. Yep. Yes, he
Like I
did.
said, I'm sure Newton has a luminiferous ether, but he doesn't have it as a causation, mutual attraction between.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got
On
your
that.
mic check, Chocolate. Go ahead. Radio check 1 2
I was
1
gonna
2
say.
1 2, Chocolate.
Yo, yo, yo. What's going on?
Yo, 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 your mic sounds like a damn train wreck.
Quiet.
Yep.
That's all.
What it's gonna be.
Yeah, that's the way it's
Me too.
going to be. Look. All right, sir. All right, here we
What
go.
about Eli? Before you carry on, is Eli's mic good before he... Eli, you there, bruv?
I'm here. I'm
Hello?
listening loud and clear. Yeah, Huey,
Okay.
that's exactly what I'm hearing. Basically, which is trying to shoehorn in his ether, but it was a terrible, terrible misrepresentation of what Newton was actually saying to Bentley.
Yep. Yep.
Can I just add in that the reference, the possible, this is speculation, the reference within the citation there of through a vacuum might be where he's trying to shoehorn that in. In other words, there can't be a vacuum. You know the way the Ethereans talk about this.
Okay. Yep. Yeah, so we busted you out of that. That's a nice try, though. I'll bet you fooled everyone in the room. And 99% of the audience, but we're all over you.
But this is interesting because people will say like, "Hey, stupid flat earther, what's gravity?" Right? But
Why would they say stupid flat earth or what's gravity when gravity's not our claim? It's the stupid globetards claim. Why would we explain a claim we've never made up? Why would anyone do that? I mean, if I came up to you and you never made any claims about triglycerides and I say, "So, can you explain triglycerides?" What would you do? Well, you'd look at me like I had 35,000 heads and say, are you out of your mind? It's the same analogy. It's analogous. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
the mainstream model doesn't have
There is no mainstream model unless you can show it. You don't even know what a model is.
a viable model for
That's
gravity.
right, they
It's
don't.
not even remotely close.
Is the flat Earth? I've read this, and it may not be the actual one, but what I've read was that the Earth is moving upwards.
No. Total straw man. Total straw, insane straw.
But Austin, you don't believe in relativity, right? I mean, you don't believe that
You don't believe in relativity, Austin. Why would he need to believe in it? If it's an actual scientific theory, wouldn't there be evidence for it via experiment? Astronomy dead. Like I told you, everything that comes out of that blowhole of yours is nonsensical. What else?
the sun is 93 million miles away. You don't.
He doesn't. Why would he need to believe that the sun is 93 million miles away? Don't you have a measurement? Do people believe in
Sorry.
measurements? What?
Sorry,
Why?
did he just ask Witsit, does he believe that the Earth is rising up?
No, it was.
He said it so you don't believe in relativity, and then followed it up with and that the sun's 93 million. Yeah, clever.
Sorry.
Right? No, clever on his behalf, but kind of irrelevant.
Yes. Now Tim Fool asked him if the flat Earth model had the Earth rising up, and then Astronomy Dead took over. So that's what you heard.
Yeah, well, that's the globe is the one that's supposed to be rising up without having an up. That is because there's no up on the globe.
Yep.
So it's rising up without having an up in all directions.
Yep. And it's Einstein. Hold on. And that's Einsteinian nonsense.
Yeah, that's what he's picked up on, right? But he's also picked up on that, as Witsit described, that's a straw man because he's arguing against the Flat Earth Society's version of relativity, that the causation of the downward force that they're desperate to invoke, including the Flat Earth Society, is in this case an upward accelerating Earth. A little bit like Dell, you see. They want to keep this force. It has to be an overriding force that causes it all. In this case, isn't it?
Yeah, but it is no force. In Einsteinian, it's not a force.
But this is where the baller wants to keep our argument in their sphere of knowledge, in their Newtonian or Einsteinian mechanics. They still have to invoke the reason that when I pick something heavy up and then let it go, it drops, is because, in this case, the Earth's moving up.
All right.
Believe that
you're conflating things. So I believe in the principle of relativity. I don't believe in the theory of relativity. It's ridiculous.
What's the difference? What do you mean?
That's very good. Let's see if he can explain it.
Meaning that things are relative. Like I can be moving in a car and it looks like the tree's moving. Obviously, that principle is real long before Einstein was.
Nicely done. Very good. Not many people can explain it concisely like that. Good job.
Even a thing. But the theory of relativity is
matter of fact, Bellarmine used that.
No. Shut up. You didn't. Why'd you stop him?
Against Galileo.
Who cares? Who cares what you got to say, Planck particle idiot? He ruined it. Now it's going to get Witsit off his game. Maybe he can refocus back. Let's see.
Principle of relativity.
Principle, exactly. Yeah. So but gravity doesn't work at all in the mainstream model.
No, what do you mean doesn't work? Gravity doesn't exist and there isn't a mainstream model. What? What do you mean it doesn't work? What's gravity, Witsit? Jeez.
Such a misnomer. In 1933, Fritz Zwicky looked at a coma cluster.
What the hell does Fritz Zwicky have to do with gravity? What? This is what I'm talking about, folks.
So it's like a cluster of galaxies all together.
So Fritz Zwicky's looking at a cluster of galaxies. Where's he looking at them at? In a second law of thermodynamics violation. Is that where he's at? What's it?
And to keep the galaxies together, there had to be a certain amount of gravitational force, right? So
whoa. Oh, it used his meat hooks, too.
All going so well.
Yep. The bowlers didn't even do it. Witsit did it himself. You just contradicted yourself. Even though it's still in their story. There is no force. There's no force of gravity. So Fritz Zwicky's a moron. Witsit. OMG. Let's see if maybe he'll circle back to this. I hope to God he does and destroy it.
Gravitational field had to be certain strength.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, I tried to get in before you press play. If he's saying this, then he's got a good reason for saying this. It's somehow part of his agenda.
Well, let's see.
Strength, and it only had 1% of the mass needed.
Define mass. Even though you're in their paradigm, right? This is starting to irritate me.
Based on the gravitational prediction. Gravity
Based on what gravitational prediction? Number one, what's gravity? And number two, what's the gravitational prediction? That is the hypothesis that doesn't exist. Yeah. He's giving them their story. Let's see if he destroys it in the end.
But he was off by 99%.
He was off of 99% of a pure fairy tale. So he's done. As soon as he said he was off 99%, you're toast. Whitsitt doesn't know what gravity is. He can't save himself now, no matter what he says. Let's give him a chance.
To this day, it's off. Dark matter is what they call.
Oh, that's inward meat hooks. Dark matter. Now we're into dark matter. My God.
At first, they called it missing mass. Then they just plugged
missing mass. What's mass?
In the value to fix it, and now it's called dark matter.
He's meat hooking. He just can't stop himself. Meat hooks everywhere.
Come on. They're fair meat hooks. That's a justified meat hook.
All right.
Completely undefined. It's just invisible, effectively, is what dark.
Yeah, it's like we can't,
another meat hook.
Can't detect what it is. We don't know what it is, but
you can't detect what it is. What's it? Dark matter or gravity?
Ether.
The ether. He's not on. Tim's not on the ether.
Clearly has some kind of gravitational effect.
First, we want to know what it is, and it clearly has some gravitational attraction. Really, what's gravity? What's it? And what type of interaction when you haven't proven anything? What?
It's proven by the fact that galaxies hold themselves together.
Oh, brother.
I claim.
Technically, what has mass got to do with general relativity?
We don't need to go that far, but yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we can see gravitational lensing in galactic clusters.
You can see gravitational lensing in galactic clusters? Show. First, prove gravity, and then show it lensing something in galaxy clusters. What?
So we can see that,
what does that have to do with dark matter, though?
Because galactic clusters have a lot of dark matter, and
so dark matter is causing gravitational lensing in galaxy clusters. Yeah?
No.
Because galaxy clusters have a lot of dark matter.
Yeah.
Well, they're clustering.
Yeah.
I don't. Sorry.
Just like I said, his claim is, we got to make sure we get his claims down, right? So his claim is that dark matter is having some type of it's gravitationally lensing light coming from the galaxy clusters. Everyone got that? Good Lord.
So if you look
what
at
is dark matter?
That doesn't exist.
If you look at galactic clusters, they seem to be lensing light, and if you
really
if you tally up the mass that you expect to see in those galaxies,
if you tally up that thing you can't define, mass,
the amount of light that you're getting from the galaxies, it doesn't add up. It doesn't seem.
Wait, it doesn't add up according to what?
So Wikipedia, our best friend, says dark matter is a hypothetical form of matter that does not interact with light or other
This guy's like a step behind everybody else, isn't he?
He just contradicted him. Tim just contradicted. Listen, he pulls up dark matter. Listen to in astronomy, dark matter is a hypothetical form of matter that does not interact with light or other electromagnetic radiation. If it doesn't interact with light, how is light being lensed by dark matter?
This is so. The whole thing is so wrong. It's so not general relativity.
They're so stupid. Tim just read. Let's go back. Tim just read this out. Remember, this idiot just said, right, that light is being lensed by dark matter, by the gravitational attraction of dark matter. And Tim's definition, here it comes.
Wikipedia, our best friend, says dark matter is a hypothetical form of matter that does not interact with light or other electromagnetic radiation.
They don't even realize it. They're not. They can't think on their feet. There's nothing there. You just contradicted yourself, or Tim just contradicted Astronomy Dead. No reaction, right? Let's continue with it.
It is.
Go ahead.
case that they can't think on their feet.
Yep.
Because we all run into this. Sometimes we talk before we know. And I think when he read the citation, we all get that pit in our stomach where we're like, shit, as I'm reading this actually contradicts what I'm saying. I just think they don't have the balls to do that and say, wait, you know what? This seems like it contradicts everything that I was just trying to say.
Not balls. They are completely unaware. There's no reaction so far. Let's see if let's see if somebody
I want to
catches.
see, Curry.
Yeah. Let's see if somebody catches
Astronomy
it.
Live pick up what this guy's just put down. I thought he was behind the pace. I accused him of that, but actually, what he's just read out totally destroys his justification.
Yeah, what he's just said previously, his next breath destroyed it. Let's see what happens.
Realize it? Will he realize it? Is what I'm asking. Will Astronomy Live?
Let's go.
I've realized it.
Well, here we go.
Dark matter is implied by gravitational effects, which cannot be explained by general relativity unless more matter is present than can be observed. Now, that's fascinating because that sounds to me, and I hate to say it, but it sounds like they have this theory and they go, okay, well.
They have this theory. That's not a scientific theory. They have this speculation. Abject speculation would be a better phrase to use for the term theory here. And no, astronomy dead. It's not affecting him. Look at him. It's not affecting him at all. He's going to go off on another tangent, right? So they're going to completely bypass it. That's what's happening here.
Well, the theory can't explain this thing, so something must be there then, I guess.
Exactly. It's almost religious. So,
see?
Whoever came up with the dark matter paradigm obviously didn't understand general relativity.
Yep. Now, to the point, astronomy, these guys are leaving him off the hook. So even if he did realize that he was just contradicted, it's lost. It's lost now. So it's over.
But I'm not saying it's wrong. It's like Sudoku, right? We figure this is what's there. There is thing here.
Why is he in this discussion? Right? That's my question. What I know, he should just shut up. Right? I understand it's his podcast, but he's making an ass out of himself. Mr. Sudoku.
You know, we look at the numbers and we say 2, 5, or 6 must be in this space.
That's very coherent.
I have to say, maybe you're wrong. He's doing as well as anyone else.
No, he shouldn't. This goes back to my story with my buddy, the expert mechanic. I was talkative.
Yes.
I was talkative when we weren't in the garage, but once we were in the garage and everyone's hanging around and he's telling everyone what he's doing, you never heard from me. Where's Johnny at?
Yeah, but that would imply, but the other people there are making sense and know what they're talking about.
The point is,
your friend did know about mechanics.
Yeah, and I wasn't inserting myself in the discussion. Why would I? That's his problem.
I agree. Right, under those circumstances, why would you? But in this situation, he's making as much sense as the other three.
Yeah, true. All right, go ahead, take him off on an idiot tangent. It's amateur night.
So my point is simply, I think it.
My point is simply, my word.
Obviously, the point of dark.
Use your words.
We don't know, and based on what we think.
Your point is we don't know. Was that your whole point with all that gibberish? It makes perfect sense.
Think about general relativity. We are plugging something in we've not yet discovered.
And
well,
it's actually,
we're plugging,
over a century almost.
Further, it goes back further than that. What they're saying is that F equals ma, which
who's saying F equal ma is bunk? It's bunk. It was debunked many years ago. So why is he coming with F equal ma? Something with dark matter?
What has any of that got to do with general relativity?
Yeah.
This is some train wreck.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bob. Screw the pooch again.
Which was Newton's formula. Okay.
Which was Newton's formula. Formula for what? Does he know the difference between a formula and an equation, Adam?
Sorry. I ran for wine. Sorry.
You sound like you're out of breath.
Yeah. Well, I was trying to do it without nobody noticing.
I caught you. I damn near caught you. I caught you at the end. I don't think Babylon Bob knows the difference between equations and formulas. I stumped. Look at when Adam goes quiet. That means the little mouse is up in there, and it's running around the circle. Yeah. Is F equal ma a formula or an equation?
Ooh.
We'll let that one go. Let's
it's a formula.
Let's circle back to that at some point. Okay.
It's a formula.
Einstein's formula is G equals 8 pi tau, which is
What does that mean?
almost identical to F equals ma.
Well, then how can that be? Well, F equal ma is bunk. It was the bunk. So Einstein, why are you talking about formulas here? What the hell does this mean? Let's hear it.
So what does F equal ma mean?
Force equals mass times acceleration.
Well, see, here we go. See, didn't Whitsitt tell you that, no, your paradigm is Einstein's relativity, not Newton. Newton was debunked 110 years ago. See, and now, like I told you, right on time, they're going back to Newton. What did I tell you before? Never fails.
I hope you ask him what G equals 8 pi tau means.
Let's see.
So M is the mass.
We'd like somebody to define that monkey for us.
So if you get these galaxies are rotating 10 times faster than F equals ma will allow, what you have to do is increase the M of the equation.
Whitsitt, do you have like an objection here? Because now they're on to Newtonian nonsense when you said, no, it's a general theory of relativity. Any objection?
He asked to object.
Point.
Say again?
I think I've got your point.
What?
The simple fact that it's theoretical physics, what you present as a formula automatically becomes an equation.
Oh, you're back on the equation. We'll talk about that after the show. Let's focus back here. The F equal ma. This is nonsense. He just contradicted himself. He's not objecting.
It's the dark matter.
So you said you were a physicist?
I was a physics major.
Physics major.
Yeah, but I don't have a degree in physics.
Oh, okay. Thank you. You're not a physicist then.
Physics.
I had a conversation with Professor.
Physics major mean?
He was a physics major and he didn't complete the degree. So that's
Not
where
like
he
a
is.
qualification.
Say again?
So we have GCSEs, A levels, then degree,
right?
And master's degree.
Yeah.
So is it like an A level? Is what I'm.
No, it's not a degree, or he was a physics major, but that's all he said. He took a couple. It's not any level.
Asking, is it an undergraduate qualification?
It would be undergraduate, but what this? It's not a qualification. He didn't get a degree. Follow? It's a nothing burger. He took a couple physics courses, is what he said. That's fine.
Okay.
He was talking about formulas. So let's get back. Why did you ask him that? He was talking about formulas. Isn't that mathematics? What's that have to do with physics, Tim? You too, Babylon Bob. Why did you even answer? Why didn't you correct him? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Once where this was 20 years ago.
Here we go with another knucklehead anecdotal fallacy from 20 years ago. We're on dark matter and Newton. When Newton was already destroyed a couple minutes earlier.
We're talking about string theory. I was reading a book on.
Oh my God.
string theory and dimensions, and he said something like, yeah, well, now it's M theory, and there's another dimension they just added. And he was like, the issue is that it seems sometimes like a lot of these guys have dedicated their whole lives to the research of this unified theory where they're trying to figure out what's going on.
What in the world are we doing now? All over the map.
And to learn that 30, 40 years of research may have been in the complete wrong direction would be
This is just vague horse shit that has nothing
What
to do with
research is he referring to?
Yeah, no one knows. He's just making it up.
Emotionally shattering to these people. So
whoever he's about to admit his greatest fear, can we have a J? I think he just admitted a conspiracy cats moment. Why he can't consider it? Because
he's just making it up. There's nothing here.
All I heard was the consequences of if it was true.
No, 20 years ago, some idiot was telling him this. It's just an idiot anecdotal fallacy. It's so vague. It's a nothing burger. No, I'm not giving it a J.
Instead of saying maybe I'm wrong, they say add another dimension to make it work.
Exactly. Yeah. Same with relativity. Actually,
exactly. Same with relativity. What's the same with relativity? Which relativity?
PhD physicist Robert Bennett. You know him. Shout out to him.
PhD physicist Robert Bennett. What now? You gonna give another anecdotal fallacy? What does Robert Bennett say?
Him. I talked to him quite a bit.
What do you talk to him about?
He said basically it appears you're just gonna have to wait for some of them to die. You know, like that's
and wait for some of who to die. Great, thanks.
And that's actually what I was told. This is a really fascinating conversation because I was reading a book on.
Now he's reading a book all over the map.
A couple different books on quantum theory and things like that.
No, you weren't.
And what I was told was,
you were reading a book, and what you were told, did somebody tell you from inside the book?
Major shifts in science happen when generations of scientists die.
Yep.
I'll bet you the science and the scientists, there was no science, and those people that were claiming they were scientists weren't. How about that, Tim? You factor that in.
Because they over a lifetime, they develop a view of the world.
Who are they? Over their lifetime. This is just nothing but... He's just making this shit up. There's nothing here.
World that they are
Does it mean like
Yeah.
when someone's alive and they say don't describe something to me, and then they die, and then immediately they ascribe it to him?
Yep.
Like that?
Yeah, it's something like that, Chocolate.
How can there be a shift in science? That makes no sense.
Yeah, that makes no... Exactly. Thanks, Brian. That's non sequitur. Would they shift the scientific method? Did they put the third step in the first step and move the first step to the fourth? You clown, Tim.
Attached to, and that's not an insult. And it's not to say that they're irrational.
Mine was. It's like...
It is a good point, right?
This is a good point, really, Adam. Please, pray tell.
Let me finish. Well, I'll tell you why, because of what Chocolate just said. It's kind of true. Like, they wait for the oldies, the Maxwell's and that, to die, and then the next wave of crap comes in. So, unlike the way he's portraying it, the way Chocolate's just actually described it in reality is you get a load of new nonsensical stuff that the previous people wouldn't have agreed with. But they have to wait till they died, and then posthumously ascribe stuff to them.
Sure, that happened with Newton. Yes. Any other examples? You'd be hard pressed. He's just making, this is an anecdotal fallacy. He's just making it up.
The replacement of people that you used to rebut or would have argumentation, then they die.
I get the concept.
New stuff in like relativity and the generational. I think they've got a point in terms of generational changes. The bit I like with Chocolate on it is that it's not necessarily an advancement in knowledge. It's often a misrepresentation for an agenda.
Yes, but that's not what he's talking about. An anecdotal fallacy, Adam. Focus for me, please. He's just making this shit up.
Just had my own Adam agenda for a moment. I like what Chocolate said.
Rational or angry, it's that.
And that's cool.
What's cool?
Sorry.
What's cool, chocolate?
I said that the atom agenda is cool because it backs up the chocolate agenda.
Yeah, that's
go.
just a piece of the chocolate agenda that really didn't have much to do with the Tim agenda here.
So what you've
See
got
the world
to
in this one.
realize, chocolate, is the QE agenda, which is such a very tight timescale. Go.
Way, and they see all these pieces, and it's hard for them to turn around and look at something different. Someone who's young comes in and is navigating the space from a different perspective, and they might notice something. So when the older generation dies, I mean, this literally explains geocentrism and heliocentrism.
Oh, yeah, that's the explanation for heliocentrism and geocentrism. Yeah, that's the explanation I got. Oh, my God.
There's a generational shift, and then people now viewed the universe and it became mainstream conventional that we orbit around the sun.
We orbit around the sun. You got any proof of that?
When one generation goes, the new generation believes something totally.
When one generation of storytellers go, there's a new generation of storytellers that come in. That's amazing. Did you figure that out all by yourself?
That's literally what he's saying, though. He's saying paradigms change by whoever dies. That's the simplest way of what he's saying.
Yeah,
Someone dies, let's just change the model, change the paradigm. Yeah.
That's great. What does this have to do with dark matter and F equals ma? That Babylon Bob was just talking, that he just sidebarred with. Nothing.
Slight correction. There's no such thing as dark, just less lit. So that would be less lit matter.
No, you got it. You got it wrong. That shadows are just dark light. You've been T-jumped. We'll get to him. Be patient.
Different.
Well, this is a major part of it that people need to understand. It's the Copernican
This is the major part of what?
principle. It's the idea.
So the Copernican principle is the major part of dark matter, or people dying. See, it's agendas. The disconnected agendas is what we got going on here. Like I said in the beginning, they should have flew in like a 200-ton keg of Adderall, and they all just hook up like they got central lines input, and they just hook up to it. This is where we're at.
Yeah,
that's what's pissing me
Nobody's
off.
on point here. Nobody's even following a correct pseudoscience direction. Nobody's on point in any way. There's one comment has no real connection or a loose connection to the last one.
Yep.
And 3 comments later, they're talking about something completely different.
Yep. That's what this whole thing's been for an hour and 2 minutes. Pull out your abacus. Make a guess on where we're gonna go next.
I did that the Earth
That's
doesn't.
what your movie's about.
Yeah, that's what the principle is referring to. Yeah, the Earth doesn't occupy a special or unique position. This is like a philosophy. It's that the idea that the universe is so huge that it's illogical to think the Earth.
Let me give you a good example of how a scientist can be so biased when
Oh, which scientist is that, Babylon?
he's looking at that so-called evidence. Edwin Hubble, you've heard about him?
Yeah.
Edwin Hubble was never a scientist to begin with. He's an astronomer. He's clueless about natural science. So everything following this point is moot.
He has a telescope named after him.
Yeah. Famous guy, famous astronomer, one of the most famous. We cover him in the movie. And in 1929, he used the Mount Wilson telescope in California, a 100-inch telescope. I mean, it's as big as this table. You could see galaxies for the first time in human history.
Wow.
So he's...
Wow. Really? He's looking at him through a second law of thermodynamics violation, Bob.
Saw them. But he saw something peculiar in these galaxies, and that was they all had a redshift.
Oh, goodness. Oh, my God. How fortunate was this?
Yeah, perfect.
Wasn't it perfect? You see, folks, we were talking about, I'll make it quick, on the show the other day, somehow the nebular hypothesis came up. And we were talking about the author, the true author of the nebular hypothesis, Emanuel Swedenborg. We won't get into that. But anyway, I said, you guys should check out my video on this. And the video is Redshift Slaughtering Redshift and the Nebular Hypothesis. So I went back to one of my old videos. Good luck trying to find it. Go to my playlist and go to cathexis. That's where you're going to find this. And Redshift was part of it. And I said, you know what? I haven't seen this in years. Let me see how I presented this. And I went and I suggested that everyone go ahead and look at it. They haven't yet. I suggested they do it over the weekend. But I told them to focus on Redshift and how it was a train wreck. This is going to get good. How fortuitous. Bob, can you please define Redshift?
Of the light beams.
What year was
light beams? Uh-oh.
this?
1929. Okay, and he wrote a book in 1937 describing all this called the observational, that's the key word, observational approach to cosmology.
Why is it a key word? Don't they use observation in cosmology? Huh?
Okay. What do we see out there?
It's a key word.
It's just a key word, Chocolate?
No, it's a key word because it's literally going to be what they disregard later on.
Oh.
Like what we observe, we're going to say, no, it can't be that. Watch.
Are you trying to predict the future on Babylon Bob? That's a dangerous game.
Well, he's the one who pulled out Edwin Hubble. You know what he said?
Well, let's see.
How do we interpret it? Okay.
How do we interpret what?
So he sees the redshift of all these galaxies, no blue shifts. How do we, I mean, this looks like the Earth is in the center of the universe.
How? What the hell is redshift? Bob. What's redshift? We need to get to the bottom of this. Let's see if they're going to let him whistle past.
He says it in the book.
In every direction, you see a red shift.
Right.
A red shift of what?
So can you explain redshift?
Yeah.
Oh, Tim. See, you see, every now and again, a dumbass cracker gets something right. Right? Thank you.
Even that is wrong.
Now he did phrase it wrong. He said, "Can you explain redshift?" He shouldn't have said that. He said, "Can you define redshift?" Follow? But listen, he's in the ballpark, though. You got to give him some type of credit, right?
Yeah, but he got it wrong because not in every direction. Redshift is there's also blue shift. So what direction do you see blue shift in?
Well, you're
you can't see redshift in every direction. Because that means there can't be a blue shift.
You're 6 steps down the line, Brian. Relax.
I know.
Just wait. He did a good job. Tim did a good job right here. Let's hear it again. Good job.
Action. You see a red shift.
Right.
So can you explain redshift?
Yeah. When light travels, it can be disturbed, taken energy from it. And the light you see is
really?
Is going to shift more to the red end of the spectrum.
That's right. Is this the 3rd grade description, Bob?
Spectrum than it would to the blue end of the spectrum.
Really?
Now you know what light is because you see a rainbow.
You know what light is because you see a rainbow. Adam, do you know what light is because have you ever seen a rainbow, Adam?
Often.
What's light?
Do you know what light is? And I say yes because I've seen a rainbow.
Oh my God. Bob, you're an asshat, dude.
You see 7 colors. So it'll be like seeing a rainbow with more red.
But then what's light?
Than usual.
And so what?
That's an amazing description, Bob. You'd fail like intro to physics, like junior high school.
What does that imply?
That implies if you get redshift from every angle you're looking at, okay, and you get no blue shift,
okay,
that means we, the observer, have to be in the center of.
Oh, wait a second. How you figure that? How you figure that, Bob? That makes no sense. That's non sequitur.
This is proof of geocentrism.
I don't know. He's got a big problem because you only get redshift with waves. waves. Hey, Witsit, you should have bounced up here. Remember? This is what you said. I never claimed that light was a wave. You can only get redshift from wave. That's a wave property. Babylon Bob. Light's not a wave, Holmes. Yeah, turn out the lights, Babylon Bob. The party's over right there. So you're a glue sniffer. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I don't deserve it now.
Plus,
I interrupted.
Plus, like I said in my presentation that I did, Redshift, well, the way I clobbered Redshift, it was one of my first presentations. It was the CMB and the Redshift, and then from that point, I branched out and put them with other presentations, but I digress. I did that presentation. Now, I didn't debunk it. There was a lot of people before me, and the reason why I didn't debunk it right straight away in my original presentation is I had to give Halton Arp his due, because even Halton Arp, within that paradigm, destroyed, utterly clobbered their concept of redshift, and he was expelled. His name's Halton Chip Arp. So I wanted to give him his due, because all he simply did was show parent galaxies and quasi-stellar objects that are part of the galaxy. We're in their paradigm. I'm speaking in their paradigm now, folks. They're looking out in the cosmos, and they're seeing galaxies and quasi-stellar objects and daughter galaxies that are all connected. That is, they're all in the same vicinity of themselves, galactically speaking. What Halton Arp did is redshift all these parents and quasi-stellar objects that are connected to each other and showed massive, like belly-laughing, massive differences in their Z value or their redshift values that would put the parent galaxy at 500 million light years away, but the quasi-stellar object that's connected to it, or the daughter galaxy that's connected to it, at 30 billion light years away when they're in the same vicinity, utterly destroying the whole concept of redshift. Redshift is a cornerstone of astronomy and cosmology and astrophysics. Now, I could destroy it easily by saying, show light as a wave, and it's all over. But Halton Arp didn't do that. He just did it within the paradigm just by looking at galaxies, daughter galaxies, and quasi-stellar objects. I went through like 3 examples in my presentation. I would suggest to watch that presentation. So what you do is go to my channel, go to Cathexis, go to playlists, go to Cathexis, and just scroll down, and you're going to see Redshift slaughtering Redshift and the nebular hypothesis. Sorry for being so long-winded. I wanted to tear it apart appropriately. Any comments? Sorry.
Yeah. Is that what all this was about, midweek? Have you had some kind of divine intervention?
No, it was no. Nope. It's all in God's plan.
That's what I'm saying. Fortuitous, or it was a divine intervention that you sent all this stuff and then Redshift.
They're not mutually exclusive. Divine intervention and fortuitous can be. You can have them. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. You said no, it wasn't.
I said no. I said no, it wasn't. What I said no, it wasn't. What?
Is that why you were on about it the night when I disappeared? Because it's been in your head.
I thought we already been on this. Yeah, it was in my head because of Emanuel Swedenborg.
I look. All I know is I came barging in, and we weren't allowed to talk about Redshift, so I was confused.
Oh yeah, you came into the middle of a discussion. Yeah, don't worry about that. All right, but we'll continue. We're good. Everyone heard it.
Of it all.
So I got a riddle for you guys.
What?
You are in a cabin.
No, I've got one. What's black and white and red all over?
What's black and white and red all over? Frog in a blender.
Penguin sunbathing at midnight in Antarctica.
Wow.
Nicely done, Adam. Nicely done. So now we're in the Tim Fool's riddles. Right after he'd been bogarted by Redshift. Too funny. What's the riddle?
Can I ask a question?
Hurry up.
Before you press play. Have I been validated yet with my statement that if I was there, I'd start not basically interrupting straight away, trying to get things on track? Because people were saying that would be the wrong thing to do. I beg to differ.
I would still think that they would overwhelm you with their incoherent red herring fallacies. You couldn't keep up.
Brian, sometimes the wrong thing to do is the right thing to do.
They would overpower you. They would combine their superpowers. Wonder Twin powers activate, and they would render you null. All right,
well,
Tim.
This is where being manually gets you.
Yeah. All right, Tim.
It's being genuine, Curie.
You're muttering again.
There's very little interest in the room about flat Earth.
Yep. Thanks, Adam. Appreciate that. We want to hear Tim's riddle.
How does this go? I'm going to ruin it. With 4 windows, and I'm ruining it. Let me look it up.
With 4 windows. Oh my God.
Let me finish the story first.
Finish the story.
Oh God. Let's finish your train wreck story that I slaughtered it along with you.
Okay. So he says, but we can't have this. This is horrible. This is horrific.
Well, he was a moron. You're talking about Hubble. Hubble was a moron. It wasn't.
Did I not foreshadow this?
Well, we got we got a bunch of Gene Dixons in here in this mug.
We would only
Miss
accept
Cleo.
this as a last resort to it.
Did you say Miss Theo?
Miss Cleo.
Cleo.
Psychic network.
Psychic network, too funny. Yeah.
Explain the phenomena that the Earth is in the center. So what do we do?
Oh, there you go, Adam. Yes, that all this is about the Earth being at its center. Yep.
I thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Well, here's what we do. We get rid of the center.
You're getting rid of the center, or is this he's in a story? Maybe he's playing. I know what it is. You're playing Edwin Hubble. Oh, by the way, Edwin Hubble was born right down the street from where I'm at now. About 20 miles. Just want to let you know.
Get rid of the center. Okay. That means we get rid of Euclidean geometry, and we make a balloon of the universe.
That's what he's doing. He's playing Edwin Hubble.
A balloon has no center.
So much for the observations he was so on about before.
Yep.
Now we're going to completely get rid of that.
Yeah, we're on a balloon.
A plastic surface. Okay. We put the galaxies on the surface of this balloon.
The galaxies are out in a second law of thermodynamics violation with a fairy tale balloon.
And then we blow the balloon up. So it gets...
Blow the balloon up? What's a balloon? Did you catch that? Yeah, I'm catching everything, folks. You bet your ass I am.
Galaxies on the surface of this balloon, and then we blow the balloon up. So,
balloon? He said balloon. So blow the balloon up, Bob.
Hold up.
Babylon Bob blowing balloons up. Good.
I remember this from when I was a kid, this theory.
Yeah.
This wouldn't, right, so this then wouldn't support geocentrism, would it? Because all points would have everything expanding away from us. Everything's on the outer surface of an expanding universe.
No, you're missing it. This is not his...
No, let me finish. And everything would have the redshift that he claims that would support his geocentrism, but he's now explaining away that every point would observe redshift by its then definition usage.
On the
what I mean is he's pissing on his own bonfire, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yep. Yes, sir.
Oh, with him bringing up the balloon, is this the thing where they mark the balloon in different points and then blow it up, and then they see the the points expand from each other. Is that what he's talking about?
Yes.
This wonderful science he's
Yeah.
talking about? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. Now he's making fun of it though. Because
Okay.
you follow. He's making fun of it because he's a geocentrist. He's given the story on how Edwin Hubble and the other pseudoscientists explained it away. Follow?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Wider and wider and wider. What's going to happen? Each galaxy is going to see the other galaxy move away from it, and what's it going to see? Redshift.
So you're in a house with 4 walls facing.
Oh my God. He's back. I think he's back to his riddle.
Google searched it, and he doesn't care what his guests have just said.
Yep. He's just gonna go for it. Let's go back. That
He's
is-
throwing them bows.
those his guest explanations has no effect on him.
Move away from it, and what's it going to see? Redshift.
So you're in a house with 4 walls facing south. You step outside and see a bear. What color is the bear?
White.
What?
You're in a house.
It caught Bob off guard because he's doing a riddle in the middle of his explanation. Too funny.
House with 4 walls facing south.
Okay, you're in a house and all 4 walls are facing south. You got that?
Okay.
You step
my
outside and
God.
see a bear. What?
If you step outside, to be at a place where all 4 walls are facing south, it would
Do
have to,
it. Don't do it.
don't do it.
Don't do it.
Okay.
Color is the bear?
It's just like
4 walls.
I know Christmas is coming. This is like something you read in a cracker, isn't it?
Too funny, man. Let him go. I'm not gonna answer it. You guys know what type of bear it is, right? And the reason why? Too funny.
Walls facing south.
You step outside and see a bear. What color is the bear?
I don't know.
Anybody?
I believe it's 4
Don't
walls
think
facing. Oh, yeah. Okay.
What color is the bear?
It's not okay. What? He's asking you what color is the bear. 3 times the answer is not okay.
It's not white.
Well, where are we? A pub quiz. What's going off?
We're there. He just put a riddle out and Jedi mind tricked everyone into thinking about the riddle.
Mine was better.
What was it? Oh, the black and I
Black
got.
and
Oh
white
yeah,
and all over.
the sunbathing penguin. Yours was better, no doubt about it.
Okay, it is white because you're at the North Pole.
Exactly.
Yeah, see, you finally got this is the only thing you answered correctly this whole train wreck of a so-called debate. Go ahead, Brian.
Who won the Tour de France in 1978?
I have no idea, man.
It's about mix about. It's about.
That's a
what's
fact,
relevant.
though. That's not a. You have to come up with a riddle. That's not a riddle.
Why are there no accidents in Santa's workshop?
That's not a riddle.
Because of the health and safety.
Who didn't win the Tour de France in 1978? Yes,
That's, I
did
love
receive
it.
a
I
trophy.
love that question. Bozo the clown.
Incorrect.
Are you saying Bozo the clown won?
No, I'm saying he didn't win it. No, that's not the answer to the riddle.
You guys are out of control.
Exactly.
Oh,
Walls are
okay.
facing
All
south.
right.
The answer.
So that's what.
What's the? Please.
The answer is the person who won Wimbledon in 1978.
That's lovely. Thanks for that. Thanks for stopping me.
On board.
This reminds me of
Yeah.
how could it be that your house is facing south in every direction?
Yeah.
You're clearly on the North Pole.
Yeah.
The only direction you can go from there would be south.
Look,
What?
we are actually gonna unpick a Christmas cracker riddle, aren't we? This is this guy's contribution.
Yep.
Christmas cracker.
Yep.
Dude.
What are we surprised? At least he's consistent.
South.
Perfect. I'm going to use that.
What
I'm gonna
with your
use that? Where? Christmas at dinner table When you open a cracker.
Now with his balloons.
And so the riddle is, what does a bear have to do with my house facing south? But if you actually break it down, you're like, how could your walls only face south?
Yeah, we got it a long time ago. Could we move on?
You're at the North Pole. The only...
Give him a J.
I'm not doing a J. Nope.
I said, really enjoy this explanation.
Nope, I'm not doing it.
Bear that you're going to find up there. I don't even know if polar bears are at the North Pole, but whatever.
Okay,
that's
so
the
just
joke.
put the finishing touch on this, the icing on the cake. So the guy, he says, we expand the balloon.
Okay, now we're back into the balloons.
No, pause. Because what do Globers claims at the North Pole?
What do Globers claim is at the North Pole? I don't know.
Not ice. Water. Just
What?
Water. There's
Water.
nothing there. When we were kids, there used to be an ice sheet, but now there isn't anything. It's just water.
That was really important. Thanks, Adam. And thanks for stopping.
What kind of house have you got with 4 walls that you step out on, onto water, and then meet a polar bear?
Maybe its foundation was life preservers.
I want Witsit to come on and go, don't be stupid. That
What
would
if-
mean you're on roof.
What if it's a pontoon house?
It's a houseboat.
It's a houseboat.
Polar bear.
I heard houseboat. It was right in line with my pontoon.
Imagine if someone just interjected right now and said, let's get this flat earth debate train on the tracks. Where's your globe evidence?
You would have
Imagine what would
no
happen.
way. No way. It wouldn't work. You would be overwhelmed and overcome by Tim. He'd come out with something else immediately. and then look over at Astronomy Dead so you wouldn't be able to answer.
Balloon, you see redshift. We don't have any more Earth in the center. Problem solved. Okay.
Yeah, if you're a moron, yeah.
So Father Lemaitre comes along, Belgian.
Now we have Father Lemaitre. Is that your father, Bob? That would make sense because Babylon Bob, that's one of his fathers. Because Bob's a Catholic, a proud Catholic too. That's why he called him father.
Priest, Catholic, and says, okay, let's do this. Let's reverse the expansion and make it go down to what happened.
Let's reverse the expansion that we conjured from the redshift we have no clue of. Let's reverse that and the balloon out in the second law of thermodynamics violation. And then what do we have, Bob?
Happened at the beginning. And you can't define what happened at the beginning. That's why they call it a singularity.
Well, didn't they define a singularity? Even though it's a train wreck, they still defined it. Train wrecking your claim right here, idiot.
But they're figuring it took 13.78 billion years.
They're figuring. I'd like to see those figures and how they got those figures.
Like for it to start.
0.78.
What's that?
I like the 0.78.
Did he say 0.78 or
it
just?
really is. Yeah. Because you could have anything before that, 4, 8, 9, 10. Yeah? But to know it's really valid, 0.78 units of bullshit.
I thought he meant
inaccurate.
I thought he meant 0.7 or 0.8. Did he say 0.78?
Either way, you can see he's trying to be accurate in his bullshit.
Yeah.
Start here, and
wait, start here. I thought it started there.
Then expand to the point where we see redshift everywhere.
It doesn't matter. Redshift's debunked. It's been debunked for years. I mean, Halt and Arp did it years and years ago. Has to be at least 3 or it's more than 4 decades.
Are we still on the surface of a balloon?
Yeah, we're back. We're at redshift. I think we are still on. I don't know. That's a good question.
You see, and that's how you get out of an Earth-centered universe is by rearranging the universe into a
Riemannian. What?
And 2-dimensional balloon instead of a Euclidean.
Riemannian 2-dimensional. Riemannian isn't 2-dimensional. Can somebody go track that down? I reserve a spot where I'm wrong, but Riemannian isn't two-dimensional. We'll continue, though.
Euclidean geometry with a center.
I think the argument they make is that the universe
The argument, who makes, who are they?
is expanding, and we are not in the center of it, but is expanding. It's still expanding around us. Thus,
yes, and Penelope Pitstop was Bruce Lee's grandfather.
you will see a redshift regardless.
Redshift's bunk, Tim.
Yeah.
So if you know the way you're describing it is if you're on this balloon, even if we were on the leftmost surface of it,
the leftmost surface. That would be depending on where you're at, where you're looking at it from, right?
as it's expanding, we're going to see things even right next to us redshifting as they're moving away from us.
Yeah, but
you ain't going to see redshift, and it's going to be utterly meaningless to you anyway.
we're going to see blue shifts too.
How are we going to see blue shifts?
That's the issue.
How would you see a blue shift?
Because
that's what I said, Tim.
You're closer to the light now, and it's not going to.
We're closer to the light. Huh?
You're getting Jedi mind tricked. You're engaging in this. Well, you're supposed to be being succinct. You're engaging in this crap bullshittery and nonsense.
He Jedi mind tricked me, man. I got to answer.
Going to have the same kind of stretching that it had when you were in the center.
But
the center of what?
It's still moving away from you. So no matter where you are in an expanding surface,
what's still moving away? Oh my God!
Everything's moving away from you.
Very slowly. So you're not going to get an intense redshift. It's going to shift to the blue end of the spectrum now.
So it's not red; it's blue now. Why?
I don't think it wouldn't shift to blue. It would just be less red.
Sure,
should be
shift to blue. It has nowhere else to go.
But if it's
It
moving
wouldn't
away
be
from
blue,
you,
it would be less red. What the hell? Wow.
The shadows are just darker light. Did he just T-jump us?
Yes. That's why I'm laughing.
It's still going to be red?
It's moving slowly away from you because you're near the edge.
Near the edge of what?
Balloon.
Near the edge of the balloon? Isn't everyone near the edge of the balloon on the balloon?
Everybody's on the edge of the balloon. Standing.
So why would that? So even if it's moving away from you, it could have a blue shift.
What? Even if what's moving away from you?
No, it'll shift more to the blue end of the spectrum. It's not going to have the same amount.
What? Who knows? You've been Jedi mind tricked. You're starting to answer.
No, this is why I said, why would he invoke this? Because it destroys his position. He's now trying to figure out, even though there is blue, as you've alluded to, why there could be blue if everything is moving away, which is the presupposed cause of redshift. Now he invokes a situation where everything's on the edge of an ever-expanding balloon. And now he's trying to figure out how we cannot have redshift at certain points that are, by his predefined new situation on the edge of a balloon, expanding away from him.
Did you say
in trouble, isn't it?
Did you say balloon or balloon?
Balloon.
That's correct.
Balloon.
Correct.
Out of redshift.
I see what you're
talking
right,
about degrees here.
Yes, this has actually all been disproven too.
Oh, yes, it has. And
you balloon denier.
I
finally heard something that made sense.
All right, let's see.
You can look up like all the redshift anomalies.
Correct. He must have saw my presentation.
There are things that are way closer to things that are super far away. They have way more redshift. Though.
Exactly. You got it. Now, I'm not claiming that he's seen my presentation. He could have watched. It's out there.
Right.
But so the universe is expanding.
No.
Oh.
First,
Redshift.
Hold on. First, define universe, and then show how it's expanding. And Brian was second. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, redshift. Have you ever seen this?
Me? You talking me personally?
Yeah.
No.
Where would you go to see it?
Outside.
You'd have to. You could possibly do it. It's similar to a Doppler shift because sound is waves, so you could observe it that way. So let me take that back. So let me take that back. Yes, I've observed redshift.
How
No,
can you observe what they're
just to
calling
be
redshift
clear,
if
though.
light is not a wave?
Hold on, Adam. He's asking a question. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, you're not answering
can
it.
Never. Now, listen. I'm not answering. I'm going to recuse myself from this discussion because I think I screwed up. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go. Now, I have not. Let me stick with my first response. I have not observed redshift. Go ahead.
Okay.
Adam.
Just because I don't see how you could observe redshift when light is not a wave.
Correct.
It would be impossible to
Yes.
observe it.
Correct. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, after that, yeah. I thought what you could do is go outside and look at the night sky and see if it looks.
See if it looks what? Did you trip?
That's what they're saying. Like, when you look at the sky, see the bit you look at the sky, it's actually bigger than it was yesterday because it's expanding.
It wasn't bigger than it
Can
was
you
yesterday.
observe it? No, because it's just a theoretical concept. You're now on the edge of a balloon.
Oh, you're still on the balloon. We're off the balloon now, Adam. He's asking.
Balloon.
Oh, Jesus.
No.
No, that's the philosophical assumption required to get rid of the idea the Earth could be in the center. Hubble.
It's not a philosophical idea. Redshift doesn't exist because light's not a wave, period.
No, but which it's right again.
No, it's not no. It's yes.
Once again, the most informed person in the room on their nonsense is the flat earther.
There's no doubt about it, but he's just confirmed. He's saying redshift is debunked, right? He said it was philosophical. It's not philosophical. It was conjured because of their morons thinking light's a wave, which he doesn't believe, by the way. Even though he made the claim when he first came in there that light must be a wave because it needs a medium, ether, to travel through. And then he said he doesn't travel, for God's sake.
Hubble actually said it was intolerable and horrific. It shows that it implies the Earth's in the center, akin to what everyone thought throughout mankind. But we're going to avoid that at all costs.
Well, so if the universe isn't expanding, what explains the redshift?
What explains the redshift? That's a bit circular, don't you think?
He thinks that was profound.
Yes, he does. Yosemite Sam.
There are many theories, actually.
There's many theories about redshift.
Here we
really?
go. Yes. Oh, yes, there are.
There are.
Which one do you think? Oh, yes.
Oh, baby. There's scientific theories of redshift. All right.
It's got sod all to do with flat Earth.
Yep.
But if you're an Ethereum or an electric universe exponent, yes.
No, they're done. Because he already listen, Adam. He already told us a number of times that he's never claimed light was a wave, and he said, I've got it written down. I got it on audio too. Light's not a wave. Then there can't be many theories according to you unless he's talking about there's many quote unquote, I hate that meat hook shit, in the Baltards paradigm. Now, then he could be correct. You follow what I'm saying? You got to identify what paradigm you're in or you're going to confuse people. So I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're just regurgitating their horse shit. I'll leave you go.
I'm saying, I'll clarify my point.
Not your point,
As
Whitson's point. I'm letting him go.
Yeah. Well, as a flat earther, though, it's a very simple thing to clarify your position. Unless you want to introduce something else that you believe in, that would want to continue this argument and substantiate redshift again. Not as a
Adam
barometer of the, let me finish. Not as a barometer of the expansion of the universe, but as something to do with how the electromagnetic etheric universe functions.
Well, he's not in that yet, Adam, is what I'm trying to say. I think he's providing apologetics. I'm not done yet. I'm going to give us a J. I'm going back. Listen to what he's talking about. And if he's giving their paradigm to them, I have no problems with this from him. Let's see.
No, that's the philosophical assumption required to get rid of the idea the Earth could be in the center. Hubble actually said it was intolerable and horrific. It shows that it implies the Earth's in the center, akin to what everyone thought throughout mankind. But we're going to avoid that at all costs.
Well, so if the universe isn't expanding, what explains the redshift?
There are many theories, actually.
There's a very simple one. When you have a galaxy out
Well, Bob interrupted him.
there and the light
Anonymous
beam leaves the
called you
galaxy.
get overtalked.
Yep, Bob, he took it from him. So I don't hold him accountable for this.
Galaxy, the gravity of the galaxy is going to pull on that light beam.
The gravity's gonna pull on light beams. Yeah, right.
Then
Yes, and Pocahontas was an MI6 mermaid and the mastermind behind the sinking of the Lusitania, Bob. You clown.
Look at his face.
You're a clown. What's gravity? We need to start there.
And it's going to turn it into a redshift.
It's going to slow it
It's
down.
going to all of a sudden, like presto magico, turn it into a redshift, huh, Bob? Is that your final answer, or you want to phone a friend?
Effectively.
Yeah.
And there's something called the tired light theory, which is the idea that it attenuates proportionate to distance. So
I'm not going to give this to him because he's purporting on what their paradigm states, the Baltards.
similar to how like a laser can't go as far through water as air, it attenuates, it gets absorbed into the medium.
You can't follow that because then light would have to travel. So you're on thin ice right now. For light to attenuate, by definition, it must travel. So you better stick within their paradigm. Don't you dare step out of it.
So that would do it. There's also
Like light is passing through things that interfere.
Yeah,
Yeah, it could be it. That was the first theory.
Yeah, and I don't even.
That's not a scientific theory.
I actually think that it's electromagnetic retardation. Is that?
Yeah, it sure is. And the retardation is all on you.
Well, excuse my 30 seconds of presumptuousness.
Yeah.
And what an amazing phrase.
Yep.
To introduce your belief about electromagnetic retardation.
That's redshift.
What we're about to get, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it?
That's redshift, according to him. Now he's owning this, right?
I know that. I'm just saying what a very apt phraseology to use.
Yep. Yes, light's neither electric nor magnetic. Number one. Number two, it can't be, according to your philosophy, retard, is that light doesn't travel. So it can't be retardation. You're retarded, but it can't be, and it doesn't explain redshift because that would mean that light is a wave, which you denied. So there's two contradictions here by you because you've adopted this because you said you think it is. Now you're not in their paradigm, you're in yours. You're finished. You just contradicted yourself twice. Let's see how many more times.
Actually been shown that.
But you can't say
Wait,
that.
so
That's
you don't
offensive.
believe that galaxies are millions of light years away to begin with.
What does that have to do with anything? Why would he need to believe it anyway? Astronomy dead?
That doesn't matter at all.
It does.
No, it literally doesn't matter at all.
Exactly.
It does.
But why?
It does. Yeah.
Because you're talking about a light attenuating over great distance. Like,
Oh, if he's saying lighting attenuating over great distance, he's wits it's through.
you don't even believe in those distances. Like, how do you even
I don't
know?
believe in the medium either.
You don't believe in ether?
No. Well, okay. So now we're introducing a medium.
Oh, look at that.
So what they're going to suggest in an etheric world is there is still redshift. And like I said, it's a change of the cause of redshift.
Mm-hmm. Let's see where this goes. He's already contradicted himself twice. He's screwed. But notice the other guy brought up ether. Huh. Very interesting.
Medium, and maybe even another medium. And let's
believe
also introduce some plasma because it's been proven in a lab, unlike your belief of redshift, that photons, quote unquote.
Photons, quote unquote. What does that mean?
Which I won't get into that.
You better not. You'll train wreck yourself. You're already finished. You already contradicted yourself twice.
Redshift through plasma.
So you
redshift.
You've got redshift through plasma. So that means the light was traveling. You're through. You're finished. What's it? You don't realize this because you're a numpty dipshit.
You don't think you
Plasma
can
proportionate
replicate
to the medium.
redshift? You don't think that you can get Doppler shift on a spacecraft traveling out from the Earth?
On a spaceship?
No, why don't we all just give it a try?
Let's give it a try. Look at the way he's looking at him. Too funny. That was a good one, Astronomy Dead. You're a moron.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Yeah. He Jedi mind tricked. What's it? Hold on. Let's go back. Here we go.
Plasma.
So you
The
don't,
redshift through
you don't think you
plasma
can
proportionate
replicate
to the medium.
redshift? You don't think that you can get Doppler shift on a spacecraft traveling out from the Earth?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Really? What's it? Can somebody write this down? We'll have to ask him the next time he comes on the show. You just contradicted yourself again. You don't know what redshift is at all.
Of course, with frequency, and then you get
With frequency, what?
into like sound and wave.
Is sound and waves and what?
Sound and light, and what's the difference between
Well,
the two?
you said
What's the difference between sound and light?
Could someone please produce the naturally observed phenomenon?
No, I want to know that what's the difference between sound and light? Well, they're two different words, number one. Sound isn't illuminated. Number two. Sound isn't made of photons. Number three. Is that good?
Sound is a perturbation in a medium.
Yes, it is.
A wave, you might describe it.
Yes, thank you, Adam. Sound works on the principle of wave transmission. Light's not a wave, goober. 4. I can go on, but we need to get going.
you couldn't recreate it. Like we can test redshift.
No, what I said was
You can test redshift? How do you test it?
your theory has been proven wrong, and
What's his theory?
the reason it's been proven wrong is because the observations don't actually match the theory. For
The observations don't match the speculation. Okay, that's correct.
example, quasars, supernova, and I
Yep. He's on it. Yeah, correct. Quasars.
could go on. When these are observed significantly closer to Earth in your paradigm, there's way more redshift than things that are further away. Also,
Exactamundo. Correct.
the redshift, isn't.
Wait, you're saying that the quasars are further away than the galaxies?
No.
Oh my God.
No, that's not what he's saying. Babylon
No,
Bob, you
no,
balloon idiot.
That's how retarded these guys are.
Yep.
The only way you can interpret what Witzit's just said is, oh, so you mean the further away then? Because they got more redshift, which must mean the further away. That's what redshift means, isn't it?
Yep.
Absolute bag of spastics.
Yeah, Bob's a moron. Let's go back. Let's see if he Jedi mind tricks Witzit with this. Let's see if he gets bamboozled. 1 second.
Observed significantly closer to Earth in
Let me go back 5 seconds. Sorry, folks.
quasars, supernova, and I could go on. When these are observed significantly closer to Earth in your paradigm, there's way more redshift than things that are further away. Also, the redshift, isn't.
Wait, you're saying that the quasars are further away than the galaxy?
No, he said the quasars are significantly closer. Now, that's not true. They're in the same neighborhood as the galaxy, as the parent galaxy.
Don't you reify shit for them?
I'm just telling you that he just went the opposite of what Witzit said. Let's see if Witzit gets Jedi mind tricked by that.
No. Me and Brian want you to prove how they're closer.
Yeah, I got you.
Galaxies?
I'm saying that their model doesn't
Whose model?
actually add up. It's just based on.
Yeah, I know, but you said it looks like it's far away, but it isn't.
What looks like it's far away, but it isn't? He didn't
No,
say
that's the
Hold
theory.
on.
No, he didn't say that. But he acquiesced. Did you see Witzit shrug his shoulders like, oh my God.
Theory that goes along with quasars being way far away.
No, not the theory that quasars are way far away, moron. That the quasi-stellar objects and the daughter galaxies are in the same galactic vicinity because they're usually connected by luminous arms. This is he's a moron. He's just making shit up. He doesn't know anything about this topic.
And galaxies being rather close to us. And Halton Arp, you know.
Yeah, Halton Arp. That's who I was about to.
Yeah, Halton Arp. Exactly. But you got everything jumbled there, Babylon Bob. You did Jedi mind trick him for a second, though.
Well,
He's the one that said, no, that's not what's occurring.
Exactly.
What's occurring is the galaxies are creating the quasars, and they're right next to the galaxy.
Yeah, with different redshifts, Bob, destroying your point. My God, this guy's stupid. He's a moron.
Right.
And he actually showed filament between the two.
Yeah, exactly, Bob, which destroys your point. Witsit, hello, Witsit. Is anyone in there? He's destroying his own argument. It's a fallacious idiot argument, but he's doing it anyway. Jump on him.
Yeah.
So the whole theory that the quasars are way far away and we see a greater redshift is false.
That's not a theory, you idiot. Jedi mind trick Witsit. What are you going to do?
Yeah, but since they just had.
Yeah, not yeah. Not yeah, Witsit. Not yeah. OMG.
Had to assume that, right? Because it
Had to assume what?
had greater redshift.
Yeah.
But like Halton Arp, this is a perfect example of what happens. People call this science. It's basically a cult, though. Halton Arp was like.
See, now we're going off on another tangent.
Rev-
It's a
I
connected.
like it.
It's a connected tangent, but now we're going to get into the social aspect. Yeah, because you screwed the pooch. No, he's diverting because he knows that he didn't know what he was talking about in the beginning. Maybe he knew the surface puke headlines, but no depth. That's why he was compromised. Yes?
I like the quality of the, let's change topic to, well, none of this is science anyway. I'm on board right now.
You're on board again?
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
I'll get the life preserver.
revered, almost like completely respected astronomer, like world renowned, like had things named after him. And he comes out pointing out that redshift doesn't work. And he ends up writing a second follow-up called Seeing Red, which is a play on how he's like getting angry because he's being blacklisted. He gets blacklisted. He gets the ability, the right to actually use observatory telescopes revoked from him because he comes out and speaks out against redshift.
That's correct. Oh, that's correct. Thanks for the surface puke. He essentially got expelled.
That is not science.
Well,
No, it was never science to begin with.
because it's against the Big Bang.
Yeah, it's a cult. It's a cult. And that's what the Copernican principle is. All the evidence shows the Earth.
He successfully got out of this. Nicely done. You did get out of this redshift. I have to, unless somebody else brings it back up, you have successfully got yourself out of the train wreck that you contradicted yourself
I like
on.
the introduction of a Copernican cult.
Yeah, that's how he got out of it. Yeah, good job.
Earth is in the center. And no one knows any of this. It's been omitted from the consciousness of people. And then you get
What's been omitted? Something's been omitted from the consciousness of people? What? Halt and harp? No, I'm still conscious of it.
into the physical test. It just definitively proves it.
I want
In the physical test, definitively proves what? What's he talking about?
to say something here that is a dimension of this that deals with my major study, which is theology.
Theology. I got one word and a number for you, Babylon. Revelation 17. That ends you.
And that is this, that if the Earth is in the center of the universe,
Uh-oh.
that means somebody had to put it there.
So if the Earth is at the center of the universe, then somebody had to put it there? That's non sequitur. How so?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah,
Doesn't necessarily hold true, does it?
no. Nope.
See, if by the way you describe the universe, that somebody put other things everywhere else.
Yes. Yep, it's non sequitur. That comment. Way to go, Bob. At least you're consistent.
Because it's not going to get there by time and chance.
Who said it got there by time and chance? That's a false dichotomy. So it's either somebody put it there or it got there by time and chance. False dichotomy. And that's a logical fallacy, Bob.
Is that would some argue then that you are incentivized to push theories towards
Surely by time and chance, at some point it would be at the center of the universe, which by time and chance may be the time we're experiencing it right now.
Yeah, that's correct.
Would be
That's what I was thinking of.
Report.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I was thinking about that. There's a couple other possibilities, but we won't get into those. Let me go back. We missed what he said. What Tim said. Do you think it's a diversion?
Would some argue then that you are incentivized to push theories towards the idea of a geocentric universe?
I would never do that.
Well, I would say even the
what I'm trying to say is I would go by the evidence. If the evidence supports that theory.
What theory? If the evidence supports the theory. No, you already have the theory because you already validated the evidence. Not, yeah, you got it ass backwards, Bob.
We went through Michelson-Morley.
Michelson-Morley. What did that show you, Bob? Go ahead, Brian.
I was just wondering if anyone produced the naturally observed phenomenon yet.
No. They can't. Doesn't exist.
We went through Airy. We went through the cosmic microwave background radiation. We went
all those train wrecks that you
through
screwed
Hubble's
up.
Big Bang universe, where that came from. That's enough for me to say I don't have a bias because the evidence supports what I just said.
Now, Tim, can you flip it around, though? Now, flip around what you just asked him. Could it be said that people have a bias against the idea of intelligent design, therefore exclude the possibility of geocentrism?
So this is on, now we're on geocentrism. Well, we've been hovering around it for a while. We're going to get to the flat earth conspiracy debate at some point. We're halfway through. We're more than halfway through.
Because that is very clearly what is happening. Stephen Hawking literally says, I can't disprove geocentrism. I reject it on grounds of modesty. Hubble calls it
yeah, because it's pseudoscience.
Intolerable and horrific. Lawrence Krauss says it's coming back to haunt us.
There's another gem, Lawrence Krauss. My cat's litter box is smarter than he is.
Copernican principle is coming back to haunt us in his film. There is a...
It wasn't his film. That was mentioned in one of Stephen Hawking's, not Stephen Hawking, Lawrence Krauss's paper. I think I have that somewhere. I'm not going to search for it. I got it somewhere.
Bias against intelligent design, similar to how modern...
He called it, or they called it, the axis of evil. Right? That's when Lawrence Krauss said that the Copernicus is coming back to haunt him or some shit like that.
Academia is overwhelmingly drowning in liberalism.
Yeah.
Well, modern academia in terms of science is drowning in atheism.
No, it's not. Not actual science, it's not. Now, in the pseudoscience, it is, yes. Paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing. Cosmology, astrophysics, and astronomy. All the pseudosciences are drowning in atheism, yes. Now, do you have evidence that the actual sciences are? You're going to have to go up to all the scientists and get a poll from the actual sciences. Chemistry, biochemistry, genetics, and quantum mechanics. You're going to have to... Now, only small sections of most of those would be actual science. Parts of biology, but those would be small parts. Follow? Everyone got that? Good.
And it actually implements philosophical bias at this point. And
he's on this philosophy stuff. Do you think that he knows what philosophy is? He's always talking about it. I don't think he knows.
They can't have a creator. Well, I would say that even in the mainstream model, you still need a creator, right? You could.
Can we see that mainstream model? It was opined before a couple times. I still have yet to see it. I've been out here since 2016. I've been asking for it all the time. Haven't seen it. You're just giving it to him. Have you seen it? What's that?
But it doesn't matter. The point is, like, you see that every atheist I've ever talked to, I said, so if the Earth were in the center, let's say hypothetically, do you agree that it had to be put there?
Huh?
Look, DJ Yellow.
Somebody's off mute. Somebody get him. Somebody's off mute.
H somewhere.
Mike Discipline, am I going to have to go in there?
I would believe he's possessed.
Of course, it has to be Neil. Thanks, Neil. Appreciate that. Somebody was on it before I got there. Thank you.
Got it. I'll bring him back once
once he gets a hold of himself.
None of them deny that it drastically increases the
That's an anecdotal fallacy off a non sequitur.
chances of intelligent design at the least, right? Because if it's in the center of the whole universe.
And
define universe. What's it? I would love to hear that definition from him, wouldn't you?
That would be handy.
That would be quite informative, wouldn't it? Mark that down. Next time this idiot bumbles and fumbles and stumbles his way into FED like he did the other day, ladies and gentlemen, and got his ass tore to pieces. Nathan didn't release that video. I think it's released for non-members, 18 December. I need a number, FED number for that everyone needs to listen to. So can somebody go snatch that up for me? Thanks.
I'll have a
in
look.
Scientific American, it says 90% of the major scientists are atheists.
Major scientists. I'll bet you those 90% aren't scientists at all. Guarantee it.
What's non sequitur? They're doing science, not theology.
Not theology, exactly.
It doesn't. Well, irrespective, yeah, they're doing science. So whatever their belief system is kind of
irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Atheists.
There you go.
So there's your incentive.
Yep.
Tim, I sent you a video because we were talking about so much scientific stuff. I want to talk about maybe.
No, we haven't touched on a single scientific topic yet, Alex. You know, the reason why you made that statement is because you wouldn't know what science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. That's why you made that statement. There wasn't one scientific topic brought up up until 1:14:36. None. Zero.
Just so you know, it's 2230. FED 2230. That's the one people are looking for.
FED 2230 with pre and after show. The after show is what you want.
I'm not sure if actually some of what Witsit was when Witsit came in. I think some of that could be actually on the live show.
Really?
The live show is 1 hour 45 minutes, so it's likely.
Okay.
A little less scientific stuff. I sent you a video on X.
A little less scientific stuff? Is it a little less or just not science at all? You're either pregnant or you're not. You can't be a little pregnant, Alex. Well, maybe you can.
Where you're from Chicago, and you know this, Tim. You can go out there, and this is because I got to shut down Bob, even though I like you, Bob. If you go out there, if you pull up that video, you pull up that video. If you look across Lake Michigan, Tim, you can see.
Uh-oh, we got flat Earth coming into this. Who saves the day? Alex Stein. We're going to get into the 2015 argument.
He's going to rob Skiba his ass.
Yep, he's going to rob Skiba and Joshua Nowicki their ass. Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
Thank you, Alex Stein.
You know it's bad when we're thanking them to get the looking at over Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, basically, he said, I mean, he miscategorized it over all that shit as science. He basically said, but what's the title of the show? Flat Earth, isn't it? So we get on Michigan skyline.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah.
See the entire skyline of Chicago. I sent it to you on X.
Let me.
What elevation though? How high are those dunes?
Can I?
There you go. First, right. That is, Brian. You'll agree here. That is Rufy's number one.
Is it?
Yeah. It's Rufy's number one. First thing any anti-flat earther does with an observation. How high are you? Right. And that's what they spend their time on, is disproving that actually, even though the height's proven, no, it's a lie. It's a lie.
If I'm not mistaken, hold on, Brian. If I'm not mistaken, that height is 200. It's like 200 to 220 meters on the sand dunes there, Astronomy Dead. And? Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, actually, I think the height was like 300 foot. Was the height. But anyway, it doesn't matter because height is in reference to our horizontal plane. And what all they can do is add in a load of 7/6R. There is no R. They can't add in that because there is no R.
Yep.
It's over. And the horizon is, and the reason they can't add it in, the reason that there is no R, because the horizon is not geometric.
Well,
Finished.
He's all proud of himself because now he's dealing with Alex Stein. All he has to do to Alex, it's just a surface puke idiot regurgitator, is just postulate something like the power of suggestion. Well, how high was he? Let's see what Alex does with it.
But just before you go,
good,
because there was something I was going to say before Adam referred to me there, is that Alex Stein brought in this observation. So he's bringing some flat Earth back into it. Well, it hasn't been in it at all. I think it's the only person who's kind of tried to bring it in. But now, because Whitsitt hasn't done that, now Whitsitt is stuck having to deal with whatever Alex Stein brought up.
Well, everyone is.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, everyone is now until Tim successfully gets away from it with another riddle or something.
Well, if Whitsitt was going to bring up an observation, he'd probably bring up Mount Canigou, which would be a better observation to bring up because there's less nonsense that someone can throw at the audience.
The black swan.
Well, yeah, there's that. The point is that Alex Stein brought up the Chicago skyline, right? And Whitsitt can totally argue that, but the point is that he will have to if someone looks at him and goes, what do you have to say about this? Because it's brought up, he's the flat earther, so he has to. The point being is that he didn't bring it up. He spent all his time talking about general relativity and redshift and
we got it.
Instead of going into
Yeah, we got it.
Just let me know when I'm validated.
I'll never do that. So, meanwhile, back at the ranch, he's just brought up, Astronomy Dead has just brought up what's the observer's height? How high are the sand dunes? Let's see how Alex Stein, the surface puke regurgitator, handles it. Do you think that I'm right? Right?
You do.
Good.
Superchat.
Super Joshua Nowicki.
That's from Theo Megawerty. 3 minutes till Wapner.
Is it 3 minutes till Wapner? Really? So 1:18? Okay. I thought haven't we been in Wapner the whole time? All right. Everyone keep an eye on 1:18. I'll probably miss it. Unless he just had a philosophical point. Thanks for the super chat. So back to my point. Let's see if this throws Alex Stein off the scent.
You're talking about being able to see it? How?
No, he's not talking about being able to see it, Alex. He said, how high were the sand dunes, Alex? You're stalling. Because you're a surface puke regurgitator. You're busted.
I just want to say,
oh God, somebody else jumps in. Here we go. Tim, you got another riddle?
real quick, there's this expanded flat Earth map that makes.
Oh my God. He subterfuges the whole point to bring up this idiot map. What the hell is this? The world beyond.
It's like the weird kid.
Huh?
Not the weird kid in the corner, really. Just he's behind everyone else's conversation. This one time at band camp, mate, there was a conversation going off.
Yep. Well, Tim's a moron, right? But he's circumvented again with the idiot red herring fallacy. Look at this. The world beyond the ice wall. Is this from T-Jump or somebody? Graphics move to, I don't know what the hell that is. Where did he get this from? Let me make it bigger. Has anyone seen this before?
Yeah, because next summer, I was thinking about going to Lumeria. Oh, I've seen it. In the summer holidays.
Can I just point out the absolute debunk of this complete nonsense?
Really? Shocking. How are you going to debunk this?
because it's using an AE projection at its center, and Australia is about 3 times the size of America. So no, the rest of the map is obviously wrong.
Is that the only thing that's wrong with this, Brian?
It's not the only thing, but it's the only reference I need to give.
Hold up, Brian. I've put a deposit down.
These are the.
He's saying I can't go to Lemuria. I can't go outside of the ice wall, visit this huge continental-sized landmass on an outer ring, which is also surrounded by another ring, encompassed by another ring with big continental masses and another ring.
Lemuria, Atlantis is up here. We got Formosa Ultima, Telekinesia. That's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
Narnia has to be up there.
Is Narnia out here? Let's see. We got the Frozen Waste. We got Nemo. That's close. Magellan Isles, Odin, the Walls of Asgard up here.
The Walls of Asgard.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. I can't now. These have some names on it, but I can't make them out. Too small. This is the absolute textbook example, not only of a red herring fallacy. Thanks, Tim. You did it again, but an idiot straw man of epic proportions. Thanks for interrupting this with this intellectual map.
Makes me wish the flat Earth stuff was real. You've seen this, I imagine, right?
Yeah.
The world beyond the ice wall. The idea being that the world as we know it is surrounded by this wall of ice, but outside.
If we do Boston, $45, $50.
Oh
If we do
Thanks, Neil.
I'm sorry about that. I thought that's long enough. I'll unmute him.
We don't train to time here, Adam. We train to standard.
Out of it are advanced civilizations.
Yeah.
And then there's another ring, and I'm like, that'd be so cool.
That would.
You know, it's like there's like an advanced. So there's Odin, the walls of Asgard, the scorched wastes, Osiris, Nemo, Lemuria, and it's like we are trapped as sort of.
What?
I haven't been ripped off. There is a Lemuria.
Yeah, there is. It's right here.
Yeah, that's all good then.
It's by Atlantis.
Yeah, I've got a double cabin. Oh, I would have been disappointed to find out Lemuria doesn't exist.
Unless the name of the place you're going to is Lemuria.
Yeah, looks like there is a nice little bay in here too. Nice little lagoon. Every time.
Bit of fishing.
Yeah, there's some fishing and there's a lagoon here. Who else will be here in this lagoon?
What's that? There's a 3-star buffet every day. Once or twice a week you can
Godzilla!
eat private dining.
That's what he said. Adam, he said Godzilla.
Well, he might as well be there with the rest are there.
What was that old time movie with that hot babushka in the lagoon? What was her name? Anyone? Brooke Shields. I'll bet you Brooks
from the Black Lagoon.
Not from the Black Lagoon. That's one of mine. I think what was the name of that? Was it the Blue Lagoon or something?
Blue.
Huh?
The Blue Lagoon.
The Blue Lagoon. That's right. We got Brooke Shields is definitely going to be up here. This is where I'm heading. So, but you better build another shack, Adam.
She's about 90 now. You're in trouble.
The troubling thing is, it's okay because the time I watched it, I was about the same age, 14. the troubling, you can't watch that film again now because actually she was well underage. It's part of the very bad film.
Yeah, but there's Atlantis here by Lemuria. So I didn't say it, Brian, but I'm thinking that Brooke Shields wouldn't age.
I know, yeah. You're thinking about her from when you saw her.
Yes.
A zoo around this ice ring, and if only we could penetrate it, we could get to the great land of Aten and Atlantis.
Well, General Admiral, or is it Admiral Byrd? Was it General Byrd or Admiral Byrd?
Oh, my God. Why don't you get back? See, now they successfully helped Alex get out of the conundrum of how high the sand dunes were in Michigan. So good job. You're not going to go back there, Alex. Clown.
It doesn't matter.
Admiral.
He went to Antarctica. He was like the first explorer to really explore it. And he
Was he? I don't think so.
said that there's enough resources in Antarctica to supply the whole entire world.
To supply the whole entire world.
And so there is stuff.
Like, is there a time frame here, or just to supply the whole entire world? Is that it? Is that what he said?
How many turnips are in it?
Yeah, how many turnips do they got down there? Yeah, that's an idiot comment, Alex.
Stuff in Antarctica that doesn't make sense that we don't know about.
There's a lot of stuff in Antarctica that doesn't make sense that we don't know about. That statement, you're a moron, sir. You're a moron.
The Antarctic potato, right, is the size of a pumpkin. Amazing.
That was a pretty stupid statement, sir. You're a retard, aren't you? Yep. That was non sequitur from the Black Lagoon. Shout out, Brian.
What's your problem for flat Earth, though? If you look at that map, Tim, you've got South America pointing one way, you've got Australia pointing another way. How are they both able to see the South Celestial Pole looking
What's South Celestial Pole?
south?
At different times.
To be fair, I will say this.
Winston said at different times. Nicely done. Yep. At different times, even though there is no South Celestial Pole. But I got the gist. Nice one. Yeah, at different times, numpty dipshit. Can't believe him.
So why do you always omit that it's at different times?
Because he's a moron. He's a headline parroter. That's why.
The flat Earth theorists do not believe.
Oh, sorry. Tim saved Astronomy dead. Again. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, when I hear this being brought up, because this is from 2016, it was debunked.
Yep.
Right. Right. It's like, wow. Have you actually? I mean, I don't know how. What would be?
Use your listen, Brian. I want you to use your words, okay? And I want you to use them for about the next minute and a half. Take your time. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's to bring that up as a baller means you either are completely disingenuous, which your man Astronomy Live has proven to be in this, so that could be the case, or you have done absolutely you've done absolutely no research, even within this topic, within the debate, considering that was taken apart in 2016. It's like 2016. That's 8 years ago. Well, they are talking about a force of gravity, so they're 110 years out of date there, so I don't know. I mean, this is such nonsense. I had to actually correct Professor Dave on this. I had to correct. Not only do I find that they bring up the argument, but then none of them actually get the argument correct. I have to correct them on the argument they're supposed to be making before I can take it apart. They don't actually even know the argument that they're supposed to be making. They don't even there's certain elements of it they don't realize. They don't know about. Yet they bring it up all arrogantly, as if it's going to do something. Adam, help me out.
What for? Wits, it's already done it. Yeah, they're misrepresenting facts here. I assume we're talking about Sigma Octantis, as opposed to this thing that you can't see, this southern rotation point.
The actual claim, right? I may as well give it out now.
Okay, wrap it up.
The ballers won't pay attention anyway.
Yeah, don't go into a long. Yeah, you already had your time. You already had your time. Yeah.
All right then.
We got to move on.
Before we do move on, let me just try and unmute Neil again.
Nope.
Come on, Neil. Seriously, he's texted me. He's texted me and Master B unmute me. I said, "Now, tried it." He's still in the shopping mall.
Yeah. Here we go.
Believe this is a real map.
No.
It's a fantasy.
This is the thing, right? There's a model that claims to know exactly what the Earth is, and then there's a group of people who heard the insanity that
we're going to need to see that model. That's referring to the globe model. We're going to need to see that first, or this is a baseless assertion.
That people think it's flat or whatever. So they just went and challenged it.
Entire world, and so there is stuff in Antarctica.
You think I hate when it does that. You sorry bastard, YouTube. Just all random, like stops the video and then rewinds it. What is that? YouTube. My God.
Chicago.
You're ballers, right? That's why.
See Canigou Mountains from 160 miles.
Oh, here we go. He brought up Canigou. Somebody said he was, yep. So, yeah, on Canigou. We're far away from Joshua Nowicki.
Way.
Which the globe predicts.
The globe predicts Canigou. Does the globe speak? Can you show us this, Astronomy Dead? And a prediction is a scientific hypothesis, you idiot moron. This has nothing to do with science. So thanks.
Literally does, and this
It
is
literally does. It literally does.
It literally does. So the globe literally predicts it. Let's see it. You got a video? Well, I'll take the audio. Clown.
You can go check it out.
So is this?
You can go check it out. That's your evidence. You can go check it out. That's moronic and an elephant hurling fallacy there, dumbass.
The elevation of
Is this
Elevation of what the hell is this now? Is this Tim? Oh my God.
an inaccurate depiction, or
yeah.
Yep, here we go. Tim, all random like dumbass cracker. The physics world, this is the flat earth model after the other map. What's next, Tim? What? I don't know what you're going to do next. Pull out a pair of sock puppets, maybe? You friggin' bozo?
Before you go next, super chat.
Super bozo.
Yeah, Mega Witty. Flatsoid already finished reviewing this debate 2 weeks ago. Winker face with.
Oh, he did. I'll bet you it wasn't as thorough. We don't train to time here, sir. We train to standard. Thanks for the super chat.
inaccurate?
Straw man.
What's wrong with that picture?
Well, just
What's wrong with that? Bloom Bob thinks this is a picture. What is that? You ass clown.
like a disc in space. I don't know what.
It's just the demographic.
The demographics. What? Do you know what demographics mean, Bob?
It's a flat globe in heliocentric outer space. That's what's wrong with it.
Oh my God, Adam. What did I get myself into here? Just abject retards.
Well, Lemuria's gone. Oh, the looks of that.
That should be picking up cans alongside the road. Supervised. That's what I got myself into here.
Graphics of the continents and how far they are away and the seas and everything. That's pretty accurate.
It's pretty accurate. When you get to
Did he just Jedi mind trick you into thinking that straw man horseshit fallacy picture was pretty accurate? Witsit agreed that it is that is pretty accurate. The seas and continents and stuff. Oh my God. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Here's your flat earth champion.
to the south, it's interesting because we actually dug into the GPS data, and in the south they made.
What does the GPS data have to do with this idiot photograph?
Make what's called meridian corrections.
They make meridian corrections in GPS. What about the actual coordinate system that they use there? What's it? Do you know that? That would happen to be the Cartesian coordinate system. Can you show me a globe Cartesian coordinate system? I'd like to see that. You're an asshat, Witsit.
So they actually are pulling out land, like distance, out of the meridians, in between the meridians. Which
you have to. Whenever you flatten a globe, you have to do.
Whenever you flatten a globe. I think you're a little bit bass-ackwards there, Bob. You know what? Matt,
Bob,
go ahead, Brian.
just saying, Bob obviously doesn't understand maps.
Yep.
And projections.
You think?
Yeah.
What a clown.
Do that.
Well, what I'm saying is, if it's really a globe, right, then we wouldn't have to do that for the actual raw GPS data, but they do. They also make SAGNet corrections, which is another falsification of relativity.
Well, that should tell you that the GPS is based on a globe Earth.
Why would you have to falsify relativity when it's never been validated? How do you falsify something that doesn't exist? Good question.
Well, of course, but the point is that they have to run it through corrections to get the final longitude output, which shouldn't happen. And this is what I want to point out, though. Like, there are physical tests that show that the Earth's not curving at the rate that they say that it is. So the Earth is measured flat. I wonder if we could all agree on this.
We're going to get an agreement, Ladder.
That flat Earth is actually the default position.
At least we're on flat Earth. So let me give you a positive for that. All right. Here we go.
Position, because it's always flipped around, right? Well,
somebody yammering.
Yeah, I think we're about to introduce in the starting point here that default position, or where the burden of proof sits, is with the person making the positive claim. That's what we're going to introduce to the room, which, if he is, brilliant, because that's not a bad place to start an hour and 18 minutes.
Did I just hear him say the Earth is measured flat?
Did he say that?
He did.
I could have sworn I heard it.
No, he definitely did.
He definitely did. Brian, you heard it?
Good.
I missed it. Okay, good. Oh, and by the way, shout out to Theo Megawordy. We're at 118. So he was right. I'm just saying he was right. He said 3 more minutes. We're at 118. I just happened to look down there, so I didn't forget about it. There is somebody at the wheel here.
The horizon's horizontal.
The horizon is horizontal. That's amazing. And what about that?
Build things in civil engineering.
We build things in civil engineering. What does that have to do with the horizon being horizontal? What's the significance of that? So we're on the civil engineering.
Use plane survey. We do it.
Now we're plane surveying. You gish galloping these guys. Just stick with the horizon's horizontal and it's over. Just drop your damn anchor right there and take everyone on the panel to the woodshed. Can't have that, can you? Now you're going to idiot gallop your way into nothing burger, right? I'll bet you that's what he's going to do.
But flat, we connect horizontal. So bridges, runways, railways, canals.
Here we go.
When we fly planes, all aviation.
All aviation, fly planes, all aviation. Just a gish gallop, just a long list of a nothing burger. You can't speak to any of this, can you? Stop and drop anchor. You could drop anchor on any single one of these. I would pick horizon and horizontal and flight. I'd just stop and drop anchor there because they can't survive. Not you. We're going to have a big nothing burger at the end of a gish gallop. That's what we got. There's your champion, flat earthers.
We have to treat the Earth like it's flat. Sea level, elevation is a distance above that.
Stop there. Yes, correct. Stop there. They're dead. What are you going to do?
Actually, we actually got the latitude system. We took elevation.
There we go. Now there's another one. The elevation angles. Good job.
Angles to Polaris from a flat horizontal baseline that extended all the way.
That nice. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. He might actually be a flat earther. Is he going to stop? Yep. Go. But drop anchor right here and drive it home. What do you think he's going to
drop anchor and smoke if you got him?
Yep. Yep, because this is a drop anchor, smoke him if you got him. You said about 4 or 5 things that are drop anchors, smoke him if you got him. But you've just galloped past them. Is he going to stop here? Let's give him the benefit. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, Adam.
Well, I am doing my. I heard a lot of words that I like.
Yep.
I heard too many of them together. So, A, for mentioning all the good words, the F for construction of a coherent argument, which needed to focus on one of those strap lines.
Yep.
Instead of 5 strap lines, all of which are light, by the way.
I already said that. He needs to drop anchor and stop with this horse shit. Everything he said right there, we applaud you. Now drop anchor and kill him. Do it now.
Wait to the zenith.
That doesn't prove anything.
No.
Yeah, it does, Bob. You're just too stupid and would fail intro to 3rd grade geometry. You don't know what a simple elevation angle is. See, if I was on there, it would be your ass. And I would embarrass you in front of the whole panel. That's what would happen.
That's a hand wave from him. That's what that is.
Yeah, he's a dumbass balloon idiot.
Well.
It just proves that.
Well, no, not well, Witsit. It just proves what, Bob?
That map works.
Trilateration only works on the globe.
Now we're into trilateration. Now,
As someone who doesn't understand trilateration.
no, yeah, but what he's doing, he's smart. Hold on, Adam. What he's doing, astronomy dead, he's got some intelligence. Because now he's going to get, he's putting this out with the power of suggestion, and Witsit is going to chase it. How much you want?
What this is?
How much you want to bet?
Yeah. It might be a chase, but I'd just like to say 2 things. Number 1, for all the astronomy on his geocentric globe that Sungenis is talking about, requires the measurement of elevation angles off of a massive horizontal plane, and a stationary one, obviously, because he's claiming stationary. Secondly, I don't see. I could be wrong, but I don't see laptops in front of other people. So it's very likely that Astronomy Live is being given, throw this at him now, throw that at him now.
He's being fed.
Like he hangs around with Red Rhetoric, so Red Rhetoric could be there throwing stuff at him.
You'd think that he might be being fed. I didn't even think about that. Right?
Well, that's what they always are feeding each other.
Okay, let's see if Witsit can recover.
We've got 2 ill-informed numpties here.
Yeah.
The first one, Robert Sungenis, throws out Zenith as if it's a worthy rebuttal. And I'm not even prepared to try and understand what he means, because he doesn't make a valid point, really.
He didn't have a valid point.
No, he doesn't. And then this guy then throws out trilateration.
Yep.
You show me any form of trilateration where the surface on which you do your calculation is curved. The flat surface you do this on. Now, so his point is actually a flat Earth proof that he's just thrown out there.
Exactly. Let's see what happens. So Witsit, what you gonna do with trilateration?
Though you can only get your position from the globe. Like you have to actually know the orbits of the satellites.
Orbits of the satellites. How do you do?
Okay. So this comes from the INS. Yeah. So doing trilateration, or what you read it from after something else has done trilateration from you, you take that data as interpreted from the INS. Yeah, nothing to do with the trilateration. The INS has to adjust the trilateration because the INS is dealing with a geoid, which is where he'll get his data.
Thanks, Adam. That's it. I appreciate that. That helps out the audience.
It should do, because it just shows where this guy is nonsensical in his argument, and the thing he's just cited is misplaced, and he doesn't understand the principles of the thing he cited.
Look where he's looking.
Just thinks, because I see it on the screen, and the screen says the surface is curved.
Yeah, look what he's doing. Shout out to Brian. I didn't notice that before, Brian. That's unlike me. I think you caught him.
Well, there's more there than that. Is that?
Yeah, but we're not going there. Yes, but we're not going there. Yes, we're not chasing.
I was just going to say that trilateration would not be the travel of light.
Depending on what they're talking about, yes.
Flat Earth.
But there is
I have a
no, there are satellites. Satellites disprove.
Now we're on to satellites. Okay, where are these satellites at?
Proof heliocentrism, and the actual path is nothing more than a projection. So
I have a quick question. It was very rudimentary.
Oh,
not going to get into deep
God.
science or anything. I once flew to New Zealand.
Oh my God!
My auntie who lives in New Zealand, said all maps are flat, son.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
And I'm looking at these flat Earth maps, and I'm like, I can't quite explain.
All maps are flat Earth maps. Show me a globe map.
The path of the flight as it pertains to the flat.
You can't fly on a globetard. Tim, you got a problem. How can you acquire pitch data from a globetard, Tim?
Tim's got a script, hasn't he? And where he thinks the things that his researchers, which have done his work for him, because he clearly doesn't know it, where he thinks it's pertinent to interject the bullet points that are in front of him, this is what he does, isn't it?
Yep.
There's another.
Yep. We're well off all the point. I don't even remember where we came from. It was trilateration, right?
The loose links, as far as I'm about to smell, is maps. Now, Tim's heard maps, and on his sheet it says maps, flight paths. So he thinks now's the time to introduce it.
Yep. Yep.
Be wrong.
By the time we're done with this, you won't even know your own damn name in the next 25 seconds.
The flight I actually went on. So I know which direction we left from the airport, and I know I did not fly north or westward.
You're over water the whole time? Most of the time? Yeah.
And so that.
Well, why don't you jump on it? You're lucky. Your trilateration ass was saved. Because Astronomy dead, that idiot was about to hand you your ass. What's it? So you'll gladly go here, won't you? Flat Earth champion.
But that's the disappointing point, because as I heard it, you Astronomy Live just handed me a great flat Earth proof.
Yep.
Yeah? Let's discuss the process of trilateration. What are the requirements? Yeah.
Yep.
But he's ran off from that.
Yeah, he did. Yep. He gave him an incoherent get out of incoherent jail free card is what he and Witzett's about to take full advantage of this. So Witzett,
it was me. Sorry.
So Witzett. So now you're seeing this map. Is this a flat Earth? Let me rephrase. Is this the flat Earth map? What's it?
That's a Gleason's with the outside coloured in black instead of red.
Yep.
No, it's even got the library mark still on it.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. That nice catch, Adam. Yep.
That would imply that after we flew south beyond the visual, the ability to identify any landmass, the plane then hooked right.
What? What? So
if you plot the crap he's talking about on this thing that he knew he wasn't going north because he definitely took a compass with him, and then assume it on here, we're going to have a flight path. And I don't know.
No, he said as soon as you fly out in the water and you can't observe any identifiable land, that's too easy. As soon as you get up, it'll take you 5 minutes flying out of California. You're not going to observe any land whatsoever.
Yeah, that's the straw man that
this is all wrong.
Introduced there. Okay, what you've got to do is identify what's just been put in front of you.
Yeah,
what's been put in front of you is a azimuthal global projection.
Yes.
At best, it's a calculator for sun position and not a map at all. Demonstrate that to the audience, that this thing that's being held up somehow being able to portray reality and as a comparison for what you did on a plane that you can't place.
Yeah.
No, show this thing for what it is. Look at the size of Australia, Brian.
Yeah, but even at that, I wouldn't be going there. I just go straight to the lift effect. No need to talk about what direction that went or
exactly
whether Qantas are telling you. Just go straight to the lift effect, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, exactly.
If you want to talk about that map after that or that projection after that, I'll tear that apart.
Yeah, after they're dead and buried. I'm prouder than a game rooster over here, Brian. Are you feeling okay?
Let me know when I'm validated.
I'm validating you right now, bro, because I went to a globe disproof, or just a straw man demonstration. You took it straight to actually a flat Earth proof. So yeah, validation stamp. Cha-ching.
Thank you.
So it implies that from when I flew from New York to Los Angeles to New Zealand, and how
could you do that on a globetard? Welcome to Flat Earth. All right, my mouse is playing games on me now.
Got these
Lovely.
couple. Maybe these maps are inaccurate representations of what flat earthers believe, but if I left from Los
what
Angeles,
the hell
and we,
was that? Stop! What the heck did he just do? How? What was it? I challenged Witsit to a speed speaking contest with versus Tim. Listen to this horse shit right here.
from when I flew from New York to Los Angeles to New Zealand, and I got these couple. Maybe these maps are inaccurate representations of what flat earthers believe.
Maybe these maps are attention on what flat earthers believe. What maps? This isn't a map. You clown.
But if I left from Los
Is he
Angeles
talking about
and we
the
He doesn't
screen
know.
that he had
Yeah.
on the back of the other person's chair.
started flying south, which we did, as soon as we left the visual area,
As soon as you left the visual area where your mouse or where your little X mark is, it would be real close to that. You clown.
so that no one on the plane could identify it, the plane then
No, you're just retarded.
turns right, so it flies straight down and then hooks right instead of just flying straight to New Zealand.
You're a retard.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, I don't believe. It's hard for me to believe how you reach this point in your life without a serious insult to yourself, not only to you but to others around you. Where's your helmet? You are a dumbass.
It happened.
Well, planes are always
is
making
he
corrections based
Adam, please, don't.
on cardinal direction. So you're not going to be able to tell the plane. But
I can tell that we didn't fly west or north, and so when we departed, we were flying
How did he
south.
tell that? If he doesn't know his arse from his elbow. But I can tell it's not west to north. After east, he didn't have a clue, but he weren't west to north.
Adam, please. Okay.
No.
If you left South America and went to New Zealand, you could go there.
How could you do that on a plane? Babylon Bob. You bumbling bozo balloon idiot. How can you acquire pitch data off a globetard? Say goodnight.
On a globe map,
Globe map. I want to see a globe map.
straight to
Can't have straight to on a globe, Bob.
New Zealand. If you turn that into a flat Earth map,
All maps are flat Earth maps.
the flat Earth map would require you to dip down.
Bob,
Opus lost.
are you doing illicit substances?
What?
Are you high, Bob? I mean, we all know you're a moron at a fundamental level, but now you're starting to get into delusionist territory.
To make like a
What happens when
semicircle
you
and then
defend the
go
globe
up.
too long?
You got to let him speak, Chocolate. Go ahead. What did you have to say?
I said that seems to be what happens when you try to defend the globe too long.
Isn't it? What you've got to do is bend the map underneath the table.
What
is
the
what he
hell?
appears to be saying. Yeah, this is delusional. This
I
is
told you.
somebody that,
I know.
yeah, he's trying to defend a position without any knowledge.
Yep.
Oh,
To
he'll
dip.
give him a J and let him ramble.
I did.
Down
I did.
to make like a semicircle and then go up to New Zealand.
He makes a semicircle up. Are we going down into like the Mariana Trench? I'm sorry, that's
No.
further west. Are we going
No,
down?
what? He's described, right? So this is it. So what he's actually describing is what he's seen in a YouTube video, which is someone plotting a great circle route on a.
Oh,
Mercator
you're not reading into what he's doing, Adam. Do not do that.
I've just defined exactly what he's done, but
And you stop it right
carry
now.
on. You stupid
That's a
naughty
fact.
boy.
Well, yeah, there are many paths that make more sense on, like, say, the azimuthal projection than the globe. And
More paths. How can you fly on a globetard? What's it?
What he said, right, fundamentally there, as support that maps aren't flat, is that if you take a Mercator projection, which is a cylindrical output which distorts everything, but preserves bearings, if you project it on that, the way in which your straight line journey would be represented on your Mercator projection would be the U shape he describes.
Thanks, Adam.
And they claim all kinds of things. They didn't stop for gas or whatever. And I'll make it very clear, actually, I don't claim definitive.
They didn't stop for gas. Witsit, how is aviation possible on a globetard? How? Please explain. Flat Earth champion. You clown. My God.
Kinds of things. They didn't stop for gas or whatever. And I'll make it very clear, actually, I don't claim definitive projections. If
you don't claim definitive projections, well, that's good to know.
If we've been misled about the nature of the Earth, which I think the evidence is overwhelming that we have been, it would be very naive to think that we have a perfect depiction of the very thing that we were misled about. Of course we don't. Now, in the
I mean, that's a good point, but do you have any cowbell?
North,
Yeah,
90% of the
cowbell
world population.
was before we, and Light is correct. So me and Brian came in with separate points. Like I said, kudos to Brian. It's the flat Earth proof. But what was on screen and what he's now trying to justify is what he should have dealt with straight away. And he's not a flat Earth. Now he's trying to say, I'm not even into projections, man. I don't do projections, dude. Don't tie me to you don't need to do that. You don't need to make a claim about how you would map stuff. Just demonstrate that what's being held up is an azimuthal projection from a globe.
From a globe. Yeah, they're globe exactly. Yep.
Here, we have a better grasp of it, but it's just a projection thing. And bringing up the satellite thing, that's kind of like a misnomer that like satellites can't exist.
Bringing up the satellite thing. Who brought up the satellite thing?
He just did now. We're on
Flat Earth. Actually, satellites for one disprove heliocentrism.
Really? Where are these satellites at? What's it?
Things that orbit a ball Earth disprove heliocentrism.
I want to know where these satellites are.
Well, they're never thermodynamics violation, but don't mention that.
Where are these satellites at? What's it? I can't believe you actually said that.
Because they actually have to account for inertial forces. They account for some.
Oh, really? So these satellites have to account for inertial forces? Really? How do they do that in a second law of thermodynamics violation? What's it?
Centrifugal forces, which are considered fictitious and pseudo forces in your paradigm, they can't.
Well, thanks for that information.
Exist. So if there are actually satellites being put up there, they're accounting for.
Well, that's what you said. Put up where? And how do you get up? Up where? And how do you get up on a globetard?
Out there.
For the angular momentum of a rotating universe.
Angular momentum of a rotating universe? Really?
This is not good now, is it?
Around a stationary Earth with inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces.
There we go. Euler. What did he? All right, let me go back.
Angular momentum of a rotating universe around a stationary Earth with inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces. Those
Houston Euler forces. OMG. What?
I'm asking them.
Can exist in your paradigm. They don't exist in Newtonian mechanics. Those are forces external.
They don't exist in Newtonian mechanics. Oh boy.
To Newtonian mechanics, and they don't exist in Einstein. So just point that out.
It's trying to.
Satellites are actually, I love them. This
Oh, so he loves satellites.
I love satellites. I love satellites. I love space. I love comets. I love stars.
idea that I'm scared of satellites. Well,
don't pretend that he's scared of satellites, Adam.
I'm not satellite phobic.
I pulled a J. Listen to this.
Exist in Newtonian mechanics. Those are forces external to Newtonian mechanics, and they don't exist in Einstein. So just point that out.
It's trying to
satellites.
Newtonian mechanics, which is debunked, they only exist in inertial reference frames. What's it?
Just pause.
It's actually, I love them. This idea that I'm scared.
Pause.
Gotta go back.
Euler forces.
Or yeah,
You mean
Houston.
Euler or
Yeah, he
Euler?
does. He means Euler forces, but they're Houston Euler forces to him.
Houston Euler. Oh yeah. No.
Houston Oilers. Dan Pastorini. I'm dating myself.
Houston
Don't exist in Einstein. So just
you won't let me do it. Shut up, Adam.
Aren't the Houston Oilers like an American football team?
Yes. Well, they used to be. They used to be. They moved to Nashville.
Nashville Oilers.
Nah, the Titans.
That makes no sense.
I didn't say it makes sense, Adam.
That's the difference between UK. Brian, can you imagine like the best team in Dublin moving to Dundalk?
It happened.
Well, no, because they're not the Nashville Titans anymore. They're now the Charlottesville Warriors.
Well, Charlottesville Warriors, yes. All right, let's get this. Don't.
Around a stationary Earth with inertial forces, centrifugal, Coriolis, and Euler forces. Those can exist in your paradigm. They don't exist in Newtonian mechanics. Those are forces external to Newtonian mechanics, and they don't exist in Einstein. So just point
that's incorrect.
that out.
It's trying to.
Satellites are actually, I love them. This idea that I'm scared of satellites. Well,
this idea.
Oh, brilliant.
I must have missed it. Did somebody on the panel say that Whitsitt was scared of satellites?
Well, he loves them, according to him.
I see Starlinks. I watch mini launches. I don't have a problem with it. I have a Starlink. You know,
Launches. Where are they launching them up to? Whitsitt?
I haven't set their name, but I have one.
How do they stay up there?
How do they stay up? Up where, Tim?
His question is valid, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Well, that's the equations, the physics, and
the equations. They stay up there because of equations.
Equations don't keep shit anywhere.
The formulas keep him up there.
What?
The formulas may describe.
I said the formulas keep them up there.
The formulas keep them up there. The equations support the formulas. Shut up, Adam.
Equations say they're using the spinning universe.
What do the equations now speak?
They're using the spinning universe.
Okay.
Come up there.
That's not what he said yet. He said the equations do.
Use of the spinning universe equations, not just any old equation.
Fair enough.
Universe.
That makes it better.
That's what is factually in the equations. It says that it uses centrifugal force. So like if you had a ball tied to a rope and you spin it, right, it's going to keep going.
Well, where's the rope? The speed of rope on the satellite?
That's gravity.
Oh, boy.
A circle because you're pulling it, but the ball has a tendency to move out away from you. It's going to keep going around because you're pulling it. That's called centrifugal force.
Okay, so where's the rope attached to the satellite? And who's spinning that monkey?
They have to account for this and the real Coriolis force, which is like
a real Coriolis force. I'd like to see that. So a real illusion, optical illusion. I'd like to see one of those.
Yeah, he's done now.
This is the last minute here has been Come on. If this doesn't wake you up as to how much you're being mugged off, as Adam would say, then nothing's going to wake you up.
Yeah, this is train wreck. What's it? I heard Neil.
Yeah, I said he's done now. Explain this.
Well, he was done a long time ago, but we're surprised that you're not in the mall anymore.
No, I wasn't in the mall. I'm at my brother's house. And every time the phone rings, it goes off mute. I try to get it back on. Sorry.
Thanks.
Like an inward centripetal force, so a radially inward force for the satellite equations. According
for the satellite equations
to the heliocentric model, there is no such thing. That shouldn't.
How would they stay above a flat?
They're on balloons. Type in satellites on balloons. I'm telling you, they're
not all.
Well, why would he have? What? Hold on a second. Why would he have to type it in? Wasn't he around for the Chinese satellite shoot down balloon? Does that?
You know what?
Well, hold on. It wasn't that long ago, was it? How long ago was that? Where the U.S.
2 years ago.
How many?
About 2 years ago, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. Why is everyone shocked? Go ahead, Adam.
Not shocked. I'm about to freaking defend Alex Stein. Now, I'm not saying it's the argumentation I'd use, but if asked why on a flat Earth satellites stay up there, then the demonstrable evidence of balloons, i.e. the Chinese blues thing, even though I shouldn't be answering stupid questions like that, is certainly a better answer than satellite equations.
Yes. Yeah.
Can I have a J for this? Because there's a power coming in we were going to miss when we play.
There's a part coming in?
It's important to hear. Yeah. I just heard it there. I just heard it.
All right. I'll give you one J. This is your first J. Don't push it.
Satellite equations. According to the heliocentric model, there is no such thing. That shouldn't.
How would they stay above a flat?
They're on balloons. Type in satellites on balloons.
Did you need more?
No, I meant for it to go on from there.
Oh,
telling you, they're
not all on balloons.
They're not all on balloons, but
they're not. So all the satellites aren't on all balloons, according to Witsit. All right. So where are they?
That's back to Tim Poo's question. So what's keeping these things up there then?
Okay.
They're made of metal and things.
The equations are keeping them up, Brian. Shit.
Satellites that were on balloons.
Project Loon.
What do you want, Adam?
Not just it's not just any stupid equation that keeps them up there. Satellite equations.
Thanks, Adam.
I'm just saying.
Not my claim.
I know. We know it's not your claim.
Oh,
say Google launched a bunch of balloons carrying internet nodes.
Exactly.
So they could float over the Earth.
Well, there you go. You had the quote-unquote satellites on balloons. You got it, Tim. Okay, good job. Remember that Chinese one? Jesus.
The military also
they use balloons, and NASA is the
so Elon's actually just launching balloons, but putting
NASA just overtalk him, Tim.
You can type in
I don't.
NASA. They do balloon launches. Literally,
I know.
Type in,
Yeah, they can do that if it's low Earth orbit. But if you have a weather set,
they can do it if it's low Earth orbit. With that orbit, Bob, you're going to need flat Earth elevation angles. How are you going to do that?
Hold up. Are there a low Earth orbit balloon?
Yes.
That doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know. He's a moron. He doesn't even know what remember low Earth orbit? He said it was 500 miles. He was totally, it's double that, more than double that.
The point I'm making, even in a ball or that paradigm, a balloon's not orbiting shit. It's just floating in the air or atmosphere in his Dungeness world.
Oh, you better say
air or atmosphere.
What are these sanitary napkins that he has over his ears? What is that? All right.
Satellite that's out there at 22,200 miles. You're not going to get a balloon out there.
22,200 miles. There's satellites out there in a second law of thermodynamics violation, according to Bob. What are you going to do with that?
You know I can tell that far.
What are you going to do with that? What's it?
I totally disavow those distance claims.
Yeah, well, at least he did that.
And because the way that they do it, they take the signal and
far away in a second law of thermodynamics violation. They're a bit nearer.
You can't. He did not say that, Adam. You cannot put that on him.
He didn't. Right. What he didn't do was totally disavow the medium in which you're suggesting these things are existing.
That's true.
He disavowed the distance they are in that medium.
That's correct. Yeah, he's not being specific. Remember specificity? What's it? Where are these satellites that are not on balloons? What's it? How are they staying up there?
Yeah, that's cool. So what equation do you use to determine distance?
I know how.
Parallax.
Ah, parallax. What
22,000 miles.
equation do you use? Parallax, Adam. Guess what this dumbass cracker's going to bring up? That same thing that we tore to shreds about 3 or 4 years ago. Remember that? I'll guarantee he's going to... Do you remember that? By the way.
I was too busy raging at the previous comments still.
Oh, sorry.
So I missed it.
Okay,
No, don't. Because we're descending into the points of retarding now. Because this is like... It just... Idiots banging their head against the wall.
Yeah.
And each one interjects the other idiot. And we've got a... Oh.
Yeah.
This is where
I know how the satellites stay up there.
Oh,
we've got
what?
half
I
an
do
hour
too.
still.
Equations.
No, it's the virtual balloon formulas.
The virtual. Thanks, Brian. Thank you. So, Adam, I'm going to pull a little fiver right here. Listen to this closely and see if you can remember how, who, what, when, where, how, why.
They take the signal and they. Yeah, that's cool. So what equation do you use to determine distance?
Parallax. You just use simple trigonometry. It's basic trigonometry.
Really? So what's the length of your baseline?
Well, let's see. For space station, it was 760 meters.
Ah! You remember now, Adam?
I remember.
Yeah. We tore this to shreds. It might have been on a BALLBUSTERS, if I remember correctly. I mean, his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him after that. He's still fixated to it. Too funny.
160-meter baseline to determine the distance to the space station.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. That's what he did. And then we tore it to shreds. Him and Red's rhetoric.
It's Reds, isn't it?
Reds stole it off Astronomy Live, or they had a collaboration.
Yeah, but this is the point of this one, isn't it? This is what was the fundamental premise of all their calculations and why we could laugh is that to do their calculations between those two distances to figure out through the parallax how far away the satellite was.
Mm-hmm.
Guess what they treated their baseline as? Guess what they treated the surface of the Earth as? Do their calculations? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the least of the problems that they had, if I remember correctly.
That's all that's required.
Yeah, I think it was. Did he say 760 meters was his baseline, which is an absolute joke.
I worked out the height that the satellite they were claiming to be taking angles to would be based off of trigonometry. It was something like 500 meters.
Yeah, that's right. That was one part of it. Yeah. Yeah, I remember it. Boy, that was a ways back, though, wasn't it? Am I right? 2-3 years ago, something like that.
I don't think it was that far back. No,
really?
I think something similar was covered a few years ago as well.
All right.
From the same sources.
Okay, let's see what Witsit does.
You're saying it's impossible for the IS.
Somebody's muttering. What are you muttering?
I'm not muttering. I'm here. I was going to say that it wasn't far enough to mitigate for the margin of error of the equipment.
Yep.
So any differential because of the short distance was actually inconsequential because they didn't demonstrate enough because of the margin of error of the equipment.
Yes. There was a number of things that it was a belly laugher.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which we won't.
Yeah, which we won't be going
over a plane.
What does that have to do with me measuring the distance? You can assume it's a plane. You can assume it's a globe.
Well, earlier you said trilateration was impossiple.
Trilateration is about you finding your location. I'm talking about measuring the altitude of the
Which you need your location. So that.
Right. So if he'd already shown him his ass, pointed out that to do trilateration you need a flat baseline, it's the premise Yeah. If you then introduce a rate of change of your baseline, and your angles are kind of moot in terms of because you need another identifier to define your variables.
Yes.
We're blessed with knowing we're on a flat Earth and the way trilateration works. That's not. We don't mitigate for that. We would have to. So if you'd have pointed this out earlier, this doofus wouldn't be bringing it back up again.
Yes. We've come full circle.
And the point being, this is a flat Earth proof. Trilateration, triangulation, whichever they want to pick. Flat Earth proofs.
Yes, sir.
You need your location.
I just know the baseline.
Right. Okay.
You know the baseline's horizontal.
Yes, that's it. I know the baseline. Well, then why are you saying it can be done on a globe, you fucking idiot?
Exactly. What's it? What do you got to say to that? You're lost. He's got you. He's got you, doesn't he? What are you going to say to that?
So you need your location. That's the.
So you need your location. That doesn't answer what he just claimed.
Just gave him the golden ticket.
Yep.
I know
Prerequisite.
the baseline. Yep. I know it's flat. He just said to Witsit, I know it's flat because that's the premise I'm going to take all my data from. Yep. I know the baseline.
Yes. Go ahead.
I just know the baseline.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So you need your location. That's the prerequisite. So the
prerequisite is a horizontal baseline. What's it? You missed it. Shocking surprise.
The current baseline in Pharaoh is a straight line.
Yes.
Line.
Is I don't believe when he claims something's 22,000 miles away. I don't.
Now he's gonna deflect away. Watch.
And the point I was making is I don't believe when he claims something's 22,000 miles away. I don't believe that.
Well, we don't care what you believe. We only care what you can demonstrate. And what does that have to do with Astronomy Dead's claim to you? Nothing. You're gonna try to divert away. Let's see what else he does.
But he can. I don't.
The moon is to 240,000 miles away.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
See, I definitely don't believe that.
We're concerned with what you believe, flat earther.
And but this is the thing: the way that they get the distances, they actually use, of course, the equation for speed, and they assume.
That you're screwed there.
Assume the medium, the propagation rate of light, and they get
the propagation rate of light, huh?
Get how long it takes, the duration of signal to get there, right? And then they
get where, right? What are you talking about?
They plug it into the assumption of the speed of
No, he was talking. Astronomy Dead was talking about trigonometric parallax. You see what he did? He changed the topic now. Witsit did. Smart move, because you lost your ass right there. You didn't know what to do. Good job.
Light relative to the vacuum, and then they're going to supposedly
relative to what vacuum? What vacuum is that? What's it? That space between your ears. That vacuum.
Get their distance. I disavow those assumptions. I don't think that's true.
Disavow them. What assumptions? Of the vacuum.
Well, you guys are all wrong. The Earth is clearly hollow and flat.
Here we go.
Disavow something. Not a sacramental thing.
Stop mumbling, Adam. We can't hear you.
I'm sorry, the mic's over there. Sorry. I disavow this thing. It's not a part of my belief system.
Belief system. Yep. Now we got Tim putting up a donut-shaped Earth.
Oh, Brenda's back in the house.
Brenda, shout out to Brenda.
Twice as stupid, you know that.
We're in a donut magnetic field. I want to answer the firmament thing, though.
We're in a donut magnetic field, really. He just blurted that out.
Yeah, because toroids are donuts.
Yes, they are. I have mine with sprinkles.
Idea of putting them inside the firmament. All the early church fathers, even, but like many people, they're all of.
Now we're into the church fathers.
Like biblical history, they said that there were layers to a container. A physical container had layers.
Oh, no, they didn't. You shithouse. Stop it.
Well, we're in the containers now. I don't know how we got here, but we're here.
And the sun, moon, and stars.
It's a great place to be, isn't it? And if we're going to invoke container, I'm going to invoke physics. What I'm not going to do is draw on an early church father.
I don't even know how we got there. There was
because of the layers of heaven is what they're talking about.
Well, how did we get here? Where is that? Where the satellites are?
Church fathers.
They're early
Not
church.
me.
Thanks, Adam.
Sniffer.
That solves it.
They're inside those layers of the firmament, and in fact that they're specific to layers, meaning like the sun and moon and the stars are in a separate layer. So that would be how that's explained.
It's not explaining it.
Why not?
Because the Hebrew word is Beirakia.
The Hebrew word, what Hebrew word?
Which does not mean in.
It doesn't? I'm pretty sure that God said that he put the sun and the moon in the firmament.
Or inside, like you're trying to say.
Like putting shoes in a box there, Bob. I know this is high level. Why don't you contact your slobber nurses and we'll get this squared up?
Okay. You're trying to say that somehow you have the dome, and then there's the inside underneath.
Nobody said a dome. We said container. Whitsitt also said container. He didn't say dome. I didn't hear dome come out of his mouth.
The dome.
There are layers.
No, he didn't say the dome.
Inside of it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's
Multiple
what you're
domes.
trying to say. But that's not what the Hebrew says. The Hebrew says it's in the firmament.
Yeah, like shoes are in my box. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're
So
arguing it.
if the definition of firmament is solid, how are the...
What are you yakking for, Adam?
So he's saying it's in the rakia, which is what it says, and you agree with him, which unfortunately is exactly what Whitsitt has described. He described the nuances of what's in the rakia, which is what the early church fathers are doing. These guys are just, I don't know. That's arguing. That's arguing from ignorance, or
well,
or
God
not
said
recognizing
also.
what the gentleman
God
just said
wrote
to him.
also. Forgive me, Adam. That the birds fly in the firmament. Bob, are the birds inside the actual solid flying? There, Bob. You idiot of a moron.
celestial body is going to be in the firmament, not underneath.
What do you mean underneath? They're in the firmament, idiot.
Because there's a lot of ways in Hebrew to say underneath the firmament.
Well, well, he didn't say that. He said in the firmament.
They're within. They're within the solid firmament.
And
I think the
within.
Wait a second. And there's a lot of ways to say that the celestial bodies are over the firmament.
Well, they're not above.
Well, wouldn't that depend on what your position is?
This is where a flip flop, right? So you've got to be careful here. We're not. This isn't scriptural debate. It's not what did the Hebrew text originally say. But what's important here is what we're all recognizing, that there needs to be a demarcation of a physical boundary, because if not, we've got a second law of thermodynamics violation, haven't we?
Yes, we do.
We could go there.
Yes, we do.
Above or
In
below
here.
because there's layered. They're within it.
The easiest way to
Yeah,
understand
but you can't have that if the firmament's solid. That's what I'm trying.
Well, the firmament is solid. That's what the word means, rakia. You already stated that earlier. Remember that, Bob? Idiot.
I like it.
But
That's
ice
the
and
point
water
there,
can
but
go
it
from
has to
solid,
be
so maybe it
solid.
could change.
No, no,
It's
well,
solid,
layers
solid.
to
It's
it.
not water.
I think the
I'll tell you what. Let's everyone over talk each other so we can all hear.
easiest way to understand the firmament is for anybody
Wait, pause. That's the point. It has to be solid, okay? Because we have gas pressure.
Yes,
Yeah.
you already said that, Adam. We caught it the first time. Yes. That would be a good comeback
he
for
just
Whitsitt
said
right
it.
now, but he's not doing it.
I was just based on what Son Jennings said afterwards. After I'd already said it, his rebuttal was that. But brevity.
Yep.
who's ever played World of Warcraft, and you try and go
Now we're in the World of Warcraft, ladies and gentlemen.
too far
have
south,
a
and your character
firmament.
just keeps walking into what's
I don't know if they have a firmament, Adam. Go find that out.
There you go.
wall.
The best argument, the best argument is that the physical antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
Oh,
right? Because
shit. He did it. Unbelievable. Yeah. Right here. Now
Good boy.
stay right here and drive the stake, that silver stake, right through their hearts. Do it.
because the gas pressure would fill the available space. Second law of thermodynamics. Entropy.
Damn. He's bringing out the big guns. All right.
Can we give him some kudos there, then?
Yeah, I am. He brought it. Yeah. Now he has to stay here, Adam.
Don't move. Why would you want to move?
Yep. Let's see.
Increases. So if we actually had an atmosphere next to vacuum, it would fill the available
Yeah, the atmosphere, that's a paradox, but I'll give you that. You're on topic. Let's go.
space. So where people just blindly throw out the word gravity, even though they don't even have a theory that works, and it wouldn't explain it anyway.
But if gravity worked, you would have to admit
Damn, that was pretty good.
that an atmosphere would be possible, right?
If the
he made it, and then he carried on too long and ended with the word gravity, and now this guy's going to pick up on the word on gravity, not on a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, and that gas will fill the available volume.
Yep.
Disappointing.
Yep.
We all do that. We all talk too long.
Yep.
Well,
he
said
did.
Anyway,
but I give him credit for the point. He demonstrated it. Let's see what happens.
That works, and it wouldn't explain it anyway.
But if gravity worked, you would have to admit that an atmosphere would be possible, right?
Atmosphere, no. Atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. If you think they do, you would literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. Do I got to go pull Christy Bodak out from Southwestern University to clobber your dumbass? Number one. Number two, you haven't demonstrated gravity to exist. Number three, if I did grant you, I could give you all of Newtonian gravity times 1 billion. Multiplied by, I can give you all of general theory of relativity, train wreck, their gravity times 1 billion. Right? You could get those two together, and they will not affect the entropy of gases. One iota. Astronomy dead.
EV does not equal N or G. Okay. Now, and this is what you throw at him. Well, yes, if you could demonstrate that gravity had an effect on gas behavior with regards to entropy, then yes, you could possibly argue that's why you can have an atmosphere, i.e., gas pressure without containment. But with regards to all known physics, no. G has no effect on it. So, lovely, off you go to Narnia, but let's recognize the statement you just made at Astronomy Live. If I went to Narnia, then I could make it work. According to physics, law of thermodynamics, it can't work. We don't need to go there, so let's deal with the problem that you've got. You claim it can. Physics says you're talking out your ass.
Yep. And the last thing, he's treating the atmo as a single entity, which it's not. It's an anisotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of gases. You're wrong on so many levels with your little train wreck here that you're packing. Also, can you explain how it would ever rain? If gravity affected gases? I'd like to hear that explanation, you friggin' retard.
No, not next to a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Nuh-uh. Yeah, it does.
Because how do we have a pressurized system?
Yeah. What?
Right. Because they don't...
What do you want, Adam?
He just said, no, it's not a violation.
Yeah, that's...
So
I know. I dealt with it.
Yeah, again, you've got actually. This is where I would encourage Whitsitt to employ a Brian tactic, which is to actually overtalk. This guy he's overtalked. And bring it back and go. No, it is a violation. Yeah.
Yeah.
And hold him there. Hold him there.
Yeah, that's true, Adam. Hold him there.
It doesn't.
Because how do we have a pressurized system?
You're right. Because they don't. The Tor measurement of
what on earth are you going to...
Oh, measurement.
What on earth is he going to train wreck himself with here? Who knows? I can't wait.
He's going to bring up a measurement that happens within a container, the bunker container.
In space. They don't know whether it's 10 to the minus 6 or 10 to the minus...
Adam!
Yeah, because this is the bullshittery he just started with. What he's actually said is, because of a different standard international unit that I'm going to describe gas pressure with, I can now make my own shit up. Yeah? Listen to that's his rhetoric. out to anyone knows what he just said. He just said, instead of using PSI or this, if I use Tor, and this will make sense. No, it won't. It still won't allow you to violate the second law of thermodynamics, mate.
Minus 17. They have no way to measure it. So if it's 10 to the minus 6, we're safe.
You're safe at 10 to the, you're safe in a high vacuum. You're safe. You friggin' imbecile, you.
He just proved with its point. Well, because he just stated if it's 10 to the minus 6, we're safe. How do you know that? Because 10 to the minus 6 is the lowest pressure that we can measure, and it's measured within a container that NASA has.
It's also the alleged Tor value where the ISS is, by the way.
Did he have this Rob guy define gas pressure?
No.
Or define it for him?
No.
Okay.
The atmosphere is not going to be sucked out.
Atmosphere is a paradox, and there is no sucking, Bob. You don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is at a fundamental level.
If it was 10 to the minus 17th, yeah.
10 to the minus 17, yeah, that does it, right? You're an idiot, Bob.
Atmosphere would be sucked out, but that...
Pause. This is where you need to laugh with it. Because this idiot, if it was 10 to the minus 17, then a vacuum does suck. 10 to the minus 12, of course it's not going to suck. This is the demonstration that this guy has no idea.
Yep.
What he's talking. Hold him to it.
Well, let's see if he does.
To it.
Let's see. He might. We don't know that. We're assuming from past behaviors that he doesn't do it. But let's see.
Team Wits it right now.
He might do it.
That means both your theory and my theory would be...
You don't have theories. That's not a theory. He didn't have a theory. You don't have a theory. You're an imbecile. He's got the second law of thermodynamics.
Wrong.
Well,
Wait,
I think there's something contained.
Why can't they measure it?
Couldn't you
can't get an...
Wait, Witsit said you think there's something containing it? Huh? You hear him?
I did.
Yep.
But I like Tim Poe's question more. He says, so why can't they measure it?
Let's hear it.
Exact figure. They know it's between...
If we had consistent access to Mars, could you?
If we what?
Had consistent access to Mars.
So we have to go through the second law of thermodynamics. We have to go through the second law of thermodynamics violation to confirm that it's a second law of thermodynamic violation. Good.
No, but then if you had consistent access to Mars, this is Brian's point, and this is what Tim Paul's picked up on. If you had consistent access to Mars, then you would be able to measure the 10 to minus 17 Tor value that is the thing in space. But as John Genesis said, but you can't measure that. This guy's just talking out of his arse.
Yeah, he is.
Confusing poor little Tim Paul, who's struggling at the best of times.
Yeah, to measure pressure, you require a container.
Yeah.
Have anything to do with it?
Well, you're two different gravitational bodies.
Gravitational bodies, really? Did somebody scientifically validate gravity while I was doing this review? Idiot.
Yeah, you're talking about outer space,
right? And
what's
so
the vacuum in outer space?
So, if Mars can't maintain an atmosphere the size of Earth, what
atmosphere is a paradox, Tim?
Yes, he's saying if you were able to kind of sit on Mars and make more calibrated measurements.
What's the rate at which the atmosphere dissipates from Mars if it can't maintain?
What the hell?
It's that Arnie movie, isn't it? Where they go to Mars and use the alien technology to release gas. Because of the gravity, it doesn't escape and obey the second law. It stays there because Mars has got a similar gravitational field as Earth.
No, it didn't have anything to do with gravity. The movie didn't. It was frozen.
This is what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's a moron.
His argument is, well, why doesn't Mars have air around it? Yeah. Why doesn't that red looking light in the sky that we're told has got Mount Mons on it and has now got its own
Adam, I want this. We need to be concise. You were concise in the beginning. You're starting to lose it.
Because my sinuses are full of bullshit, and you see what happens. I'm going to have a good blowout.
Oh, you mean you're not 3 bottles in?
This is the trouble. We all need to take the advice that QE's given me, QE included. Let these rats ramble then for more than half a sentence.
Please.
Or the moon or something.
Well, it's a lot more because it has less gravity.
Right. So
you haven't proven gravity. That's begging the question fallacy, and it wouldn't affect it anyway. You're an idiot.
Then you could measure the baseline by which what is the amount of mass required to sustain an atmosphere.
Oh my God.
You could then determine if it's not going to hold it because the vacuum is
you can determine if it's not going to hold it because of the mass and the gravity.
Pulling on it.
You could, maybe.
Oh,
but
pulling on it? I thought we dealt with the pulling. There is no force. You an idiot.
Books say.
That's what the books say. Let's see the books. You're a village idiot, Bob. You're dumb.
The gas pressure need the way that we actually.
How much gravity force is required to change the vector direction of a gas particle after its last collision?
Non sequitur.
It's nonsense because we know that any nonsensical force doesn't affect vector after its last collision. It just continues on that vector until it either hits another gas particle or the walls of the container.
Exactly.
Actually even do the equation for gas pressure as a physical barrier because pressure is.
There you go. Now, Chocolate, he's doing it. He's given the definition, clumsily so, of gas pressure.
The energy or force exerted on the walls of a container.
Say again. That's what I heard.
Sorry, I'm driving.
Got it. Here we go.
So you need to even have pressure, to even invoke pressure at
gas pressure. To even invoke gas pressure, you must have a container.
On the walls of a container.
So,
not so. That's it. Stop there. Drop anchor and drive that stake in right now.
Real quick. Sorry.
Oh my God, you won't be able to.
No, he didn't, did it?
No.
Just
he couldn't. He couldn't because he's going to get interrupted now. And we're going to go down some doofus idiot lane again. Sponsored by Tim Fool, right? I can't wait with this one.
The presumption of why the Earth has an atmosphere is because the gravity is holding this matter to the
Yeah, that's nonsense. Atmosphere is a paradox. We already been through this. And it would never rain if that were true. Tim Fool.
Earth. Yes. Yeah. And for Mars.
Yeah, and astronomy dead. Yes. Yes, you're a moron. Astronomy dead, and you would fail first grade intro to gas behavior.
There is not enough. The gravity is weaker.
Right.
So
what gravity?
The atmosphere is much thinner because it can't hold as much.
That's why
atmosphere is a paradox.
Why does Jupiter have a much thicker atmosphere?
Yeah. Why does Jupiter have a much thicker atmosphere? There's all kind of paradoxes here, including the big one. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation, Bob.
Because more gravity.
But
just because of more gravity.
Gas disperses in all directions on the surface where gravity would be the strongest. Right?
Oh, nicely done. So, did everyone hear what he said? Gases at the surface disperse, and that's the closest to gravity that it's getting. Stick here, Witsit. Stay right here. Drive the stake in. Anyone guess what he's going to do? We don't know, but pattern recognition. Pattern recognition is going to say that he's going to let this go. He's either going to get interrupted, he's not going to finish his point, or he's going to divert away himself.
This is that point in the horror movie where the girl escapes the killer and she's running through the forest, and all she has to do is not trip over the log.
Where there's a car there that's running, or there's an old shack filled with sharp farm equipment. What's her choice?
Yeah. Which way is she going to go? Yeah.
Gas goes in all directions. You can't just have a vacuum next to a gas pressure on the surface. Gravity is the strongest here. So that's the modern model just isn't true. It defies physics. And I'm waiting for an answer to that. If gravity is the strongest at the surface,
the atmosphere.
So he said he's going to wait for an answer for that. So let's wait. Right? Good job. No, that was good. Let's see if we actually wait.
There's a gradient, and I've got a.
There's a gradient. Huh? How does that answer Witset's claim? That doesn't answer Witset's claim. That's a gas pressure gradient. He's asking, Witset's asking, how do you have gas pressure first? You have to have gas pressure before you have a gas pressure gradient. And a gradient doesn't answer why the gases disperse at ground level next to where gravity is. Astronomy dead? If you would have said beluga whales, it would have been more relevant. You clown, you dumbass. Whitson, are you going to let him get away with this?
Simulation that I programmed myself that's on my.
You programmed a simulation?
My channel that shows a simulated planet with gravity holding onto an atmosphere. And yeah, it's a gradient. As you go further out, it goes closer.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure you did. Let's see that. I want to see it. You betcha. And Elmer and friggin' Aphrodite was actually Elmer Fudd Drag and was directly responsible for the Tet offensive. Clown.
Air gets thinner.
Invoked a simulation.
Air gets thinner the higher you go. That's why people die on Mount Everest.
Yeah, there's definitely a gradient.
Hydrogen that escapes out into outer
Oh my God! Now Bob is gonna
space because it's just too light for the gravity. To
So gravity picks and chooses between some of the
it's
gas.
because the hydrogen is lighter than helium.
Why does all the hydrogen?
Why does that?
Sorry, that's all wrong.
Yeah, where's your gravity at?
Not leaving.
One gas can't be lighter than another or heavier than another.
Yeah,
Gases
that's correct.
don't have weight.
Gases don't have weight. Brian, do you want to tell people real quickly how we know that that's a fact?
Because if you weigh something outside of a vacuum and you weigh it in a vacuum, it weighs more in the vacuum. Gases, if air had weight, then removing the air would imply that it's going to weigh less.
Yep.
It weighs more.
Yep.
Because air has buoyancy, not weight.
Turn out the lights. Party's over.
They also
because
just
we have enough gravity
themselves in their two claims. So they invoked a density gradient. Now, we agree. In that density gradient, the mixture of air, its component molecules, nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the ratios of those things stay the same, even though the overall pressure reduces as we go in elevation. What they then invoked was that helium was the one that escaped. So none of this is affected by gravity, i.e. the distribution of the particles based on the relative molecular mass, mystery term, does not affect it whatsoever. It's just the overall pressure that changes, not the ratio. How until you get to the top, then the light ones disappear.
Gravity that it has to seep out slowly.
That's the pick and choose. And
So it seeps out of what? Bob?
No, it's not picking and choosing. That's the physics of
my
it.
question really
Physics. You wouldn't know what physics was or the difference between physics and a chartreuse windsock.
is we all agree gas disperses in all directions, right?
Ooh, let's see.
Like
what?
Okay, so
what? That if it disperses in all directions, you glue sniffing retard, then gravity has no effect on it. What's gravity anyway? That's so what, dumbass? Fat ass clown.
gravity's not actually pulling the air.
Gravity doesn't exist, what's it? And even if it did, it wouldn't be pulling, even in his paradigm, because remember we were talking about the general theory of relativity?
Yeah, see, this is a problem there. Witset's caught.
Yep.
Because Witset has his dielectric acceleration to punt.
Yeah, but he didn't bring that
So
up
he
yet.
can't state that there isn't it. Yeah, but he can't now start talking about how there isn't a downward bias.
Yeah, but he hasn't. Don't charge him with something he didn't bring up yet.
He brought it up earlier.
I must have missed it.
That was the last day. He brought it up in the last.
The
earlier in the
last
show.
one. Yeah, I must have. Yeah, I don't remember it. All right.
Down as you're claiming to where it keeps it next to a vacuum, it disperses in all directions where gravity is the strongest.
Well, what is your explanation for gravity?
What? What?
Yeah, you know it, baby.
Tim Pool.
Sorry, this is where he brings it up. I apologize.
You know what's coming, Brian, don't you?
Tim Pool.
Pool.
There's some problems here. Tim Pool, what is your explanation for triglycerides? Well, what do you mean, QE? Why would you ask me that? It's the same analogy as you asking Whitsitt about gravity. It's not his claim. It's your claim. You're the baltard. You need to not only explain it. You don't know what explanations are. You need to demonstrate it exists first, and then you explain it. And with that explanation, we're going to need demonstration. In this specific case, we're going to need an experiment because it's claimed to be science. Whitsitt, what you should have done, right? Let's see what he does first. I know he's going to fall for this.
Well, I mean, I would say that everything.
No. I already knew it. I knew you because if somebody asked you to explain something, I mean, it's you think it's like your wheelhouse because then you start to pull stuff out of your ass. Explanations are worthless without demonstration, number one. Number two, did you claim gravity? For him to ask you to explain it, is gravity your claim? Why are you explaining something that you didn't make any claims for, Whitsitt? Why is that? Next time I see your dumb ass, I'm going to ask you to explain triglycerides. And you're going to say, what, why QE? I didn't make any claims about triglycerides. Yeah, that's right. You ass clown. So let's hear your horse shit. Can't wait for this.
Down as you're claiming to where it keeps it next to a vacuum, it disperses in all directions where gravity is the strongest.
Well, what is your explanation for gravity?
Well, I mean, I would say that everything for density and buoyancy is a major part of it because it's all just pressure mediating relative to its medium, right? So ping pong golf ball, but I would
Oh my God, ping pong golf ball. This is where you got somebody pulled a clip, and this is the clip. Did Tim pull? So he pulled this clip from right here, didn't he? Ladies and gentlemen, did you just hear that? Let's go back. Here we go.
Pressure mediating relative to its medium, right? So ping pong golf ball, but I would say
ping pong golf ball. Really?
Isn't that very telling? It's not to interpret what ping pong golf ball means. We can do that because we're talking about density and buoyancy. It's to recognize that when we're talking about gravity, at relative density disequilibrium effect that's been described, he's making light of. It's not the underlying cause. That's just something that plays out because of something else. Recognize he's hand waving relative density disequilibrium here.
What about the elephant in the room? Ping pong golf ball?
Sorry.
Let me say it again. Let me say it again, okay? Blah, 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 blah. Ping pong golf ball.
I don't even think that's the real elephant in the room. Because, again, wasn't he before trying to debunk gravity? And then when Tim asks him, well, what's your explanation? And then he actually tries to explain it.
Yep. Chocolate.
Like, bro, you were debunking it. Just continue that.
We already went over that part, Chocolate. Let me ask you, Chocolate. Blah, 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 blah. Ping pong golf ball.
Can I add another ball like ping pong, golf ball, beach ball, handball? I don't know what you want me to tell you, man.
About ping pong, golf ball, everything's electrostatic, remember?
You need to be he needs to be stop. He needs to be institutionalized. That's it. It's over. You're a fucking quack, Witsit. You dumbass cracker. Do it again.
Mediating relative to its medium, right? So ping pong, golf ball, but I would say
ping pong, golf ball. I christen you, ping. You are never going to live this down. That you're going to be known from here on out, not as Boy Zero Sky Grifter, but ping pong, golf ball. That's you from here on out. I now christen it.
The best part is yet to come.
You fucking clown. There's your flat earth champion, ping pong golf ball. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy.
And this is what I say, I don't speak for anyone else, that everything's electric. And so
everything's electric. Show.
What about bonfires?
Everything that exists is
yes, when my power goes out, I start a fire outside. And so I catch the football games so I don't miss them. I put my plug right in the fire.
Electrostatic.
What's that? Electrostatic. Do you think everything is electric and then you say everything's electrostatic? Is electric electrostatic? Or define electricity, then define electrostatics.
That everything's electric. And so everything that exists is electrostatic.
Noble gases.
Magnets.
You're finished.
Why would you go in this direction, man? Because again, like a few minutes earlier, the guy gave a reasoning. Oh, what did he say? Because I'm driving, so it's a little hard for me to hear it. But he said something about the balloon went up because it was lighter, or the gas went up because it was lighter. Like, bro, you just gave the reasoning for what you see as the consequence of gravity. Why would you not stick there?
He already said that gravity's nonsense a couple times. Witsit has. Now he's explaining gravity.
Yeah, man.
Literally everything that exists. There's not one exception.
Noble gases.
Magnets, as Adam said.
Everything's electric, and that's 10
magnets
to the 36 power strong.
So now he's conflated electricity, electrostatics, and electromagnetism in one breath. What's electrifa and electropa? You babbling baboon.
Stronger than gravity's even claimed to be.
What's gravity? I thought you were explaining gravity. You got all kind of. This is a train wreck, epic train wreck of a disaster. What's it?
Something that
small
doesn't exist.
scale.
How does this explain a balloon full of helium rising in the air?
Well, that would be.
How
that's probably more.
does this explain? Do you hear what he just said? Here we go.
How does this explain a balloon full of helium rising in the air?
Well, that would be. That's probably more merely buoyancy. So
but buoyant.
Where's the electricity?
So when push comes to shove, he only has what everyone else has: relative density, buoyancy, basically.
Yep.
He had relative density disequilibrium from the start. A fantastic argument that no one will deny. Yeah. Doesn't need to invoke a pseudo force. It's still to be real.
Yep.
But what he did
Proven
was
through
try
scientific
to
method.
maintain downward bias.
Yep.
By invoking invoking everything's electric, guys. Well, why does everything have to be electric? Because I want to maintain a little push, downward bias. Yeah.
And see,
not just destroy the baller. Sorry.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm sorry. I started it before. It was a false click. Here we go.
Like for instance, when you look at these videos of outer space, they put.
You mean the second law of thermodynamics violation? So we're looking at videos from outer space. Oh my God.
You know, balloon. They cover it with water. The water just it sits.
They put a balloon and they cover it with water in outer space. Tim, really? Can you show this video?
On drugs. What's he on about?
Around it. There's no.
Let's get the full thing. He's retarded.
Buoyancy.
But buoyancy in like for instance, when you look at these videos of outer space, they put balloon. They cover it with water. The water just it sits around it.
What?
Oh,
what
right.
in the hell? What in the hell did you just say?
Because Tim Paul, buoyancy only relates to how things float in the medium of water, as opposed to being a buttery.
I don't think you heard him right, Adam.
And then he's mind farted to something that he's seen on the ISS, where somebody squirted water on a tennis ball or something.
Well, no, you're not listening, Adam. Do not do that. Use his words. I'm going to stop it when he says it.
Merely buoyancy.
But buoyancy.
Listen.
Like for instance, when you look at these videos of outer space.
When you look at these videos of outer space.
They put, balloon. They cover it with water. The water just is.
They put a balloon and they cover it with water and
sits around it.
And it sits around it. If a mental health professional was here, they would have hooked him. You're a stone cold jackass, sir. That's one of the stupidest things I ever fucking heard. Right on its face. Unbelievable.
There's no movement in either direction.
Well, there's no movement in either direction. Movement of what? The balloon with water around it in outer space. It's getting too long. All right, we got another hour.
Buoyancy requires gravity.
You know what he's invoking?
Oh, you missed that one. Let me go back 5. Do you want to spend your comment now or wait for his next statement?
Go on, it doesn't matter.
Oh, you're going to want this one. Get ready.
There's no movement in either direction. Well, buoyancy requires gravity.
There you go.
Because of the gravitational pull of the balloon.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. He's invoking. Yeah, that the balloon, whatever gas is within this balloon that he's talking about, in this ISS, in this heliocentric
he did not say that.
He said outer space.
He said in videos of outer space. He didn't say the ISS.
No.
Well, I can't relate that. I can't do anything. Like, he's just talking complete and utter waffle there.
Exactly.
I can't make any sense, head nor tails, out of what he said.
Thank you.
Like,
exactly.
If you want me to address the gravity buoyancy topic, I will. Yeah. Archimedes' principle from Archimedes is from 1900 years before the existence of Isaac Newton, before he was born, before he existed. At no point does Archimedes refer to this man who's not born for another 1900 years. And at no point does Isaac Newton refer to Archimedes or his principle of buoyancy in his Principia Mathematica.
Principia.
None of them refer to each other.
Thank you.
Principia.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, right, sure.
In quote-unquote space. Now, okay.
Very good.
In quote-unquote space? What's that? Is that different than just regular old space? Meat hooks.
That's the claim, but I'm trying to explain really what it requires is little g, which is downward acceleration.
Really? Little g? Where'd you get that at?
That's just the effect. We measure how fast things fall.
The clouds measure how fast clouds fall. I need that measurement. I'll take an average.
Big G, or the cause of that, is a totally separate thing.
The cause, so big G causes little g. Are you a flat earther? Serious question.
Thing. I don't deny little g, and I would actually.
There you go. Game, set, match.
Ouch.
That's it. I guess I know the answer to my question.
Could you ask that question again, please? I missed it.
Are you a flat earther? What's it? And then this gem come out of his Bible.
Big G, or the cause of that, is a totally separate thing. I don't deny little g. And
there you go.
What did he just say?
He doesn't deny a rate of change of fall and a force that would cause that. Now, what he did say is big G, i.e. the causation, i.e. being mass attracting mass or a bending of space-time. He, of course, ridicules that, but it's really important in this flat Earth discussion to make sure that gravity, of course, little g, still exists because its fundamental cause is the dielectric acceleration or the electropotential between the Earth and as we go up. Electropotential change is the thing that determines why density and buoyancy plays out. That little push, as Bob from Globebusters would have described. Yeah, that fundamental setting of the direction. The little force.
Yep.
Causes it all.
Yep.
And I would actually say I know a better cause for it.
You know a better cause for G? Little g or big G?
There's a downward electric current on the Earth.
Oh, Adam.
You're about to repeat what I just said.
Adam called it. Jesus. Right the next breath.
Yeah, this is exactly where he was going to go. There's nowhere else he's going to go. He has an agenda.
Do I need to stamp you, Adam?
I'm feeling, no, I want it from Brian, a stamp of validation. Brian, give it me.
No, absolutely, Adam. I 100% agree. That's the only place he's going to go is where his agenda is leading him. That's it. And that's where his agenda is leading him.
So what do you leave in the comments there? What do you say to that?
Huh?
Sorry, I didn't hear any of that, Neil.
Yeah, because he didn't hear any of what you asked, Neil, because he was in the middle of talking.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear anything. Let me just go on mute.
He ruined it on you, Adam. He ruined it. Your validation.
It's based on the electric field has equipotential increase. So
based on the electric field, there's equipotential increase. What electric field?
Genuinely, right? I haven't listened to this, so for him to then do what he's done is exactly my point. Right. What he's doing now is making sure everybody that's listening understands the Globebusters Ethereum position and how this relates to this observable thing that there's an electropotential difference. He's making sure of reifying gravity and injecting it in instead of what we're critiquing him for. Just letting everybody know that the Earth's flat and that gravity is just a made-up thing. Is a prerequisite of a ball. But no, it's not about destroying the ball Earth or proving flat Earth. It's about underpinning and pimping ether and an etheric electromagnetic world. Very frustrating.
Every meter you go up, the electric field on Earth increases 100 volts.
Really? And you're gonna have to demonstrate that too.
Just 1 second. Superchat.
Super equipotential.
The Omega worthy $5. The cause of little g is pressing the G key without holding down the shift.
The cause of little g is pressing down the G key without simultaneously pressing down shift. Is that what he said?
That's what's called a caps lock fallacy.
Yes, it's a caps lock fallacy. Nicely done. Nicely done. All right. We got some wisecrackers in here. What did this dumbass just say? Oh, yeah. Number one, there's electric equipotential on the Earth, 100 volts as you go higher. Okay. And what does that mean? Number one. What causes that? Number two. Number three, can you show that?
Can I just point something out?
Hurry up.
That it's a red herring, because let's just say that is true and they can show that.
Yep.
How does that prove the other part of their claim?
That's what I just said. That was.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it in a different way, that everyone understands.
Yeah. What's the significance? In other words, even if it's true, you have to demonstrate that first. There, knuckle dragger.
Potential, and that creates.
Just before you go, they need everything to be electrostatic. It's not, and they need electrostatics to be not chemical bonds, but static electricity.
Oh, they're off the fucking reservation. They first need to probably define, before you get to the electro part, you need to define static. Okay, clowns.
Creates a downward electric current. You can actually.
Okay, go ahead, demonstrate it.
Read Feynman lectures. I think
Richard Feynman is a theoretical physicist. He's not a physicist. Theoretical physicist. What's it? So I don't care what Richard Feynman says at all. It's meaningless. So this is not support.
I think it's 9.1. He explains this.
He can't explain it because he's a theoretical physicist and you don't know what explanations are. Or descriptions. You're a moron. You definitely don't know the difference between nouns and verbs. That's clearly established.
Horizontal equipotential lines, and it creates a.
There's horizontal equipotential lines. Where? I walk outside. I don't see them. Can you show them?
Downward current. It's very weak.
There's a downward current. It's very weak.
But it's very.
But why do?
Okay.
Let's.
All right.
This is what I think I'll probably help me here. This is what was coined 3 or 4 years ago, before his death, as not gravity, but what was called bobbity.
Yep. That's correct.
Very small downward electric bias.
Yeah. Let's see what the panel members do with this. Let's see if he exposed his dumbass underbelly.
That gravity gets weaker at a distance?
Well,
gravity.
Well, that's what your model would claim.
No, they don't have a model unless you can show it.
As well. Now, I would actually have to get. Yeah, of course. The further away you get from the center of mass, but like.
Is that gravity? Really? No one's demonstrated it. Sounds like Newtonian to me. Newtonian gravity?
He specifically. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm saying Whitsitt specifically corrected them on that earlier.
Yes. Yes, he did. Thank you, Brian. He circled back and train wrecked himself again. He just torpedoed himself again. I told you that would happen, wouldn't I? But I thought the Baltards were going to do it. Nope. He did it himself. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He shits it. It doesn't matter. He'll shit it out. And no matter if it contradicts his previous positions in the same debate, not even speaking to his entire mantras for 4 years that he's contradicted himself with, he'll shits it out just like he did. You're a retard, son. But go on, train wreck yourself even more.
it would be negligible, and I would actually have to know what the electric field is doing over like
What electric field? Where'd this electric field come from?
50 miles. Like the most I can
50 miles. What?
independently verify is 35 miles.
30 or 35 miles. What?
Yeah, that's your problem, you see. For me to know everything about shit, I'm going to need to know 50 miles plus. Best I can know, 35. That's kind of where we are with the level of technology. So I can't describe reality fully to you, but know that it's down to 35 miles.
Oh, is he talking about? See, he didn't. I'm confused. I thought it was distance, like 50 miles, like from here to Springfield. What is he saying? Is he going up?
He's mitigating for why he can't give an answer and using distance as his reason.
Distance where? What direction, Adam? Please. Thank you.
I'm thinking left and right. In the horizontal direction.
Wait,
sorry. I'm not. Right. Yeah. So the best he can do is get to 35 miles up, isn't it?
30. So now you're saying he means up. See, he didn't say that. Yeah. So thanks a lot.
I'm just realizing what he's going to invoke the way in which NASA satellites can change altitude based on the GlobeBusters presentation, which uses the electropotential to charge stuff.
See, Adam, you know all this stuff from GlobeBusters. I'm just taking for him at his word right here.
I know this stuff because I am the emissary.
You are the emissary, but that's not, we don't give a shit about that. We're using the words that he's using right now. And for somebody just coming into this, you follow me?
Yeah, I know. And sometimes as the emissary, is invested time in it, you can see certain trigger things of what's being introduced, like I did earlier. It's just GlobeBusters.
Here, you got your brother here coming in. He's gonna pile on with this shit too. You guys are reading between the lines.
Is the baton, Brian?
No, I'm not. Let me speak. I'm saying Adam is right, but there's no point in trying to make any sense out of what he's saying either way. Now, both should be happy with that.
Thank you. Who are you, like the Mr. Mitigator, Mr. Arbitrator now?
Yes.
All right.
That was just
miles. The mainstream model claims that
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Like around 50, 60 kilometers, the electric.
I missed that. 1 second. Let me go back.
Is 35 miles. The mainstream model claims that like.
There is no mainstream model, and it doesn't make any claims.
Around 50, 60 kilometers, the electric field changes. Well, that's convenient.
What electric field?
Yeah, right, because that's where we can no longer.
Yeah, but your electric field is starting out there in space, and it's coming.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A Babylon Bob. Babylon Bob is going to come butt his way in here and destroy Witsit by accident, isn't he?
No, he can't, because, you see, even with this bullshit nonsense that's being cited here, what we're talking about is an electric flow between one plate and the other. First plate, the point you're measuring the potential from is the ground. There has to be another plate. What Bob St. Genesis has just invoked is that the other plate is the infinity of the vacuum of space.
Let's see what happens.
Coming down, correct?
Well, I do believe I believe that that's a major variable, is that there's tons of electromagnetic radiation coming from the sky.
Really?
You see?
Tons of electromagnetic radiation. Like what? What's the electromagnetic radiation from the sky? What's that?
Oh, stars.
Give me what that is.
That's
basically
what
not you, Adam. Not you, Adam. Him. What does that mean? Let's see where this goes.
That's a major variable, is that there's tons of electromagnetic radiation coming from the sky, basically coming down to the Earth. Even Tesla said this.
That implies.
You know what Tesla says. What does Tesla say?
He said Whitsitt knows what he's talking about.
Really?
Oh, but Whitsitt thinks that Tesla said that.
Oh.
This is the trouble, right? When you invoke bullshit, and this is where you're now at. So now we're at a point where we've invoked, like I said, a flow of an electric current. We know the principles of, like I said, one point to the other.
Yes.
Across the right. Now he's having to defend that instead of just saying, "Well, it's obviously the Rakia." He's claimed that the source is the universe.
Yeah, I know, but that he doesn't. Babylon Bob is going to destroy him right now. I got a feeling.
In all of that supportation for a slightly different, but still an invocation of a little G, what's that got to do with flat Earth?
Yeah, I got you, Adam.
You talk way too much, Adam. Yes, I do, sir. Yes, I do. You don't talk enough. Come on here and talk.
Yeah, because I want to see him get destroyed by an absolute retard, Robertson Genis. I got a feeling. Let's see where he may not. He may not. But the first part of this, it's finished. He's done. Watch.
Electromagnetic radiation coming from the sky, basically coming down to the Earth. Even Tesla said this.
That implies to me that it's stronger up there than it is down here.
Well,
I told you.
Yeah. Implications of your claim.
I told you the retard's he's gonna compromise him. Unbelievable. Adam, are you witnessing this?
Yeah, it's painful.
Watch this. Let's see where this goes.
Well, everything goes to seek equilibrium, right? And that's why there's a down.
Everything goes to seek equilibrium that's not dealing with what he just said.
No, it's invoking what he should have just dealt with, which is density disequilibrium.
Yep.
Yeah. Not an electric current direction of flow.
Yep.
Invokes a new causation for little g.
Yeah.
Which is why he's being held to task.
Yep. Let's see.
It is down here.
Well, everything goes to seek equilibrium, right? And that's why there's a downward current. You can actually run a generator.
That's why there's a downward current. That's not what he said.
Why is that? Yeah, it's because reason we've got electricity is because everything seeks equilibrium.
Yeah. But let's see if he Jedi mind tricks Bob off the point.
Generator.
Yeah, but I think we've.
You can run a generator off of the air. That's what he just said.
Yeah, those well-known air generators that everybody's using. I want one for Christmas.
Oh my God. Let's hear it again. I didn't forget about Babylon's Bob comment. Maybe Babylon Bob get thrown out by this, but listen to this.
Equilibrium,
right? And that's why there's
Oh my God, shut up, Brian.
a downward current. You can actually run a generator off
Yeah, but
the air.
I think we've shown.
There you go. Now, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, you can. You just need to suck in the air, which means you'll have to put in petrol into the generator to make that happen.
He just said they could. I just want. Can we hear it again? Ping pong golf ball.
Right, and that's why there's a downward current. You can actually run a generator off
Yeah, but
the air.
I think we've shown.
Thank you very much.
I know what they're called.
What are they
Downward current.
called?
You can actually run.
You know what generators that you run off air are called? You have them. Betty will know this.
Betty will know.
Windmills. Yeah, they're called
Windmills. Oh my God, you pretender clown numpty dipshit, you ping pong golf ball. Let's see if Bob gets thrown off the scent.
Generator off
Yeah, but
the air.
I think we've shown, help me, that gravity gets weaker the
He's not. Nope, he's not. He's on this.
higher you go.
Well, and if it's just electrics, then why do neutrons not float?
Oh
Okay,
my
you're saying-
God, he's gonna
Wait.
sidetrack it.
It was like everybody take a sharp intake of glue, Hold it until you feel sick, right? Wow, if that's the case, why don't neutrons float? What? You need a good glue bag, don't you? A firm intake.
Yeah.
Before you can take that comment.
Yep.
Gotta make sure it's Elmer's.
Yeah. Astronomy Dead just saved your ass from retard Bob. You better thank his dumb ass after this is over. You better kiss his feet. Because Babylon Bob was about to tear you a new asshole. That retard over there. Unbelievable. Well, but you're going to get let off. Good.
Sorry, I thought you were done at that point because I saw you going for the play button.
Oh, just go ahead.
Okay. Technically, he's been saved a couple of times.
Yep.
By accident.
Yep. This is one of them.
Neutrons don't have any electric properties.
Look, now he's all confident. Are you saying neutrons don't have electric properties? See why he shook his head?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
You saying chocolate chip cookies don't have chocolate chips? Oh.
Oh,
correct. They're neutral.
They have a net.
Yep. He saved your ass.
Neutral charge. So they're actually, in your paradigm, I don't even believe in this, but they're comprised.
Well, let's just argue about what you don't believe in then.
He's struggling here.
Yeah, he is.
Of quarks. Well, I don't believe in subatomic pseudoscientific particles.
Well, that's not science anyway.
Quarks, which has nothing to do with whether or not neutrons have a charge.
Well, it's all no. That's what Astronomy Dead. Witzig's trying to hold him to what his Baltard religion, and yes, neutrons are made of quarks. So, but we're off the topic.
Non sequitur. He didn't say what are they made of. He said whether they had a charge.
Yeah, there's charges.
This is the saving point because we're engaging in it now. Yeah, an intellectual point of nonsense, which has got nothing to do with the point at hand. Hence the savior.
Yeah, there's something like
the guy he invited
with the Baltard with neutrons. We're well off. Man,
That's
I wish.
What I mean,
I'm not done yet. We're well off the reservation. I'm so disappointed that Bob didn't get a chance to finish his point. Disappointment. I'm riddled with it. Now we're on to fucking quarks and neutrons. So go ahead, Adam.
that is the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're off the reservation again on quarks and neutrons instead of where and even that's a disappointment because none of what's being discussed, this differential of electric potential as we gain in altitude, has got anything to do with flat Earth.
Yep.
It's only got to do with how Witzig tries to make believe the fundamentals of reality, which happen to be, not that you'd know, on a flat Earth. None of what he's happy to talk about has got anything to do with flat Earth. It's all about
He's not a flat earther.
No, it's ether and how electromagnetics construct our reality. That's the important message to get over.
Yep.
Particles. It doesn't matter. You're laughing, but I'm about to show you that you don't.
He doesn't believe. Did he say he doesn't believe in particles? Is that what he said? Hold on.
Paradigm. I don't even believe in this, but they're comprised of quarks. Well, I don't believe in subatomic pseudoscientific particles. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't. Tesla does. In fact, Tesla made a quantum mechanical statement about electrons. So you're off the Tesla bandwagon. Who cares what you believe in? And you don't believe in particles, but then your number one proof is using a particle accelerator, a Van de Graaff generator. Contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. It just never ends with you.
matter. You're laughing, but I'm about to show you that you don't understand it. That obviously it's made of quarks, and they're made of elementary charges or fractional elementary charges.
Yeah.
So they are fundamentally electric.
Neutrons are electrically neutral, though. So why do they not float?
Are they inherently electric?
Oh God.
They are electrically neutral.
See, I just now directly rebutted this.
No.
That's the net.
See that's what he starts a new argument.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, as to whether or not the components of a neutron have charge. Well, that wasn't the point that he was having to defend. He was told that a neutron is neutral, not all the constituent components of a neutron neutral.
Correct.
Shithousery.
Yep.
Net charge, but they are inherently electric.
If they're net charge neutral, then why would they not float in your model? If electrostatics is just that's
electricity and electrostatics, that's two different things. Sounds like
what's this?
Sounds like that.
It's going to be going somewhere.
I was saying, sound like it was Witsit just Jedi mind tricked. Astronomy dead, doesn't it? Right? What did he say?
They not float in your model. If electrostatics is just
electricity, if electrostatics. What? What's electrostatics? Astronomy dead. We know Witsit doesn't know what they are, or what it is. Bet you don't either.
Is electricity and electrostatics the same thing? Because he seems to be conflating them right now.
Yeah,
as long as
that's what I said.
We're now into the realm of fuckwittery, aren't we?
Yep.
Where nobody knows what they're on about. People are just rambling, making statements about nothing that have not been actually qualified.
I'm still disappointed with the Babylon Bob line of questioning. I wonder if he'll jump back in here. For everything sacred and holy, can Babylon Bob, that idiot baboon, jump back in here?
Just if that's the explanation for gravity, why
the explanation for gravity? What's that?
Are neutrons affected by gravity?
Okay, because this is your model of neutrons, and that they're
he doesn't have a model.
Material. All material is electrostatic, and you tried to
noble gases. Adam.
Yeah, I mean.
Never mind, Adam. I wanted you to say something else, but you didn't.
Yeah, it's just even to argue this point is to show your ignorance. To use this as a point, it fundamentally it's very frustrating to listen to this.
Yep.
Stuff that we could use. I mean, it'd be hard to substantiate our point about a flat Earth. There's stuff that we could, but what's happening is we've got somebody misrepresenting or demonstrating their lack of understanding or full comprehension. And people are saying, see, if it was just me, the chemist, listening to this guy, but I was interested in flat Earth, I go, this guy doesn't know what he's on about. So I can ignore any salient point he does make, because the shit he's talking about just proves he doesn't know what he's on about.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is a profound point that Adam just made. Did anyone catch it? You see all this horse shit that's coming out of his blowhole? If the educated part of the public is listening to this, they're already dismissing flat Earth because of him. Did you understand that? Now, with Joe Coffey and Betty Breadmaker, they may be fooled. Right? With his incoherent gibberish. But somebody that has a background in these topics will immediately dismiss him. Very good point, Adam. Thank you for bringing that up.
Bring up neutrons, and that's what anyone can ever bring up because they think it has no charge. You're wrong. It actually does have charge. Everything does. Everything's electric. That's the true unifier.
Everything's electric. Magnets.
By theory. They can't invoke this, though, because it's going to start to have ether and geocentrism pop back in.
We'll pop him back in. I'll treat him like a redheaded stepchild.
But the point is, all molecular
What's the point? All molecular and intermolecular forces are what?
and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature. What
Sorry,
what is
one second. You go on, I'll go after you.
means is all molecules in the world that are held together in any piece of matter, you name it, rubber, sand.
One moment.
noble gases?
Sorry, I thought you were going to say something a second ago.
I did right now.
How can you have? Why would you have intermolecular forces if molecules weren't made up of atoms?
Yes, Brian, thank you very much. I busted him with that before. Yeah. Good on you. Thank you.
Well, this is the point. Inter or intra. I'm not again, for any listener of real discernment is fluent in these topics, and it requires you to be educated. I would suggest to at least GCSE, but at A level, you should be able to pick out what he's saying, realize it's kind of devoid of any point.
Can I ask Adam a question as the chemist here? Adam,
He's not
can you create water?
He's not the only one that's degreed in chemistry, by the way.
Yeah.
I know that, but people know Adam as the pharmacist.
All right, good. Fair enough.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Adam,
what,
can you create water if
this
you're
is,
given...
well, no, pause. 'Cause this is where QE's qualification is probably more specific than mine.
Okay, I use QE then. I'm just wondering, my God.
Just ask
Go on,
Adam.
then. Make
Just-
it awkward.
Just
QE,
ask.
can
Just ask Adam for God's sake.
Adam, if you were given hydrogen and oxygen, can you create water as a chemist?
Give me a match.
Yep.
But you can.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Right.
I've
That
done it
means
live
that-
on air.
I can do it live on
I
air.
have a good reason for asking.
Oh,
this.
no, I have. So this was a Pete and... Remember Pete and Peter?
Yes, it's a
Those
Pete and
retards?
Pete. Yeah.
I remember that. I remember about that, right? But my point being is that means that there's something smaller than the molecule that's creating it. Because a H2O molecule can't be H2O if there's nothing smaller than the molecule.
Oh my God.
Now, we waited a long time to ask Wits at that, but
Go
I don't
ahead.
think I'll ever get the chance.
Yeah, I think you'll get a chance, but you'll get interrupted.
Yeah. That's my
Sand,
point.
glass,
It's like-
wood,
Noble gases.
name anything in the world.
It's
It's held together by electrostatics.
Noble
Yeah, but
gases.
how does that prove gravity, though?
Well, it's see. I don't
How
have
does
to,
that prove? Babylon Bob is coming in. He's coming in hot. See? Let's go back.
What did
Babylon
he
Bob,
just
what do
say?
you got to say?
Yeah.
matter, you name it, rubber, sand, glass, wood, name anything in the world. It's held together by electrostatics.
Yeah, but how does
gives-
that prove gravity, though?
Well, it's see, I don't have
to
have to prove a replacement for gravity.
Why not? I thought that's what you were doing earlier.
He was just doing when we introduced the electropotential between the surface and altitude.
That's what you were just doing, you clue sniffer, ping pong golf ball. You were just doing it. Babylon is all over him, man.
I'm stating a fact, which is
Yeah, well, we agree with that. It's all electrostatic.
and think about
I
this.
have
Well,
no
what
Noble gases?
problem with
well,
it.
what is weight? It's
What is weight? What? Huh?
Good question.
That is a good question. Weight equals mg. Mg love you long time. That's what weight is. Unfortunately, that was debunked with F equal ma, because W equal mg. Mg love you long time is derived from F equal ma, which was proven false. That's what it is. How about that?
it's
Before you go
weight
on.
equals mg.
Wait,
Because you're
wait,
actually
wait,
asking.
Wait. He did state it right, though. Go ahead.
Superchat.
Super MG, love you long time.
I'm really looking forward to Flats's critique of my accent of
Oh,
his.
it's gonna be bad.
Bugger's accent, yeah.
It's
Anyway,
gonna be bad.
Theo Megaworthy. Brian, you could always debate Witsit on MDD. Thank you,
MDD.
Theo.
Oh, modern day debate. That's not a debating platform.
It's not a debating platform. No, I
Yep.
already did debate with it. Maybe you're a bit behind
Anyway.
the times.
What would that prove? Debating Witsit about what? Why would anybody want to debate?
I will, yeah, but not on that. Not on a real platform. Yeah.
Hold on.
But if you debated Witsit, Brian, what would that prove? That the Earth's flat, or that Witsit's
I don't know what it's
full of
supposed to
shit?
prove. I mean, I don't know why Theo Megaworthy feels the need to even ask that question. I twice I debated him, and I was only channel one time. I don't see the point of this.
Right, don't worry about why he would do that. I'm asking you, if you did, would it have any bearing on whether or not your knowledge of why the Earth is flat, or would it just prove, if you did debate Witsit, that Witsit's full of shit, as we're witnessing here? That could be the only outcome if you did debate him on modern day debates, which isn't a debate channel. Yeah, the outcome would be what? To review Witsit's character, which has got nothing to do with whether or not the Earth's flat. So don't worry about it.
Well, it doesn't change what's after happening here.
Exactly.
Like it's not a solution to anything. I have no hassle debating with it. I mean, the last time I was trying to have a debate with him, it was Theo Megaworthy that made it not possible. But anyway, the point is that it really doesn't matter, does it? Because
you were super debating objective topics.
Theo Megaworthy. Just to ask him one uninterrupted question, because, like I say, what's important in this world, people, is to make sure that Witsit finally agrees with you.
Hey,
That's
we're getting bogged down. We're getting bogged down again.
That's why I'm bringing it back. That's why I'm bringing it back. That's what educated people would do. Seek out the Council of Witsit. So if we can convince him. No.
Thanks for the super chat.
It's a pointless endeavor.
Yes, thank you. Thanks for the super chat. We're gonna move on.
What is weight?
What is weight?
Weight equals mg.
Yeah, mg. Love you long time. Yeah, it was debunked many moons ago.
Because you're actually asking me to explain what causes weight.
Is that what they're asking him?
You asked me about gravity.
Hold
you
up.
have a different idea that
weight.
everyone's.
He's not weight. He's not weight. Just say, go and weigh that over there. You don't go, well, just a second. I'm going to take its mass and multiply it by gravity. There's its weight. No, what you do to ascertain in the real world, grown-ups, the real world, reality, is you put it on scales. And that describes its weight.
Thanks, Adam.
Antipodal and omnidirectional, and there needs to be a force pulling me on a sphere that's flying around the sun. I don't believe in that. I'm just going to state the facts that there's weight, and what is it? It's mass times quote unquote gravity, right?
No.
Could you ask me what weight is, QE, please?
Did he do the inverse meat hook quotes?
I genuinely gave I didn't know he was then going to go and outline his description as the complete converse of what I was ridiculing the ballers, their stupidity.
Yeah.
Through Newtonian mechanics, they reify weight is m times g. You muppets.
Yeah. No, we're not asking you, Brian.
Little g. That's how fast things fall. So what is mass?
It's how fast things fall. What is mass?
Ooh,
please, the floor is yours.
It's volume times density.
What? No. That's not mass.
No, that's weight. Volume times density is weight.
He's using.
What's that weight?
He's taking the formula density equals mass over volume and switching them. That's not the definition of mass, Sunshine.
No, definition of weight.
It's definitely not the definition of mass.
How? Right. What does that thing over there weigh? What? That 1 meter cubed thing, which is made up of a density that is 1 kilogram per meter cube. What does it weigh? Oh, it weighs a kilogram.
Let's. Oh, maybe that was.
What's its mass? I don't know. Why don't you start with defining mass?
Oh, back to let's go.
No. I'm nearly done. This is what's being conflated here, just for not you and me, QE. Yeah, this is the conflation of mass, which is an arbitrary concept, and weight, which is something we define in reality.
You done?
What do you do with volume density? It's up to you.
You done?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, it just so happens that these are right next to each other. So back to your buddy, Richard Feynman, from the lecture on quantum electrodynamics. He said the discovery of quantum mechanics first, and then in the behavior of light, and then in the behavior of matter, finally culminating in 1926 with a full equation of quantum mechanics, which told us that the laws of motion of Newton were not right. So they've known this since 1926. Again, Feynman lectures, even though the law F equal ma is false. Right there. That's it for F equal ma, and then that's it for W equal mg, because W mg is derived from F equal ma. Now, right beside it, isn't this lovely? Oh, you guys can't see this, sorry, in Discord. What's mass? Let's go down to Max Born. Remember when you said that it was, you switched the formula around? Yeah. Let's see what Max Born has to say, Nobel laureate, about what mass is. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. Here comes the really important part. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, not strongly emphasize, but very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning. In physics, it has no meaning. It's meaningless. Other than that given by formula, that's not physics. That's maths. It is the measure of resistance to changes in velocity. No, it's not. That's inertia. Game, set, match.
That's what it is. So then what is density? Density is the compactness of matter.
No, it's not. Density is not the compactness of matter. Nope.
Density is weight over volume. So
yeah,
the weight of something.
I didn't hear volume.
It's volume.
Yeah, I didn't hear volume in there. It's not the compactness of matter. It's matter within a volume, not the compactness of matter.
Nothing to do with compactness. It's nothing.
That's what I said.
Not a description of how shit's arranged.
Yep.
It's a description of the weight of something given its metric volume.
Yep. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right? So
wrong.
What's the cause of density?
What's the cause of density?
Holding the matter together with a certain compactness. We know that.
Oh, that's got to be electrostatics.
It's electrostatics. The actual primary cause of density.
How does that prove gravity, though?
No.
Yeah, back to how does that prove gravity then, Babylon Bob? Nicely done. Let's see.
Oh, it's explaining what weight is.
It's explaining what weight is, but how does that explain gravity? That's not what he asked you.
Why it goes down based on the pre-assumption of little g that he's agreed with.
Isn't there
what's weight?
A good question.
That's all you're asking when you ask, what is gravity?
That's not what he's asking you. How does that explain gravity is what he asked you. Not what you think he asked you. So you can get out of incoherent jail free card. You're busted. Babylon Bob's got you by the short hairs. Let's see if this continues.
Well, before it continues, right? This is the differential again, right? What flat earther is moving forwards, needing to explain a causation of gravity? Why isn't Bob and Jenny saying to him, "What do you mean you deny the total existence of this pseudo force?" Why isn't Whitsitt saying which gravity you on about?
Exactly.
Mass attracting mass or the bending of space-time?
Yeah.
Why is he trying to give apologetics for what? He's not holding these guys. He's trying to give another causation for a different G, which is based on ether. Instead of just going, which one? The 105-year-old out-of-date one or the new bendy space-time one?
Yep. He hasn't learned. He sat there and listened to me destroy baltards with this same exact question for years and years and years. At least 2.5. Nope, that's always, and my first question always was to the ignorant baltards, which gravity are you speaking of? That was always my first question. Still is.
Well, we were talking about weight. Because
no, he's talking about gravity. You're talking about weight.
Now, I would actually say, you
got two balls, A and B.
Uh-oh, we got balls, Adam.
Okay. Both are held together left.
Look at him and his fingers. Look at this cloud.
They were electric fingers.
Oh, my God. I got to go back. All right. Sorry about that. It just threw me, folks. My apologies.
I would actually say...
you got two balls, A and B. Okay. Both are held together electrostatically. We agree with that.
Yeah.
But why is A attracting B and why is B attracting A?
They're not. That's why.
Well, that's a claim.
That's a claim. That sounds like Cavendish, which falls under Newtonian gravity, which was debunked 110 years ago, Bob. Why don't you tell him that? What's it? Let's see if he does.
And you would maybe have to invoke Cavendish. Cavendish is the only thing even claimed to supposedly show that.
Well, it hasn't been disproven.
Well,
it hasn't been disproven. It was never proven. It's not a scientific experiment, Babylon Bob. So it was you can't disprove something that doesn't have a modicum of proven to it. You dumbass cracker. Why is Whitsitt talking about something that was debunked 110 years ago?
Why have we got onto the topic of something that's got nothing to do with gravity, i.e. balls in a shed?
Yeah.
And actually, its fundamental premise was what? To determine the density of the Earth.
Of the Earth, yes. Yeah, that's what Cavendish's paper.
This is the point. These retards actually don't know what they're talking about.
Yes.
They've not really looked into it. They've not bothered to study it. And on that bombshell, Superchat.
Super Cavendish.
Phoenix Rising. Thank you, sir. Hey, gang. Had my own debate with two knuckle draggers. Some message Whitsitt and warn him to stop grifting for puke emoji, it looks like. Or he's the first to go into the black sun before the tiny hats. Not kidding.
Thanks, Phoenix
I
Rising.
was going to fully grasp it, but I get the sentiment. So.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
That's why we do it.
So Cavendish is... You can't actually eliminate the variable of electrostatics in that test.
Huh? What? What the hell are you on about? Is it an experiment? What's it? First of all, where does it fall under? Newtonian gravity, which you already said was debunked. So why? What? Huh? My God.
I'm not. I'm just saying the balls attracting each other.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because of electric variables. So, and this is even well known in
But
mainstream.
you have to prove that.
No, in mainstream.
Because to say everything's electrostatic.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
This is where Whitsitt has a problem.
Is this the only place?
No, but it's another one. It's even just the use of the term electrostatics is to invoke a an electron, which is something he denies because it's this thing that's got the charge, this quantized. His mate Tesla, who claims posthumous reward for the definition of the electron as being, all of these things are the things that he denies, but they're the things that he's still using as argumentation against the baller.
Yes. Yep. That's
very confusing.
Very what?
Duplicitous.
Duplicitous is it? That's it. Yeah, I was gonna say pretender clown dipshit, contradictory moron, but duplicitous sews it all up. Thank you, Adam.
In mainstream, it's actually known. Even when you put Faraday material.
Where's the mainstream at? Do I need to get my fishing pole?
In between the balls in a
Shut up, Neil.
Faraday cage and ground the entire system, it still actually has electromagnetic variables that.
Ooh, now we're into electromagnetic variables. Where'd electrostatics?
Yeah, you know what that is.
Where'd electrostatics go?
Electromagnetic variable is the switch on or off of the variables.
Isn't he talking about light?
I genuinely, you don't know, do you?
Nope.
Because an electromagnet is one thing. If you're going to then use the confusional term from retards in the past, where they once described light as an electromagnetic wave, yeah, if you want to use Elizabethan terminology, then maybe I could put what you're talking about into some sense.
Yep.
I don't know. And I'm not allowed to put it into sense because QE shouts at me if I do.
Yeah, you can't. No, you just go by the words that he uses. It's contradictory nonsense. He's just contradicting himself over and over again with each statement.
That are affecting the balls. This is well known. And then Cavendish actually, right, didn't even account for electrostatics.
Electromagnetics is the causation of Cavendish's balls moving.
Yep.
Don't move, you. What? Don't move.
At all.
Why is he using baller proofs? Suspicious.
No.
Why is he claiming Cavendish's balls actually move?
Is he trying to invoke his own version of G within the Cavendish demonstration?
It sounds like it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And did Cavendish measure this G?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, he was measuring the density, i.e., weight divided by volume of the Earth. Just listen to how retarded that is as a postulation.
Yeah,
but that is actually what he was doing.
Yeah, that's plenty retarded.
It was actually the average density.
The average density. Oh my God. Yeah, see, he doesn't know. He's just mindlessly parroting headlines that is something that he's already debunked. Remember, I told you the ballers will go back on it, but no, the ballers didn't. He did. He did it for him. Now we're into Cavendish. Unbelievable.
Yard with a telescope and saw it kind of jiggle a little bit, and
we've got jiggling balls.
And knew the density and weight of Earth by assuming.
Yeah, does that make any sense to you? At least he got that right.
Assuming and reifying the sphere. All this comes to is people wanted the Earth to be a sphere. They presupposed it. They built a model around.
Now we're going. What model? I want to see this model around it. Now he's just going to generalize. He's going to go into a monologue coma.
Based on what they saw. Then they wanted the Earth to be a sphere that's moving around the sun, and they built a model around it.
If it's it's true that the satellite can be at a 22,000
Oh, now we're back to satellites, Adam.
miles. I know you don't believe that, but could it?
Arguing the distance that shit is in a medium that is a second law of thermodynamics violation, because previously we hadn't resolved the fact that it was a second law of thermodynamics violation. We just argued it probably weren't that far away in the second law of thermodynamics violation.
It wasn't deep enough in the second law of thermodynamics violation.
Take a picture of the Earth and show that it was
absolutely
okay.
yeah.
What? The satellite at 22,500 miles can take a picture of the Earth. You agreed with that? Let me go back. I didn't catch all that. Start that again.
I know you don't believe that, but could it take a picture of the Earth and show that it was
Absolutely.
spherical?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Are you a flat earther? What's it? That's the question that needs to be asked to him. And then provide evidence. So you can take photos from a second law of thermodynamics violation. What's it? Really? Okay.
That's my point. How do you answer that statement in such the affirmative? Absolutely. Absolutely. I can piss off 22,000 miles into the second law of thermodynamics violation and take a picture.
Yeah.
But
okay, the 500-mile satellites that most of them are about
500 miles. That's another second law of
500
thermodynamics
miles above
violation.
the Earth. They're going around the Earth at a pretty rapid.
They're going around the Earth, really?
Within his paradigm, low Earth orbit is about 10 or 5,000 miles.
No,
away
he said
from
500 miles. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rapid clip.
I mean,
And they're
come on.
taking pictures of the Earth.
They're taking pictures of the Earth, man.
Now, what I've heard the flat earthers say is
stereotype fallacy. Let's see if I say this.
Is that, first of all, there's no satellites. So
I definitely say that. There's no satellites in the second law of thermodynamics violation. I do say that.
No,
okay.
false.
What?
Yeah, they're not in the second law. There's no such things orbiting, doing the things that they claim.
Yes.
There are a lot.
I just said that.
That's
Thanks,
not
Adam.
To say is not shit in the sky that helps telecommunications. Even though most shit's done on the ground through cables. But that's not to say there's not stuff up there, because as Witzy said earlier, he's got Starlink. Thanks, Elon.
That's amazing. You don't have satellites in the second law of thermodynamics violation, Bob.
There's no pictures taken.
They're not taking any pictures either. Not from Narnia, they're not.
And when NASA comes back with the pictures,
the pictures, really? Do they have pictures? I think you need to define pictures and then provide what you think NASA provides. I'll bet you they don't marry up.
Pictures are a little distorted.
No, from Narnia.
Because the satellite being
a little blurry.
They're a little blurry from Narnia.
Because of the dark matter.
Dark matter in Narnia. It's lensing the light.
Only 500 miles up. Can't take a picture of the whole Earth, obviously.
Why not?
It can only take a picture of a small section, and then it moves on, and it takes a picture of another section, and it moves on, takes a picture of another section, okay? And then it brings all these sections back, and you have to put them all together. And that's hard to do. Why? Because you're making pictures of a circle.
Of a circle? Babylon Bob, a sphere is not... you would fail, Babylon Bob. You would fail first grade intro to shapes. Spheres aren't. Yeah, Brian, you knew where I was going, right? As soon as I halted it. Too funny. Yeah, he thinks spheres are circles. Oh my God.
And if you have circles that you're taking pictures of, you're not going to have square pictures. You're going to have
square pictures.
Have peels.
How come
you're going to have
are square?
He said you're going to have peels. Is an orange a circle? Oh my God.
Like an orange peel.
Oh God.
And then you got to put all these peels together. And when you do, if flat earthers say, oh, well, you're
stereotype fallacy.
Manipulating the pictures.
No, I never said that. Go ahead.
No. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, we've known that from the beginning. Thanks,
like,
Captain Obvious.
Because
you are manipulating.
And they admit that's what they did. With
they do admit
you have to do that.
I think we should be
dealing with a circle.
Okay, well, it's not.
You're dealing with a circle. Oh, you like that, Astronomy Dead? You're dealing with a circle.
Is a circle not described with regards to an XY position on a flat surface.
Yes.
Of course. I don't know what we've just built here with all this orange peel. Satsuma Earth at best. What's going off? What is this?
What's going off is Bob doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't. The thing he's referencing is not done the way he's saying it's done, and even what he's saying about what he's saying about that is also wrong because what he's saying. I'm not going any further.
Thanks.
Well, what I heard, Brian.
Oh God.
Well-known geocentrist, but also ball believer Robert St. Genis recognizes the fact that there is no real picture of Earth as a ball. What you've got to do is take lots of circles, put them together to show your ball.
Yeah. Thanks, Adam.
Not proof of anything, right? Like, let's just make sure the audience knows this. The first wallpaper on the first generation of iPhone was the blue marble.
Oh God, we're back to 2015.
Right? Does anyone remember the
Can
first?
I just point out something?
Yeah, please, quickly.
Yeah, Robert St. Genis there has just brought in satellites, which would have to orbit, right? Which would require a force of gravity, blah, 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 which is out of date. But he would have to relinquish a force of gravity for a geocentric globe. Completely.
Well, I'd force him
That's
to.
what I wanted to say.
I'd force him to if he didn't. Nice pun. I'm not 10th.
Yeah. So everyone saw this picture, right? And I would just assume that's a picture.
No, it's not a picture, and we're back in 2015.
Of the Earth from space. It
No, it's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
was not, though. It was literally fake. And Robert Simmons, who worked for NASA, who actually did it.
You can pull this
You
up.
can pull it up. He'll straight up tell you. Robert Simmons, Blue Marble, NASA.gov. And he says, what we did was we take pictures, flat map pictures. We take a bunch.
Where did he take the pictures from?
I'll tell you where he took the pictures from. 2016, which is where this whole argument is based.
Yeah. Yeah, but I really want to know where the pictures were taken from. Not a time, a place.
Bunch of pictures. We put it in.
What?
And not pictures. This
I know.
is where this argument is. Yeah, but this is, like I said, this is a 2016 argument. 8 years ago. I know, nearly 9.
Yep.
This is pathetic.
Yep.
A flat map. We compile it. Then we have to transform that. We actually have to turn that into a sphere. We wrap that around a sphere. Then we have to bring in cloud layers and an artist. And my job was to actually touch it up to make it look like what the observer would expect it to look like by painting it, by literally painting it. So the picture that everyone assumed was a real picture of Earth from space all over the default wallpaper is admittedly not real at all.
That's just a guy who made a Photoshop art for iPhone.
Yeah.
No.
I don't remember Robert Simmons saying he painted it. I don't remember him saying that.
Okay.
That's my Powerland.
Yeah, well, that's important.
Yeah, but
it's a painting. What Robert
that's
St.
important.
Genis does is admit that it's a composite, which is exactly.
I know about that part, Adam. I know about that claim. I'm saying.
Yes. We heard you the first time. We heard you the first time.
That's the point.
No, I have a reason for bringing this up.
All right.
If Witted is saying that Robert Simmons said X, Y, or Z and he didn't say it, someone can go and hear Robert Simmons not saying those things. How does that look?
Oh, I see where you're going. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Good point.
I mean, he's just shit-sitting it as normal.
Yes.
He can shit up.
Yep. Shits it.
I could be wrong, but I never heard him say that.
Oh, that's why I said Robert St. Genis says it's Photoshop because it has to be, because it's as St. Genis described. All you can get is little circles and patch them together. Now you can patch them together how you want, right? And the way it's patched together is like that. It's Math Powerland that has. Remember, photo or painting. They were the T-shirts.
Yes, I know that.
Powerland brought out.
Yep. Thanks.
For NASA.
That's for NASA.
Pictures don't come in curves. They come flat when you take a picture. So you have all these flat pictures, and now you have to assimilate them all to
onto a sphere.
Make the true picture. And you're going to have to add stuff, take stuff away because they're all
not according to him. According to him. Well, according to him, they were taking pictures of a circle. But what he really was trying to imply is they were taking pictures of a convex surface. So how can they be flat? The pictures can't be flat at that point, if you know what I mean.
Let's
They
leave
can't
this.
show up as
You
flat.
have to end
End up with
Look, is it too much to ask for, though, a picture of the Earth that's not edited? That's
Which is available every day from
satellites. How are we going to convince you
No, I
that we
believe
took
there's satellites. I didn't say there's not satellites. I'm just saying the pictures that they give.
Do you
us,
believe there's a satellite out there at 22,200?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know
Oh,
how far.
man.
I don't know.
Do
if
you
it's
or
that
not?
far. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't.
Anyway, it's 2024. What a retarded statement, right? The best flat Earth exponent out there, which is Alex Steen, as I can tell on this panel, is suggest that the unreasonable suggestion that could we not just have a picture? And Robert St. Genis, the geocentric bulltard that he is, goes, "Don't be stupid. 500 miles. That's a reasonable orbiting level. 22 to see in its full ball glory. Of course, we can't do that." Now I've got to say, well, if that's the case, it must still be a ball then. It's reasonable that 22,000 miles in a second law of thermodynamics violation is unreasonable, but 500 in a second law of thermodynamics violation is reasonable for me to patch it together.
Basically.
And if it was, why can't we just make a video of it? It's 2024.
We do. It's on TV every night. It's called a weather satellite.
Really? So the weather satellite, so prove that it's 22,500 miles away in a second law of thermodynamics violation. Please.
There is one then.
That's what he thinks.
He just said there is. He just said we can't, and then he said there is one. It's called weather satellite.
It's a weather satellite there, Adam.
No, there is one then.
Yes, there is.
We won't need weather balloons then.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that that Himawari one where everything's a bit red?
We don't know.
A video. Like, we don't have actual video. Like, if you could have shut this down, you went to the moon supposedly, just put a freaking camera on the moon, even without sending people.
That's a different topic.
No,
We're
either
not
way.
talking about going to the moon. We're
satellite,
talking about
whatever.
I think the issue is they're so concerned with sending $250 billion to Ukraine, no one's going to put any money into.
Thanks for that. See, he shut up for a long time. Could you continue to keep shutting up? Thanks, Tim.
No, he's got work
moon travel,
agenda.
but Elon Musk.
Thanks, Adam.
Is working on it. So,
I mean,
we're going to
Discover
Mars.
takes
Well,
pictures
first it
of
was
the
that
Earth
we're
every
going
day.
to the moon. Now we've skipped it over. They said they're going to go back to the moon for the last 20 years.
For Artemis.
Someone actually owes me like $25K because they didn't go by 2025. They were so confident. This happens regularly, then everyone forgets. It gets lost. It gets memory hold.
Who owes you that money?
I'm gonna give him a break. He came and asked me that he like kind of groveled a bit. I'm like, you're good, brother. It's all good. So.
Well, because they want to build a space station on the moon so that they can deposit materials, create rockets.
In a second law of thermodynamics violation, Tim. Out in Narnia. Really?
And then use the moon as a launching point for Mars. I don't know.
All right.
Obviously.
If Elon's actually planning on doing that, but he's saying
he tweeted something.
What do you want, Adam? Shut up.
Obviously, the moon's a launching point for Mars.
Thanks.
Think how they even need a
You
rocket that can
travel
reach.
into a second law of thermodynamics violation, which is the point. If we'd addressed this point earlier on, none of this kind of bullshittery nonsense, this retard throwing crap out there.
Yep.
If you've dealt with this point early on, you just keep reiterating, in the second law of thermodynamics, let's go back and settle this point.
Yes.
Otherwise, you open up yourself to this kind of pseudo.
Thanks, Adam.
It's really
in
frustrating.
its path to the moon.
I mean, that's the mode of operations for Starship, right? Is the whole idea is you're launching a very large rocket, and when it gets into orbit, it's
orbit of what? In the second law of thermodynamics violation. Really?
pretty much empty. It pretty much doesn't have much fuel, maybe just enough for landing, which is what they've been testing.
And a
but
second law of thermodynamics violation.
Doesn't have enough fuel to go all the way to the moon, right? So
all the way through a second law of thermodynamics violation because there's not enough fuel to get to Narnia.
The idea is then you launch another one and it brings up a little extra fuel.
What do you want, Brian? I'm trying to get through this. What do you want?
We still have to. I thought it was part of the show.
You are, but the show's 5 hours in. I gotta get through this.
Yeah, we failed miserably, haven't we? We genuinely said we're going to be immune.
Yeah, shut the hell up.
You do this over and over again and fill it up in orbit, and now you have a vehicle that can go to.
But we were able to do it in 1969.
Yeah, why? If that's the case, how come they had enough fuel in 1969?
Because in 1969 they weren't reusing the rocket. That was a one-time use only kind of deal.
To travel through a second law of thermodynamics violation.
This is reuse the whole thing.
Reuse the whole thing to get to Narnia.
Oh, right. It has enough.
It has enough fuel. It's got enough capability to come back. So
to come back through Narnia.
Starship, it's stainless steel.
Starship Enterprise. Jefferson Starship.
Stainless steel. Hey, listen to this shit. He's just tried to explain how we're going to get to the moon in the future to then get to Mars, which is to build a fuel bridge. The guy reported with, we went there and back in the late 60s. Yeah, but when they did it, they had all the fuel they needed to get there and back, and it was built with stainless steel.
Yeah, thanks.
This is full retard mode, right? Yep. And if you engage with this is the Hasselback shit. Yeah. Why would the photographic plate work on the moon, considering cosmic rays? No. Where are you suggesting this place that they've traveled to is?
Yep.
Stay there, never move.
Yeah, that's
Otherwise,
true.
You'll justify this shit.
Yep, it should have been done a long time ago, but he didn't do it, so that's why we're here.
Well, that's heavy stuff. That's not great when you're trying to build a rocket.
You're saying when it comes back from the moon, it needs to be able to land itself.
Land itself. It won't get caught by the tower, right?
Yeah.
Like they've been doing.
It would come back from Narnia. It's got to land itself.
It's crazy. Elon Musk caught a 30-story building.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but that was more of like a magic trick. I mean, I don't know.
I think, we got questions about politicians, but ain't nobody questioning the integrity of that Eratosthenes. I don't.
Oh my God.
I don't.
That is true.
What was that all
and
about?
shadows.
Yeah.
Sticks and shadows. We got another one.
What? But sideways. So we had Elon Musk landing a 30-story building too. Screw that. Get that integrity, which he actually was. I thought he was going to make a good point to get that. What about the integrity of Eratosthenes? Bloke somebody made up 1,000-odd years after he was supposed to be there. What about his integrity? What? Are we back to flat Earth now? Are we going to actually smash?
Let's see.
Yeah,
well, that works with the localized.
I heard he was cheating on his wife. Who knows what's going on?
Primary documentation doesn't even exist of that ever happening either.
Well, the thing is that you can move the light source to the other side.
You can move the light source to the other side of what?
And once you move the light source, you show that the Earth is fixed. And
once you move the light source to the other side, you show the Earth is fixed. What?
Like sunrise and sunset.
I have no idea. He's on crack.
The light source can change.
I have no idea.
Change its position. So
you mean the light source can change its position? That's amazing. You mean the sun?
You mean like what we witness every single day?
Yes.
Eratosthenes really didn't prove anything.
Eratosthenes, that's not how you pronounce his name, you moron.
Yeah,
what he did.
You can do it over. I could actually do that experiment on this.
He thinks, what's it? You think Eratosthenes?
Experiment.
Yeah, he thinks it's an experiment. Unbelievable. He's our champion.
Table and then show you the math of what size sphere this table is. Because you have different angles, you assume spherical trigonometry.
Can I ask you?
Spherical trigonometry. Huh?
This is just this is mind farts. Okay,
yep.
So what's just been described there is what happened again, a 2017 argument where Dr. Zach takes the supposition, of small and local far away. But actually, small and local with those angles, I'll then tell you the curvature rate of the table.
Yep.
If I pre-assume it. But you see, once again, it's fine for me, who's been here since 2015, and can put this and contextualize the bullshit that just fell out of his mouth. Anyone who's just here to figure out whether or not they should continue with flat Earth just heard, I can do an experiment on a table and show you the maths.
Yes, exactly. You got it, Adam. Yep.
Nonsense.
Yep. It's a nonsense. You got it.
You a question about the stars, constellations.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, so in the globe Earth, you have the north.
In the globe Earth, you talking about inside it? In the globe Earth?
And constellations,
All right, we got constellations. Okay, in the globe Earth. Okay.
By Polaris on the top, the North Star,
On the top. Huh?
which is the
On
tail
top,
of the Big
in
Dipper.
the globe Earth, there are the constellations where there's the North Star. Yeah.
Okay. And you got some other constellations, the Bear and Cassiopeia and all that around. And then on the southern, you have.
On the southern, what? Inside the southern globe Earth?
Penguin.
Near the South Pole, you have
All you hear is penguins.
Octans, Mesmos, there's several other constellations
Southern
there.
Cross.
Okay? Yep. So, if the Earth is flat,
oh God,
now,
The Earth's flat.
how are you
Those constellations aren't in those geographic locations that we used to build a ball from, based on our positioning system to describe these constellations, which are fundamentally built upon flat
Adam,
Earth
stop going on and on.
Anyway,
Don't do that.
everything you just said requires a flat Earth elevation angle.
That's correct. That poor dumb bastard doesn't know that. Let him go.
going to incorporate those southern stars that in the globe model take up a whole
Where's the globe model at? Let's see it.
hemisphere? Okay. How are you going to put them into the flat Earth model that only.
There is no flat Earth model. How are we going to put constellations into a flat Earth model? You need volunteer drug testing. That's what'll
We're
help.
back actually to the point that Whitsitt said, which is with regards to Sigma Octantis pointing south only at certain times. Yeah. This is where Robert struggles, because it would always be there all the time.
Don't
on a ball.
anticipate.
No, but this is what he's trying to invoke, is that the constellations, as he poorly describes them and doesn't make any point, means that because we've got constellations, therefore ball.
Let's see.
It only has a dome. Does not have a sphere. It only has a hemisphere.
It doesn't. What dome? Where'd you get dome from? Who knows?
How are you going to fit
Did
those
you hear
stars
that?
in there?
No.
It doesn't have
Yeah,
a
so-
sphere, it only has a hemisphere. So he's not grasping the point. He's not grasping these are flat Earth elevation angles across a
Right.
plane.
Sure.
He's pretending that we're just on half a ball. His straw man's are delusional.
Yep.
The
So-
south.
Well, I mean, they could actually be embedded into the firmament itself. But
What?
They could be embedded into a hemisphere.
What
Stop
the?
it, Wits.
What?
actually think is
Wait, what?
No, did Bob's on him.
yeah,
What'd you say?
they could actually be inside of layers within the firmament itself.
But we don't see them.
I caught Whitsitt chatting, doing his standard. Just make some shit up for a second, and that's what Robertson Jen his response is. What?
Yep.
What? What? Yeah. You're just going to embed it. Stop it, you tart.
Yeah.
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 Bullshit, just if you make shit up, right? Even though I disagree with Robertson Jennison and his viewpoint, he's clearly intelligent enough to smell bullshit.
No, you could stop right there. At least he's a dumbass.
He's able to pick up Whitsitt's bullshit.
Yeah, he's
this is what
so
he's doing.
dumb, but he can still he can still pick up Whitsitt's horseshit. Yep. You got it.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean from the
I
north?
have to travel.
So
I
you're
have to
asking
travel
why I
down
can't see them.
here to the bottom to
Yeah.
see.
You're asking, is that what he's at? He's asking why we can't see the constellations in the south when we're up north. Is that what he's really asking? Let's see.
See those stars.
Yeah, I mean, this is a
So how
pretty
can they be embedded in the northern hemisphere?
No, well, I
What?
just meant the
Oh my
firmament
God.
itself, but I misunderstood your question. It's a pretty simple answer, right? It's like the same reason that street lights look like they're going down. So in the globe
What?
paradigm,
What do you mean?
so if I look at a long street, the street lights are all 10 feet tall, but they're going to
Okay.
look like they're going down.
So you're going to give me the perspective argument.
Perspective argument? No, just perspective.
Pause. No, but this is the whole point. Yes, I bloody am. And that is the principle of
Exactly.
celestial navigation. And I'm going to describe what a flat Earth elevation angle is to you, you retard. Do you actually think the difference in angle is the amount of rotation or the fact that it's further away? And Brian brought this point up in the past because perspective exists. Ballers have to admit that. So it's either what we invoke, which is perspective on a flat plane, or perspective and rotation. Now, if that was the case, they would.
No, that's incorrect.
No, that's not what I said.
That's incorrect.
No. Perspective doesn't exist within their flow paradigm. No, they might try and say they might accept it exists, but that's the destruction of the paradigm.
Yeah, that's it.
That's not what I was putting you on.
Here we go for the next 30 minutes. I'm not going to do it, folks. Not going to do it.
Sorry.
Not going to do it. We got to move on.
Well, that's what it is.
How? How does
because
that
the way we
explain?
actually made these measurements is we actually looked at Polaris and we took an elevation angle to Polaris.
Here we go again. He's right on topic. Drop anchor right here. Let's see if he does it.
Polaris, and we had a horizontal baseline that goes all the way to the zenith underneath Polaris.
Oh, shit. He's on it again.
Now, on a globe, obviously, you can't extend a horizontal baseline hundreds of miles.
There you go. Stop right there. Don't move.
And then what we did was went back a little further. The angle.
No. You don't have to go back a little further. Just stop right there and ask them how they can acquire an elevation angle off a Baltard right now. Do it.
Changes. Again, flat Earth measurement. The Earth measures.
There you go. Flat Earth measurement. Stop right here.
Flat. To even make the globe model, you had to make flat Earth measurements.
There isn't a globe model. You have to make flat Earth measurements. Stop right here.
To get the latitude system. So basically, the
no, stop. So basically, no. Stop right there. Have them answer.
Perspective causes the star to drop down.
Here we go with perspective. He's not going to do it. Just not going to do it. Unbelievable.
Just like the street
lights.
lights.
I wouldn't be totally against. What? No, he's not totally wrong. Because what he's
I didn't say he was wrong. I said he should have stopped. I said he was right. He should stop. How do you acquire an elevation angle off a globetard? Period. End of story. Right? Not about his perspective bullshit.
Like we said,
well,
how do you have
he's measuring perspective
without containment? There's a point when this topic comes up, you shouldn't proceed. And this is the same thing here. Once we've got to the point of the acquisition of an elevation angle, we don't need to consider how we continue to build the grid system.
Exactly.
Focus. Get the baller to admit, how do we acquire? What are the prerequisites of the acquisition, excuse me, of the elevation angle?
That was it. Yep. He's going to bypass it.
And you keep on making those angle measurements. What they then did was take those angle measurements that change based on your distance, and they put it into a spherical coordinate system.
Oh, wait a minute. If the stars come out at night.
OMG.
Really, they don't.
All the stars come out at night at once.
Oh, my God. He's a
okay. They're not spread out over time.
You are a retard, Bob.
Where did they come out
and
from?
We only
from a second law of thermodynamics violation.
See the northern constellations.
Yeah.
We don't see the southern constellations.
Yeah, Bob. It's similar concept as to, a plane at 30,000 feet in St. Louis. I'm in the middle of Missouri. I can't see that monkey. It's that same concept, Bob. Next block of instruction, how to sit down. Then point at a friggin' horse. You asshat.
Until you go further south. Right? I mean, you don't even have to go all the way to the
No, if I went on a flat Earth to the edge, I still wouldn't see them.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
What?
You can go to any point on the Earth in that circular disk, and you still won't see the southern celestial stars.
Well, the stars are spinning, and as they
And this is the Danny Faulkner horseshit argument. Oh my God. Honey, I am dealing with abject retards at a fundamental level. And I got to continue with this shit till I get done.
they come over top of you in your south, which they're actually more stretched out than in the north, and you can actually see them from a greater distance away than in the north, which is a major problem.
I don't think Witsit has realized how stupid Robert Sungenis' statement he just made. I don't think he even as he's a dumbass, he doesn't get it.
I mean, you can see more constellations from a greater distance in the north and the south, which should be symmetrical.
There should be some place on your disk where I can see octans.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the south.
Yeah, it's just the stars are above us.
Where am I going to see it?
In the south. My God, I can't believe this.
Out south is just a way.
South.
That's away from north.
Okay, well.
What's the difference?
Yeah, just south, Bob. That's the only answer, you dumbass cracker.
Tim, because we're running out of time, I want to get your guys' perspective or your reasoning. June 8th, the day that the Earth is 99% lit by the sun. How is that possible?
Because you are.
What the hell is this? Anyone? Or are you all going to shut up? Are you still there?
You know, there's a claim that on that day, the most of the Earth is lit by the sun.
All right.
You are interpreting that wrong. We went over this.
No, I'm not interpreting it wrong. Austin, please tell Tim.
Well, that's population.
Austin saved me.
He's talking.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, but it is roughly 65% of the physical sphere in actual light.
You can only light if it's a ball. You can only light 50%.
That's because they're counting astronomical twilight.
No,
as sunlight.
It's
they
not.
are.
That's not the only thing, though. That's not the only thing that makes it go over 50%. So, what's your argument for why it goes over 50%? It's not only astronomical twilight.
Well,
That's
astronomical
patently wrong.
twilight is the first
Basically
twilight
dark.
that happens.
Yeah.
It's basically dark. You need a telescope just to see it.
It's
and that
the
is
same
that is
reason
the
you
furthest
see the moon
extent.
with a glow on it.
Yeah.
Okay. It's filled the whole moon, and then you see a glow around the moon.
Yeah, that sounds like
You need to be institutionalized, Bob.
a local light source. But what I want to know is, like, you're going to claim the lights. You have to claim that the light's bending around. Partially bending around.
The first issue is you making the presumption that the claim at first is correct and absolute.
Yeah.
And so that's why I said Alex isn't immediately wrong.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
said that the globe is. Oh, no, hold on.
50% of the ball is lit,
and then he had to correct you. So
the 90% number
population
counts as
because
the issue is.
Oh my God. Gag me with a friggin' spoon.
You're making an argument against someone's argument instead of an argument for what is.
Well, yeah, what is known is that something like 90% of the world's population is in dilate, and they kind of stretch it
Meat hooks all over the place.
based on astronomical twilight. But if you actually look at the projection of the Earth, if we look at the globe model, right,
Let's see the globe model. Let's take a look at it. You don't got one, do you?
those people at where they're located to also
At where they're located. Good English.
be in light and not just astronomical twilight, then the light has to actually cover more than half the ball. So you're going to have to claim the light bends around it, which don't worry.
Wasn't the light already there?
People have no problem claiming it. They claim whatever they need to. They'll claim that the light will bend all the way around the ball if they need to. Whenever I see mountains from hundreds of miles away, the light just bends around the globe. But that is what he's talking about. There's two different portions, right? The 90% number is technically wrong if you present it as if it's physically impossible.
Speaking of that, I wanted to answer your question about Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, God, we're back to Michigan.
So Joshua Nowicki, you familiar with him?
Yeah, of course.
No, we have no clue.
The guy that takes the pictures.
Yeah.
He's the guy that takes the pictures? Is he the only guy? Is that a definite article? There's no other people that take pictures in Michigan besides Joshua Nowicki? Bob, you idiot.
All right. So I have a big section about that in the book here.
Go ahead.
Superchat.
Super Joshua Nowicki.
Yeah, Megawitty. It's a good thing I get paid by the hour. Robot emoji. Looks like a robot. Robot emoji.
Yeah, I wish I did.
He only does it in April and May.
He only does what in April and May?
Okay.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, I guess
Well, we'd have to confirm that he only does something in April and May first.
the weather's better. There's
Well, the weather's changing. Okay. So the
weather's changing. That's astonishing.
keeps the temperature for a longer period of time.
So the water keeps the temperature. Oh my God, I know we're going. Get ready.
Than the air does.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just coming out.
Adam's losing. Oh God, here we go. All right, let's go.
Winter.
Mm-hmm.
The water's cold. The air starts warming up.
Yeah. Do we look through the water?
Yes.
As soon as that air starts warming up, you're going to get light refraction.
Really? Are we looking through the water? Because that's the only way you're going to get light refraction, you moron. You don't know what refraction is. You don't know what Snell's law is. You're a clown. So you're either making shit up or mindlessly parroting what other people, baltards, idiot ones, have told you. That's it. You don't know what refraction is. Thank you very much.
This is how you hand in their arse, isn't it?
Say again?
At this point. This is how you hand
Whitsett could hand them their
somebody
ass.
their arse.
Yes, right now he could do it. Yes. Yep.
Sorry, Robert. Would you just define refraction for me, please?
Exactly. That would be the end of Robert right here. Yep. That's it. That's all it takes. Where's our champion?
It's just all refraction.
It seems like this idiot doesn't know what refraction is. That's not surprising. Yoo-hoo! Whitsett! Refraction! Oh, he's doubly screwed with this, Adam. Whitsett. It just hit me. No, he can't. He cannot do that. Why can't he do that, Adam?
Because they're travel of light.
You betcha. He cannot. He must go along with refraction. Because the moment...
That was Adam's point a few weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because if Whitsett knows what refraction is, his travel of light, the light's already there argument implodes. You ever see The Abyss? You ever see that Marine or the Navy SEAL in the Abyss movie? And he gets over the edge and he loses his grip on the edge and he continues to go down and down and down. That's Whitsett right now.
This is one of those romantic destructions as well. There's another reason he can't invoke it, and that's because if you look at the definition of refraction, it's at the boundary layer of the medium. Remember these words: medium of air, the medium of in this case maybe water or ground. Well, it doesn't matter which, but a different and it's that boundary layer as the light travels and intersects. But remember, from an Ethereum point of view, there is only one medium.
Yep.
And that's the medium of ether.
He's so screwed. This has finally hit me. He's so Whitsett is so screwed right now. It's unbelievable how many angles that he's absolutely screwed on right now. That's it. Whitsett, you're finished. Any direction you go, there's a flamethrower waiting for you. This is really good. I hadn't thought of this angle before. Let's see what happens.
Well, that's
you think it's a mirage, though?
He thinks it's a mirage. What's a mirage?
Do I think it's a mirage?
I mean,
that's what he asked you. So you're just stalling.
Basically, wouldn't that be? We're not actually looking at it. We're looking
illusion,
at it.
Whatever.
Mirage, illusion. It's a whatever, Robert. Definitely not a mirage. With a mirage,
See,
there's a.
once again.
I'm not done yet.
All right.
If it was a mirage, there would be an extra image or images of that object. I didn't see any extra images or images of the Chicago skyline ever. So you're debunked right there, and your little whatever horse shit is not going to cut it. Go ahead, Adam.
Sorry for interrupting. Once again, it's the prominent flat earther Alex Steen that puts the pertinent point to the baller.
Yep.
You're claiming that this is a mirage because it can't be there because it's obviously 500 foot below or whatever it is below your Earth curve. So you're saying this is why that's really good rebuttal. You're saying it's a mirage then.
Hey, a broken clock is right at least twice a day. Military clock only once.
Recognized my reason for giving him kudos is because it's the only salient flat Earth linked stuff that's been mentioned by any of the other
I get it,
members.
but I can't wait. Witsit has to be he has to be more silent than a church mouse, or he's finished. I hope you don't say anything. What's it?
The reason you're seeing Chicago skyline is because the light beam is being curved by the
beams.
I asked Witsit before whether ether was in the water. As I said, light is traveling through water, and he said, "Yeah." Yeah, I think I have it in text, or it's on one of those things I had with him. Yeah.
Great. Way to go, Bob. Are we looking through the water still, Bob? I hope we are for your case.
The refraction due to the temperature difference.
There is no refraction due to temperature. You don't know what refraction is. You do not know what Snell's law is. You're a pretender clown fraud, Bob.
Between the water and the air.
Nope. That's a little bit squirrely. Unless you're looking through the water, you cannot appeal to refraction. That's it.
Do you know about the Flying Dutchman?
Oh, boy. Captain Jack Sparrow.
What the living... This guy's on shrooms, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yes. Yeah. He's going to pull a Fata Morgana out of his ass.
No Dutch Bros coffee. I don't know the Flying.
Are you familiar with the Flying Dutchman?
Tobacco.
Is that a boat?
the ship that was so they would see ships flying above the water.
Yeah.
Really?
During the colonial period, and
just during the colonial period, not during now. Huh.
The legend emerged of the Flying Dutchman ghost ship.
Yeah.
It's just refraction of light.
Oh, it is. What's Can you define refraction? Let's see if that's so. Tim.
Made it appear that it was higher than it really was.
It made it appear that it higher than it really was. Really, define refraction.
That's not what the Flying
Incorrect,
Dutchman is. Right, he's claiming that the non-refraction, whatever they're trying to assume is, means that if you're on a ghost ship, you're condemned to sail the seas eternally. What's going off? Flying Dutchman, my arse. Sniffer.
Well, sometimes they
really
were upside down.
Yeah, but really what happens in those is
you bet. Oh boy, don't do it. Don't you dare.
actually the boat doesn't just get lifted because the water would have to get lifted too, right? Because there's light coming off the water. It's
what? I thought the light was already there.
Actually that there's like a reflective inferior situation.
Oh,
what?
He's on about Fata Morgana.
That's what I said before, yeah.
Superior Mirage he's talking about.
Yeah, not Flying Dutchman.
Yeah,
I think he's watched too many Pirates of the Caribbean.
I definitely have. I love those movies.
But they're both talking about two different things at this point.
Yep.
Tim Pool is talking about when the sky is mirrored onto the water and a boat appears to be floating above what is essentially a false horizon.
Correct.
And What Whitson is about to talk about now is a superior mirage which inverts the ship up above itself.
Is that what he's going to do?
That's what he's talking about there.
Let's see. Let's see.
Happens Fata Morgana. It actually it reflects down, so it creates a mirror effect, so it makes it look like it's up in the sky, but it's.
Oh, he threw you a curveball. He switched it back.
No, what he's talking about. Is see. If he's talking about a superior mirage, it has to be inverted above itself.
Shortly.
If he's talking about something floating, then it has to be. It's only the appearances because the sky is mirrored onto the water. It's nothing to do with the boat.
All right.
It's actually not. I don't dispute optical effects. What I do dispute is just assuming that the sphere is a certain size, therefore it must bend this certain amount. Because
what must bend a certain amount?
I went to that Chicago location, and there were wildfires in the west, coincidentally, so I couldn't see anything. Like you couldn't even see like a mile. But I talked to all the
that was helpful.
Locals. They said you see it throughout the year. They said it's very frequent, certainly at sunset, that you see.
So this is anecdote. It puts a bee in the bonnet of Bob over there. I understand why you're saying that. Okay. What about this what about this refraction?
What about the black swan? This is the fundamental here.
No.
They're saying because of this refraction, that's the explanation for why you can see past the geometric limitation that they invoke.
Yep.
So take them to the black swan. Let's deal with this because that's the fundamental of this.
He can't do that. He will not use any of our arguments, and he better not. He will not do it.
See Chicago, so it isn't just those couple months or anything. It happens regularly, and
that's a good point, though. I mean, it's still anecdotal, but yeah, okay.
Then there is an observation that you can predict years in advance every year.
You can predict. Is that a scientific? Is that a scientific prediction?
Yeah, I predict next 25th December it'll be Christmas.
Here, 2 days a year. I think it's in September and February. In Canigou, right, in France, you can see the Canigou Mountains from a distance that should be impossible just using geometry on a.
Well, we got out of refraction. Are they going to bring it back to it? You're lucky. You're lucky you sidestepped that. If they don't bring it back up, you're fortunate.
Globe. And based on that time of year, the sun sets behind the mountains and creates a silhouette. And you can guarantee see those mountains line of sight directly in front of you on that specific day. You can book your flight right now, unless it's like crazy.
Yeah, but you know what?
He has to assume that there's no refraction for that.
The refraction looks like you don't know what refraction is either, you dumbass cracker. You've been hanging around with Red's Pretenderic for too many days, have you? So, define refraction. Snell's law, please.
He just wits it there. Just described what the phenomena was.
Yes.
Creates a silhouette. He didn't say it creates super refraction.
Correct.
At this time of year.
Correct.
He said we all know what a silhouette is.
Yes.
Don't straw away with refraction again.
So, yeah, he brought up. Astronomy Dead brought up refraction again. I love him for doing that, by the way. Let's see what happens.
Dutchman crew upgraded their ship to a...
That's the one I used. Remember in the original Black Swan presentation, I used this. There was two other ships. He cut it off. There's two other ships over here. You can see where the actual horizon is. Right out here. Remember?
The eye is confused as to where the apparent position of the horizon is due to mirroring of the surface of the sky on the sea.
Correct.
And where we're... Aries disk, where our optical resolution becomes confused because of the amount of input and the amount of data. But remember, as you look at that image on the right, that bit that looks like the sky,
yes,
so much more miles per centimeter of going up the frame than there is in that last bit than there is in the beginning.
Yes,
the amount of data perceived for any optical sensor is beyond, and that's why you get that.
You can you can actually see the collage of the cloud. Remember I showed this? I'm not going to go track it down now. You could actually see the clouds mirroring right? Remember that?
Yeah. If you
can I-
add shades onto it and toning, you'll see that the horizon isn't where it is, and it isn't even at the line of where the ship is. Behind the ship.
What do they think? The horizon is right here? This broken up fucking nonsense.
Well, yeah, but that's the presupposition, because they're suggesting that this is a miraging effect. And that, yes, exactly that. What that demarcation point that we see is the leading edge of the sphere.
Go ahead,
Can
Brian.
I just point out
Quickly.
that the horizon doesn't actually exist?
That's some deep.
It doesn't
Brian,
exist.
Brian, are you sniffing glue? You're going to bring up
No.
a philosophical concept right now. Really?
No, I am, and for a good reason. Because there are always, regardless of the black swan, they keep on trying to infer that the horizon has something to do with a globe's geometric edge.
That's right.
The horizon is an apparent optical position. It
Yeah, we
doesn't
know.
actually exist. It's not matter or energy.
Yeah. Yes, we know. Thanks. Yep.
It's a very good point, and I'd like you to acknowledge it.
I'm not stamping that. I am not stamping. I'm not. You can't triple stamp a double stamp.
All right.
Cargo freighter.
If your theory was correct,
He doesn't have a theory. He doesn't know what a theory is, and neither do you.
you should be able to get something as powerful as the Hubble Space Telescope.
Shut up.
Point it toward California, and you
Really? Where are you pointing it towards California from? If you were on the equator, out in the second law of thermodynamics violation, and you pointed it towards California, everyone would line up sideways, you ignorant dumbass.
should be able to see some structure in California.
Yeah, pointed sideways off the globetard. Idiot.
No.
Why not?
I'll explain it. So like we'll actually use the Canigou explanation because it works perfectly. So before the sun goes behind Canigou, you can't see the mountains. You can't see them. You could only see the mountains once the sun gets behind it. Now, a lot of people would take that picture and say, see, this proves the globe. The mountain's below the curve of the earth. But then the sun gets behind it, you can see the mountains. The reason you can't see the mountains at first is because of attenuation.
You're done. He's finished. He's over. It's over. Attenuation, you mean light's traveling? You bozo of an idiot doofus clown contradicting. You are a fucking retard. Your whole position's imploded. Show me light attenuation without light traveling. Someone right now. Please. Anyone? Yoo-hoo! Anybody out there? How can this ass clown appeal to light attenuation and then in the same breath, at same position, say that light doesn't travel? How can he do that? It'd be easier reconciling married bachelors. I guess everyone's sleeping.
Well, no, they're not. See you there.
That's Booger! Hey, they're back from Friendsgiving.
Yeah, I'm a little bit tipsy, so please
No,
forgive
that's
me.
the perfect.
Anyways,
Booger's not, though.
no, he's not. So the Adam Meakin he sent. Go for it, Booger.
Oh, boy. Super Booger.
Superchat.
That's not even it. That was pretty good though. Is there a super chat or what?
What was it?
That was
I
it.
just
Read
read
it
it
to him
out.
again.
I just read it out.
Oh, you read it out? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Maybe I'm tipsy.
No, the Adam Meakin sent. Go for it, Booger.
Oh, Adam sent a super. Oh, that nicely done, Adam. Touche. Well, glad to have you guys. We're still going. We got to finish this up. Trainwreck Witsit just imploded his entire position with light attenuation. It's all over for him. We didn't even have to get to refraction. Thanks.
Right? That the light gets absorbed by the medium. And
how does the light get absorbed by the medium if it's not traveling?
Hold on. No. The light is the medium. You can't absorb yourself.
That's another problem. There's contradiction on top of contradiction on top of 5 more contradictions. You're finished. You're done.
Unless the medium is a wave.
Shut up. I'm only kidding.
it can't make it to you. Once the sun gets behind it, now the intensity of light is so much greater.
What's that?
He said it can't make it to you.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't make it to you. Why? Was it traveling to begin with? What about the light that does make it to us? Was it already there? Oh boy, what tangled webs you retards weave.
Can actually make it through the medium, right? So
make it through the medium, then it would have to travel through the medium, right? To make it through, to go through something, you have to travel. Ass clown. It's good. We're going exponential contradictions right now.
The rate of attenuation is...
Yeah, there's another one. 2 of them,
right.
Rate and attenuation. I'm never gonna eat dinner.
Not going to affect the image as much, and you're able to see it. Now, even in the globe paradigm, you would have to admit that. You would have to now say at just 150 miles, I can't see mountains that are in front of me because light gets attenuated and absorbed into the medium. So
okay, if they're saying that's cool. You can't say that though.
This idea that you can see.
I have no problem with that.
So you couldn't see across the world. The telescope doesn't actually fight attenuation, right?
What? Now you're claiming attenuation, contradicting yourself. Super contradiction. Super contradictions.
Quantum eraser. Okay, so Roger Ledwell, he sent. Oh, what? Heck, why not super chat?
That's what I'm talking about, Roger. Exactly. Thanks, man.
I'm trying to mute. Mama. I can't be out.
Mom. Oh, she got him.
Right? Like we can see stars because we're looking up through the thinnest part of the atmos.
It's not Atmos, it's Atmo. I've corrected you personally on this before. What does stars have to do with your Canigou horse shit?
And even there, we actually have 1 to 2 degrees. We have almost a whole degree.
1 to 2 degrees of what?
That we can't really know.
Well, what's the farthest
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
you think the Hubble telescope can see through atmosphere of the Earth?
Atmosphere is a paradox. They ain't going to see it, and you can't get the Hubble telescope from Narnia.
Well, the
like
Hubble
laterally,
was
like
in the second law of thermodynamics violation of space, pointing away from the Earth, looking at stuff. Why would it?
I don't know.
Look through the, unless it is stuck on a plane, stuck out the side of a Boeing 747, just a strap-on telescope.
Ah, Sophia.
It would have to look through atmosphere, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Sophia. Yep. Shout out to Robert Bassano, wherever you may be now, sir.
Like horizontally? Yeah. Oh, man, I don't know. It would... few hundred miles.
Really? Confirm that?
Because we see a few hundred miles regularly. And Mount Wilson, if you got a higher elevation...
how could you prove a flat Earth then, if you can only see a couple hundred miles?
How can you prove a flat Earth if you can only see 100 miles? Where the horizon is?
Me. Black Swan.
Yeah, exactly. I said
Black
where
Swan.
the horizon was. Yeah. Yeah, that's how, Bob, you dumbass cracker. What's that?
Pitch data.
Pitch. Oh, nicely done. Thank you.
A
few hundred.
That's not bollocks.
He said if you can only see a certain distance, not if you could only have pitch data for a certain distance.
True.
I mean, we have observations in planes with infrared where we've seen
planes. And infrared, well, the planes, you're flying. That's it. It's all over for Bob. Unbelievable.
5, 6.
Within that range of 200 miles, would Hubble be able to see?
Oh my God.
A sublimation of
chipmunk subliming
of the Chicago skyline.
You want me to get the whole thing for you, Adam? Hold on.
If you were to take out your binoculars, would you be able to see a sublimation within 40 yards?
a sublimation of the Chicago skyline.
A sublimation of the skyline. That's for you.
It's all based on the attenuation of the atmosphere.
The attenuation of the atmosphere. You're finished. Contradicting himself again.
No, that's beautiful, right? When some tosser says to you, do you think you can see from a certain distance the sublimation of the Chicago skyline? Actually, what is a reasonable rebuttal is, well, that depends on the attenuation. It's like bullshit at 20 yards.
I'm not used to you being so concise. I thought I'd get away with grabbing something real quick, but no.
I wondered what was going off.
Shut up.
It's always going to be based on the atmosphere.
You caught me.
Most of the light gets absorbed. The Canigou proves.
Okay, so you're.
Whoa! It gets absorbed. That attenuation. That means it's traveling because it can't. It has to travel to get absorbed. You just contradicted yourself. You can't recover. There's no possible way you can recover.
Your answer is how light's affected, right?
Yeah,
That's what my answer to him was.
Well, the light that was already there, how it was affected?
You're claiming it's bending at a certain rate,
And you're claiming it's already there. Mr. Attenuation.
I'm just saying that light's attenuated.
Thank you for just keep on keeping on, brother. I want to hear it again. Say it just keep saying attenuation, dumbass. I love it.
So I'll say it's attenuated and it's bending.
But
outstanding.
Actually,
how does that prove a flat Earth?
Well, it doesn't. I can prove. Well, yeah, but you have to prove it, right? Like you can prove the rate at which it attenuates based.
Oh, the rate at which you mean the speed at which it attenuates? How can you do that when you said that light doesn't have a speed? It's already there. That's 2 contradictions on top of the 25 that he's just had in the past 5 minutes.
Isn't an attenuation an effect, a diminishment of a journey?
Yes. That's why, yeah, thanks for catching up. I've been on him ever since he said attenuation with that. Thanks for joining the VC.
I know. Just there's a time and a place to
There's a time and a place for it.
Based on the actual medium. Based on the
turbidity of the medium, the turbidity.
Turbulence, the turbidity, and
the turbulence and the turbidity of what? The ethers? Really? Interesting.
Okay, so you have third-party factors affecting how the light comes into your I-beam.
How the light comes into your I-beam? That's a totally shit. Wait a second. Hey, wait a second, Adam. I need to hear that. Maybe I was hearing things. Hold on.
You have third-party factors affecting how the light comes into your I-beam.
Third party? Are there people catching photons so I can't see?
Then they're coming into your I-beam.
Yeah. Were people are stopping them. These third parties.
Hold on, I'm trying to find my I-beam.
I've got turbidity in my head. Now, that's like how turbulent something is. If I wanted to go from Dover to Calais, and there was the turbidity of the English Channel, that would only be of relevance to me if I had to make the journey.
Yes,
if I
sir.
was already in Calais when I set off from Dover, the turbidity of the medium wouldn't matter, would it?
No, it wouldn't matter at all. You wouldn't be concerned at all with turbidity.
Oh, if I knew there wasn't a journey, then I wouldn't use turbidity to. Oh, what's it?
Turbidity is mute.
How far it can get to you from.
Okay.
How far it can get to you from? Huh? Oh my God! I gotta go back. I gotta go back and count.
You have to put that on again.
Like, we gotta go back and count the contradictions just from attenuation. Unbelievable.
How does that prove flat Earth?
Oh, because we can make observations consistently, predict them in the future from.
Predict them in the future. Adam, you got another prediction?
Yeah. 1st of January. I not just this year, but next year and the year after. That'll be New Year's Day.
The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun.
That was really good.
Naturally.
Naturally. Look, at she's feeling her oats. I like it. I like confidence.
Miles away, where the mountain should be miles at times, up to 2 miles below Earth curvature. I can book a flight.
How could you prove that if light's attenuated and it bends?
Well, the light attenuation is just proven by the fact you can't see the mountains till the.
Oh, light attenuation. Thank you very much, clown. Just hammering yourself in the face with a spade shovel continuously.
Sun sets behind it.
That
right?
means it's something, the light's being affected somehow, right?
It's being absorbed by the medium.
What medium?
Oh my
Ether.
God. This I love this.
Once the sun gets behind, the sun's so much brighter that it makes it through the medium. But you're
Makes it through the medium. Why would it need to go through it? Wasn't the light already there?
claiming that it's bending and that I can go.
And you're claiming that it's already there at the same time that you're saying light doesn't travel. Who's the bigger doofus?
I can book my flight right now.
You don't believe
go
in
see
light
that
reflection?
mountain. Yeah,
Light refraction?
I do.
Reflection. Oh, Adam, get ready. Another feather in our cap.
I can book my flight right now.
You don't believe
go
in
see
light
that
reflection?
mountain. Yeah,
Light refraction?
I do believe in refraction.
Oh, he's done. Number one, why would you need to believe it? Number two,
refraction's a thing.
I know
it
it
is
is.
the boundary layer between two media.
I was interrupted. I said that's number one. Why would you need to believe it? Number two, refraction requires the travel of light and two mediums and an incident angle and the reduction of the speed of light. You've dug yourself so deep. Jimmy Hoffa's blushing. Go ahead. Anyone add? I'm looking at a burnt piece of toast.
These are in the water, according to it.
That doesn't save him. That doesn't save him. Go ahead. You got 1 minute, Adam, and 1 minute only.
What's that about?
Really,
I mean, he thinks you could just start speaking, on command. You have to have a reason to speak.
Yeah, the reason I've got to speak is he needs to eat fruit.
Yeah. But when you want to speak, he tells you to shut up.
Exactly. I feel used and
It's double
abused.
standard.
Yeah.
I'm feeling that way myself.
I elucidated the point from, like I say, from an Ethereum point of view, that we have a need for clarification with regards to the term media, because that's what the ether is, a media for things to propagate in. Then we have this media change, the boundary layer, and what probably is more a pertinent point is what Gui alluded to, which is at this boundary layer between the two media, which is not the media of ether, what's claimed to happen by refraction is there is a change in the speed of light. And that's what he's kind of invoking here, that he agrees with refraction. By doing so, he agrees that at the boundary layer, the speed of the light changes.
Yes, sir.
He denied.
Yes,
Was
sir.
that a minute enough?
Yep. And he doesn't know, and Whitsitt doesn't know what refraction is either, by the way. Not even speaking to all the contradictions that he made to his friggin' worldview. It's in the high 30s now.
Well, the problem is...
There's a problem after that?
Yeah. When we look at his claim of ether, right, and the ether being in water and air and everywhere, right, because he told me what ether was in the water. So, right, then light should never have a rate of illumination that changes.
Yep. Thanks for I think you're just piling on here, Brian.
Maybe I am.
You believe temperature can cause light refraction?
Oh my God. What did you say, Bob? I'm starting to like Bob a lot right now. Say that one more time.
Yeah,
light refraction.
I do believe in refraction.
You believe temperature can cause light refraction?
In a singular medium, it can have effects. You can label that as refraction, but
No, not meat hooks. You can't label that as refraction in a single medium. You cannot do that's not. No, your meat hooks don't save you. You're a moron. Thank you, Flat Earth Champion.
Snell's law is based on two.
Oh, Snell's. Now we get Snell's law. Okay. It's based on what?
Medium and
two media. And what? You're not going to stop here, right? Because you really don't know what it is. It's the death of Robert Sungenis and his appeal to refraction. What are you going to do?
This word's just thrown around. It's just thrown around. No one's can show this in a lab. I keep asking, show me an equation because
now we're see the way he diverted away from it. Show me an equation. He's looking at Astronomy Live. When he's dealing with Bob, he's looking dead at Astronomy. I'm sorry. He's looking dead at Astronomy Dead. He's trying to get away from Bob's point.
Wait a minute. My question was, do you believe light refraction can be caused by temperature difference between water and air?
Oh, he's getting him, Adam. Is he gonna intimidate Whitsitt into giving up? Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yep, he gave up the ghost because Bob Babylon bobbed that retard out his feet to the fire. That is priceless. Priceless. Thank you, Flat Earth Champion. My God. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, intimidated him. Right down to sacrificing, he just gave up the ghost. There you have it. Do I need to go any further? We need to go any further?
Maybe a little bit.
So you can't discount light refraction like we're just making this up.
No,
right?
no, not when properly define what refraction means. But
well, then why don't you properly define it then?
To every time to say, I know this amount of refraction's happening without.
What amount of refraction? What are you talking about?
To properly define it, you're going to have to use this thing called the speed of light, invoke a travel and a rate of travel.
Yep.
Thing you deny.
Yep. Yes, sir. Yep. That's why he can't do it. And he sacrificed himself. He's already given up the ghost. This is redundant now. It's all over. Well, it was all over 5 minutes into 1702 anyway. That was about a month ago.
Without looking at the variables and without actually making the measurements of the
Looking at all the variables and making the measurements. What are the variables and what measurements?
temperature gradients,
the temperature gradients. Do we have horizontal temperature gradients? Or are you just about to say density? Let's see.
density gradient.
Density gradients. Do we have horizontal density gradients? What's it? This is what happens when you're a pretender clown, fraud. This is what happens to you.
And just saying it must be curving this amount because my presupposed sphere.
We don't say that, as a matter of fact. As a matter of fact, if you look at the Chicago skyline photos, they're all different. Some show buildings coming higher up out of the water. Some show buildings.
Look, you see his eyes crossed.
Buildings that are thinner than they.
Well, they went on a diet. You should probably take some advice.
He's incorrect. Well, he's not. He's correct that they're different. But what he's incorrect about is that the tops of the buildings stay where they are. What changes is the horizon changes and moves about. And the optical effects that we see happen. And like inferior mirage, etc. And consequently, people think that the building is stretching up or stooping down. It's not. It's what's happening underneath the top of the building that's giving the impression.
Oh boy. Maybe because they're taking on different days, times.
Yes. Yes. That definitely has something to do.
Would that affect it?
Directly.
They really are. Some show more color. Others are gray. Every time you take a picture of the Chicago skyline, it's different.
The skyline. That's the skyline. Mr. I-beam. You're a clown, man. Thanks.
Why?
Yeah.
Because you get different attenuation.
Not attenuation. No, you can't get attenuation from what's it. You're going to have to take that back.
You get different refraction.
No, there isn't refraction. You don't know what Snell's law is. You're a moron. Unless you're looking through the water. The liquid water. You know, the one you appealed to before.
All kinds of things are different.
All kinds of thingies.
For every single day.
That's amazing. Didn't we just point that out?
Sure, but when it's clearer outside, we see further. And your paradigm.
That's amazing.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, but you have to claim when it's clear outside, that's when there's the most refraction. Because when it's clear outside.
Refraction, what's that?
We're seeing the furthest.
Clear has nothing to do with how much the light's refracted.
Well, if it's the condition.
With how much the light's not being refracted. You don't know what Snell's law is. You're a moron.
Of the medium that are supposed.
If you said light was beluga whaling, it would make more sense.
Refracting it than the.
Mr. Refraction over here now. Unbelievable. How many contradictions, people?
The temperature is the cause.
Temperature is the cause. What's temperature?
Temperature's not the cause of refraction. It's a medium change, and it is affected at the boundary layer between the two mediums.
Yeah,
he doesn't have
density.
He doesn't. I'm sorry. He doesn't have two mediums.
No, he said the temperature change within one medium is the cause of refraction. That's not refraction.
Well, I know it's not. I'd like to see temperature too. Can you put temperature in a bottle and paint it red for us?
And then ask it to change.
Can I just point out something there that can I just point out, I know it's late in the day, I just point out that what Robertson Genesis just said there is a complete relinquishment of his force of gravity. Because it's at that point, he's adding back in the T from the PV equals nRT and taking away the G that he replaced the T with earlier. That's what he's doing.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yep. You could look at it that way. Yes.
I actually need a G and T after that.
You need a G and T.
Yes, sir.
Gin and tonic.
Gin and tonic. Nicely done.
Okay.
Okay, and
Does it makes the air thinner or thicker?
One more.
Makes the air thinner or thicker.
One more thing before we wrap up here. The horizon in a globe is like this physical.
The horizon in a globe? Is there a horizon in globes? Okay.
Physical edge of a sphere, right? It's blocking things. It's a physical location. It's geometric. As in.
Uh-oh.
And on a globe, there's a physical location called the horizon blocking things in the distance.
That's an apparent horizon.
Wait.
That's redundant. All horizons are apparent. Why? This is fortuitous. I asked this question the other day, didn't I? Why is the horizon apparent? But wait. Define apparent within the horizon context. What does apparent mean?
Not actually.
Not actually. He said it. So Brian, good job. Why is the horizon apparent? There's two reasons. Anyone?
Because the Earth only appears to meet the sky.
That's number one. Look at Brian's kicking ass and taking names. If he gets if he gets the second one right, I'm gonna fall out of this chair. That's the first reason why. Second reason. You can't do it. It's right there. It's right there for you, and you just can't do it because you're thinking, Q, he's going to ask me something complicated. Reverse that.
It's perception.
Nope. Reverse it. It's simple. It's right there for you.
Because it doesn't actually touch. Is that what you mean?
No, that's number one reason, because the Earth and sky don't physically meet. That's number one reason. And the second reason that it's apparent. You're gonna really be pissed when I tell you.
Is it because the sky is
Nope. Nope.
Go on. Tell us then, I don't know.
It changes due to what?
Oh, due to weather.
That's another one. Okay. I'll give you that. Okay, due to weather and tides. Number 3 reason. So 1, 2, third reason.
Elevation.
Exactly.
Elevation.
Exactly. It changes.
Oh, I didn't understand the question.
Bullshit.
No, I didn't understand. I didn't get what. I mean, I could have just given you those answers if you asked me in a different way.
Oh, sure you could. So.
Absolutely. No, I would have.
Let's summarize.
Yeah, Brian knew that 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, let's summarize.
Absolutely.
Let's summarize. The horizon is apparent for 3 reasons. Number 1, it's apparent because, well, the Earth doesn't actually touch the sky in reality. First reason. Number 2, it'll change due to weather, tides, things like that. Number 3, it changes based on your height. That's why.
There's a fourth reason.
I'd summarize it in one point.
Oh my God! No,
Say-
he has to come out with a 4th fucking reason. Go ahead.
No, not fourth. An overarching single point, which
Okay.
is to say that the limitation of the horizon is optical, not geometric.
Oh God. Got number 4 reason.
Yeah, that it can change. You can change its location with optics. With zoom.
Here we go. Same friggin' thing. We'll have a discussion about this after.
Wait, is it physical or apparent?
No, you see an apparent horizon.
That's redundant. All horizons are apparent.
Because refraction's always there.
No, it isn't. Refraction has nothing to do. Even within your own paradigm, refraction has no effect on the horizon. It's always in relationship with objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. You're a glue-sniffing moron.
You're not living in a vacuum.
No, we definitely aren't, because that would be a second law of thermodynamics violation. You fucking bozo.
So you have no evidence of this physical one. You have to assume it's there. We see the horizon goes up and down, moves all over.
Up and down.
Hold up. The projection, Your Honor.
Paula
shouted, "You're not living in a vacuum," when his fundamental tenet of his worldview is that he lives in a vacuum.
Yes, sir.
Okay, carry on.
Yep, you got it.
Over, we can see from 100 miles away. Consistently, I can shoot lasers over frozen lakes.
Shoot lasers? Would that be light traveling? Why would you need to shoot one if the light's already there? My word.
Different colors, different heights, different
heights. So that would mean that that light traveled, you shot it in different direction and different angles. So it traveled. Unbelievable.
Even if they're different distances, they'll stay the same height over frozen.
Different distances. That would mean that light's traveling different distances. You can't appeal to that. The contradictions are reaching beyond Mount Everest.
In lakes,
I can
see specular reflections over great distances. If the
That's a good one.
surface was convex or concave, you wouldn't see that. And there are many. All the evidence shows, and just saying the word refraction isn't a
refraction.
Get out of jail card.
No, get out of incoherent free card.
All the physical evidence that consistently shows
I said that wrong. It's getting late.
Can see way beyond the curve. You have to prove there's a physical hill in front of me blocking things, and there's simply not. I can shoot radar through it.
So
through it. That would mean it's traveling. To go through something, we've already been over this.
I've witnessed a Falcon 9 landing on the drone ship.
Oh my God, he sounds like Red's Pretenderic. Falcon 9, huh? That's pretty impressive.
You know how they land on the boat in the water?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just after they were doing a dragon test and they accidentally...
A dragon test? They were testing for dragons?
Blew up one of their dragon capsules. They couldn't...
Oh, it's a capsule.
Land at the landing zone because they had debris all over it. So they brought the drone ship in real close to shore, 17.8 miles offshore. So I was able to witness this Falcon 9 landing on the drone ship. The engines are very bright, as this thing's landing. And I'm watching it obscured by the horizon as it's landing 17.8.
What was your elevation? What was your elevation?
No.
What was his what was his elevation?
Yeah, but he just contradicted himself. He said, "I witnessed this rocket landing on the drone ship, which is a ship in the water. There was problems, so they brought the ship close, only 17 point whatever miles away, and they landed it upon the ship." He said, "But I saw it going behind the horizon." How did he see it landing on the ship? If it went behind the horizon, where the ship would have to be.
Yeah.
Not that there isn't a behind the horizon, but
good point.
What's he talking about?
He doesn't know. He's making shit up.
8 miles offshore. The bottom 2/3 of the rocket were blocked.
Then how do you know it landed on the ship?
According to the globe.
Refracted blockage.
Reflected. We're not gonna we won't T-jump them.
That's what I should have seen with refraction accounted for. So yeah,
you have accounted for refraction. Pray tell. Go ahead, Adam.
Don't know if Flats is there or not.
She probably passed that.
In which case, super chat.
super refraction.
One big pond. Shout out to all who know ether gives free energy worthy to connection without ignorance. Lightning bolt. Thank you, one big pond.
Thanks.
Yes, refraction's a part of it. Also, it had a nice specular highlight across the Atlantic Ocean.
Specular highlight? Across the ocean? What? What the hell are you talking about? That's not a... You don't know what a specular highlight is. What a clown.
Ocean coming up to me that was very visible. So if
I'm thinking what that might be, no, I'm not going to do that because I'll be guilty of putting words in his mouth. I'm not going to.
If it's not curved, why can I see a specular highlight? And
it's not a specular highlight, you moron.
And then if it's not curved, why is the bottom 2/3?
If it's not curved,
of the rocket blocked after it lands?
You can see
well, how tall were you? What was your height?
Yeah,
we're gonna need.
That's kind of what he's kind of saying. Well, it has to be curved because that thing that was really far away, I couldn't see what was happening.
Yeah, couldn't see the bottom of it. Oh boy.
Specular reflection. It's because it.
No, he said specular highlight.
Specular highlight. And what is that?
That's not a specular reflection, you glue sniffer. Wits it. My word.
And that requires a flat surface. And
if it's flat, then why is it blocked by the lower 2/3 of the rocket?
So you made a false claim about the specular reflection that only works.
No, he said specular highlight. You assumed he meant specular reflection. They're two different things.
On a flat surface because you get a diffuse reflection if it's convex concave. But
can you say that faster? You can get a diffuse reflection if it's like convex concave. How about ping pong golf ball? Idiot.
The horizon's apparent and rises optically, and the most.
Do you get a specular highlight from something that's below the level of the surface that
you don't
highlighting?
You don't.
You just said you got one.
Yeah, you don't.
You just. I know you don't. Astronomy Live just claimed that he's got a specular highlight from something that's below the surface that he's highlighting.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a specular highlight anyway.
Well, that's another highlight.
That's another highlight.
There's a missed super chat, just to let you know.
Bugger!
And up above the last one from Price of Atoms.
Wait there then.
Will I read it out?
Oh, wait there. Super chat.
Super goober specular highlight.
Read it out, Brian.
Price of Atoms says, if you pimp FE, make sure you're a good FE pimp.
Great point.
Thank you.
The bottom, the most dense. So that's going to block the most things from the bottom. Now, you said you accounted for refraction. You did not measure the density and temperature and then
the density and temperature of what?
Put in a refractive equation and determine.
Refractive equation? What's the equation?
And how much should be missing. What you did was notice that it didn't match the globe. And then you had to add refraction because you saw too much of the rocket. It should have been more blocked. You assumed, oh, it must be lifted up behind the curve, and it's actually an illusion.
No, I recorded what the temperature was that day. And
he recorded what the temperature was that day.
What has temperature got to do with refraction? This is the third time we've said this. I said it earlier when Witsit was saying something about it. Adam mentioned it when I think it was Robertson Janice brought it up, or Astronomy Live, and now he's had to bring it up again. It has nothing to do with refraction.
But yeah, we know that. But he just randomly said, I took the temperature that day. Well, where?
Yeah.
What, at your feet? At your eye level? While you're getting lunch? Of that day, does temperature fluctuate throughout the day? It's just a moron response from an abject pretender clown retard. That's it. Thank you, by the way.
Anyway, so the
Anyway, yeah.
bottom 2/3 of the rocket was blocked, and the bottom part of the rocket's where all the flame is. That's the hottest, brightest part of it.
Yeah.
So why am I able to see this dim little part at the top, but not the bright part of the
You weren't what?
flame at the bottom? And I'm getting specular highlights,
He's still on his specular highlights.
reflections off the water that's supposedly flat, yet it's blocking the 2/3 bottom.
But the blocking the 2/3 the bottom. Good English. Way to keep your thoughts in order.
If it's
Imbecile.
blocking it, why is he getting specular highlights?
I taped Adam. All right, dude. He's sniffing glue.
Part of the rocket.
Can
Last
I
thing I want to
go
ask you,
another
Witz,
one?
before we wrap up,
You
though.
claiming bottoming up obstructions impossible on a flat Earth? So you're just
You're stalling.
I haven't explained it. That's for sure.
He hasn't explained it.
fairly new to this.
But here's the thing I want to ask you.
No, you're kind of new to this. What's it? You have no right charging this moron with anything at this point. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, the topic of the bottom-up obstruction, that's not something we have to explain. That's just a part of the diffraction limit.
Yep.
I mean, this is known in optics.
No.
I mean, D. Rose works in optics. This is a known, like, when you go to see a wall chart for an eye test, that is diffraction. You know, that it happens due to diffraction. That's why it happens. Now, not every, there's going to be optical effects. But the point is,
nah, the wall chart is more refraction than diffraction.
Well, I would know it's diffraction because
no,
it's to a point where amalgamating
no,
the
it's not.
background
No, it's not. It's more refraction.
I'm sure it was diffraction.
No, it's not. Not
Are you
the
sure?
Not the eye chart. 100%.
I'm going to check that. I was sure that was diffraction.
You better go look at it.
Kiewitz, before we wrap up, is, you know, you're going to Antarctica for TFE, right? And I applaud you for
You're being applauded for going along with affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Good job, champion.
Taking up that offer. So what are you expecting to see? I want to know what
your sister. Or Adam, what are you expecting to see down there?
Well, I think we're all hoping sunbathing penguins at midnight.
expecting to see. Are you expecting to see the sun set in Antarctica, or are you not? And if so,
the sun doesn't set on your globetard, dude. It's just a figure of speech. Rhetorical.
Oh, you know, why?
I'm sorry, it's a rhetorical language.
I have no idea. I don't actually have an expectation. I don't know. That's why I'm going.
What if the Earth is flat, but like that? You know what I mean?
What if the Earth is flat but not flat?
Oh my God, dude. Oh boy.
Like, does that work for you?
No, I think
it works for him.
Be a bowl, if anything, like a basin. The ocean, right, is got up.
Then wouldn't you see the sun all the time?
Well, it just gets so far away you can't see it. As to what's going to happen in Antarctica, I don't know. Like,
what are you mumbling about it, Adam?
That's what happened, isn't it? If the Earth was flat but not flat like that, and you'd see the sun all the time, wouldn't you?
Yes. Shut up, bro.
You can take the piss. But, like Tim Paul, he's clearly thought these salient points through before allowing it to fall out of his mouth, hasn't he?
Yes. Go ahead, Brian.
How can it be refraction when there's only one medium?
We've been asking that for the past hour.
I'm talking about the wall chart. An optician.
Yeah, the wall. Oh, you wise crack it. You want to get your ass handed to you right now?
No, it's 2:30 in the morning. We've got literally left. Come on.
I'll give you a clue. Your eye has a lens in it.
Like, that's why I want to go. Is because
but then you're always up until
like if it gets far away, it would get smaller.
You can't recover.
Not just go down.
Well, technically, it actually does get smaller. Even in the globe paradigm, it gets smaller. It actually changes to noon and should change again. That's never been measured. But
how do you explain the sunset?
It's just like
That the sun never actually sets on your globe tard. It's rhetorical language, but as long as you said explain, that he's your huckleberry.
The streetlights, right? So like as it moves away, it looks like it goes down, and then it gets so far beyond you can't see it through the air anymore, right? It goes beyond that point. The horizon's apparent. It gets behind the convergence point, just like railroads converge.
The horizon's apparent. Isn't that redundant?
If you flipped them on their side, that would be like the sky and the ground. That's what perspective does.
Thanks.
And even in the globe paradigm, they claim like when you see the sunset, it's actually not there.
It's actually not there. Where'd it go?
You're arguing that like the sunset is vanishing point?
Well, yeah, it gets beyond the you could say quote unquote
quote unquote meat hooks everywhere. That was about 4 meat hooks in one.
vanishing point. Sure, it gets beyond the limit of your vision, the apparent horizon. It gets beyond
the apparent horizon. That is redundant again. You're just making shit up now.
On the convergence point.
Is that because it's only 27 miles in diameter?
What?
I don't make any claims as to the size, but I will say you can prove this. Sometimes the sun disappears above the horizon, and even when it disappears above the horizon at sunset, it has a perfect horizontal line cutting off the bottom of it. So how?
What? And?
No idea. 27 miles.
Oh, you're talking about 26. Yeah. Babylon Bob doesn't even know his own name, Adam. Okay.
How's that work? If it's the curve of the Earth, right? But it's not. It's because there are horizontal layers of atmos. The sun.
Not atmos. There's not horizontal layers of atmos. That's nonsensical. And it's not atmos. It's atmo. There's no S on the end, you moron. You're off the reservation.
Gives it beyond it, and so all the evidence shows the Earth.
Will you be willing to admit that the Earth is round if you go to Antarctica?
Round and flat aren't mutually exclusive, you glue sniffer. You can have a round and flat penny, CD, LP. You're a moron.
Go Antarctica and it looks round.
Are you willing to accept the false dichotomy?
Yes.
Or you just...
Yep. That too.
Well, I don't see it looks round. I mean, I'm going to take an infrared camera, and I'm going to probably see 100, 200.
You don't understand that round and flat aren't mutually exclusive either, Flat Earth champion. My God.
Miles in the plane. So I don't...
In a plane? How are you even flying on a plane on a globetard? How's that possible? How can you acquire pitch data on a globetard in aviation? You can't. It's the end of them. That's
Antarctica, the only way it would prove it is if I could fly over the South Pole.
Fly? No. You won't be able to fly on a globetard, son. How long you been out here, champion? My word.
Pop back up on the other side. I'm very interested in the observation. That's obviously why I'm going. It's 11 days. It's very inconvenient. I don't blame Alex for not going.
So that's good information right there. Thanks.
11 days. It's super cold.
How many was it? 11? 11 days?
I mean, scared.
I am scared.
How many days?
It's also kind of scary in a way, right? So, but we'll see what happens.
Why is it scary? I don't know.
Because of the Nazis.
Because of the Nazis.
To wrap things up, this was a lot of fun. I love this. It was great to have these varying perspectives, all going at it.
Varying perspectives on objective reality. That's why this show is an utter train wreck of a dumpster fire rolling down the mountain. That made no sense, Tim. Think about what you just said.
And so smash the like button, share the show.
I'm not smashing any like button. I've exposed it for what it is and what it was. Tear-jerking belly laugher put on by abject morons. Each and every one of you.
With everyone you know. We got more.
Oh, I'm giving this out to everyone I know. Don't you worry.
Coming up later today, youtube.com/TimCastIRL.
I think that's it, ladies and gentlemen.
I think his head gets hot.
I need to ask something. The radio
I'm just wondering
criterion.
if that light doesn't work properly.
That is the most coherent question I've had over 3 episodes.
I need to ask something.
Oh,
The radio criterion is right. The angle is.
he won't let this, Adam. He won't let this
No,
go.
because
he won't
that's
fucking
part
do
of
it.
the eye test.
Shut the hell
That's
up.
part
It's
of the eye
time for
test.
me to. We'll deal with this at a later time. I know your ego's
All right.
hurt. I understand.
No, it's not an ego thing. It's
I
not. Please don't say that to me. It's not
I
an
know
ego
you're.
thing.
I know you're. I'm
go-
saying it to
I
you.
want to have it right. Yeah, but it's wrong.
Right.
It's not an ego
It's
thing. I just
wrong.
want to have it correct.
Ryan, light from the chart through the air to the lens, and through the lens, which is one medium, then into the humorous fluid in the eye, which is another medium, then hitting the receptor. You think that any of these 2 medium changes, refraction is applicable?
Yes, it is. I agree.
How
That's
is that?
applicable. If you add in the eye, yeah, it's applicable. I'm not saying it's not.
235.
My point being is the radio criterion is also part of that test, and
We'll
that's
have
the
to see.
fraction.
We'll have to
Correct.
see. All right. We'll see.
So that's how that. No, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, we're not doing it right
We'll do
now.
it another day. I'm just saying we'll do it another day. But it's
Yeah,
I'm
let's do it.
interested in
We'll do it
because-
another day.
yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. All right, listen, folks, we've been going for over 6 hours, but I had to finish it. I finished it, right? So, Nathan, the ball is in Nathan's court for Monday. I want everyone to show up on Nathan's show on Monday because he's going to review a review video of this video. Okay? And it was contingent upon me finishing this. So there you go. Adam.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Take us home.
Good Lord.
Good Lord.
I'll say one thing. The singular. No, there's a lot of us listening in the audience. There's us in Discord. We finished it. Thank you all.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
would like to say it's been a pleasure, but you know.
I'm sorry.
grip.
That's my fault. We did finish it. I used the term I shouldn't have done that. We did finish it, Adam. So you are correct.
Well, not just me and you, but all of you. Thank you. It has been hard work, but genuinely, I think hopefully, if you see through the bullshittery, having your sinuses rinsed in this nonsense, you can see there's a purpose. That's for us all to be able to know that this guy does not speak for us. Got his own agenda. We'll move on now. Hopefully, having had that clarified. Although I still think we've got slideshows, QE. Maybe Tuesday. But
yeah, we'll get to them Tuesday. We still got Witsit videos. We're not done, not by a long shot. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for staying tuned. This was a long one. I hope you got as much out of it as I did. Have a good one. We'll catch you on Tuesday. QE out.
In the fragile realm where mysteries abide, there walks a man with knowledge as his guide. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. He moves through the world with purpose and grace, destroying beliefs as steadfast days, asking what's science and what's math. His wisdom cuts through like tempered glass. They call him QE, the quantum eraser. ring of the cowbell, the illusion fades, and with each strike, the glow-burst illusion degrades. Curious treatments, they cure them of their plight. Guiding toward truth with all his might. They call him QE, quantum eraser. The hardest thing about being a Glober is telling your daddy you're gay, oh so gay. That's why they need QE's treatment. They call him QE, quantum eraser. They call him QE, the quantum eraser.